It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Yeah, we're not afraid, even though, oh my God, OMG, man. This is, welcome to Declare Your Independence with me, Ernest Hancock, for the Trump Report with Dr. Phranq.
No, it's the Trumpenstein Report. You keep getting it wrong.
Trumpenstein, boy, that's, I maintain my mental sanity by knowing that doesn't matter and I don't care, okay? We insulate ourselves out here. Donna and I are busy. Tomorrow's Donna's birthday. And we're both 64 for 9 days, and it's my birthday. I hit the 65, and do I get Social Security? I'm not enthusiastic. I don't, right, especially now. You go asking for benefits from the man, even though you paid him, whatever, it comes with strings, attachments, and we need the GPS location for the Hellfire missile kind of crap. And I'm just not feeling it. I'm supposed to go down tomorrow to whatever, and with the Social Security kind of I don't feel it, man. I'm just not feeling it. It's like, do I keep the date with Dracula? Do I invite him in? He has to come in. He wants to have a meal with me. Do I invite him in? I'm leaning not. And my son-in-law is in financial planning and Social Security and Medicare stuff, and senior citizen, that's his thing. And he goes, Dad, you gotta get in and you gotta meet the deadline before the end of the month of your birthday, and if you don't, heaven's murgatroyd, you'll die. Something. And I'm not feeling good about it. You're dancing with the devil. You don't change him. So I'm leaning, man. Somebody's got it. I may go down, but the first resistance that I get, well, you need to sign here. You need to totally agree there. You need to, and I was talking to Lieutenant Colonel retired Air Force Karen Katowski, and she said she and her husband went through this. And she's a hardcore, leave me alonist. And she goes, when you meet with them, they take you in a room, and they're like a bank teller. And I go, what do you mean? She goes, they're behind an inch or two of polycarbonate glass or barrier or whatever, transparent, bulletproof, whatever. And I'm like, why? I don't know. But when they're meeting with the public, they be afeared. I'm an old man that wants to get my entitlement. I was promised to give my Social Security check or retirement, give that, as they're sitting behind bulletproof glass. That really tells you everything right there. This is like 1984 stuff. And I can't imagine wanting to interface with them regardless of the promise. So that's kind of my initial reaction to that. So I'll keep you guys informed of what happens. That's what intrigues. I could do it by mail, and stuff. But I'm like, I think I'm going to go down there. I want to go and experience the process, and The first EBGB, which will be in the in the parking lot, I think I'll decline. I'm prepared to. I think I'll decline. The enticement, the fear that they put into you is access to health care. Oh, you're 65. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to get insurance. You're not allowed to pay. You're not allowed to. So I'm going. What kind of private insurance? Oh, I don't know. Did you get your Medicaid? Whatever. Which a lot of my libertarian friends, they do. And Karen's making the argument, hey man, as much as you can milk them, make it come around faster. God, that's not even the point with me. It's not getting the money. It's not costing them money. They just print more. It's the I totally agreed box you got to sign and check. That's what bothers me. That's what I'm afraid. That is my intuition. That is my lifetime of history of observing these guys. And then Iran. And they're going to be looking for money. They want some money. Where are we going to get us some money? How are we going to tax some more money? We're going to talk about the war. We're going to talk about some of the relationships with other countries. We're going to talk about the escalation. We're going to talk. But first thing I want to throw at the Phranq on is this guy that comes out, the National Security Tulsi Gabbard's thing, DNI, the Department of National Intelligence or whatever, that was created as a response to 9/11. We have way too many agencies, way too much information that we can't collate, and we do it. Well, here comes Palantir. They're going to, we can do it for you. So protect human American individual rights, pinky swear. But we need to have this Department of National Intelligence so that we can coordinate all these bureaucracies and agencies that don't. So we just need one more agency. Yeah, that's the ticket. We'll have one more agency, so we can coordinate all the agencies. Well, Tulsi came out. She said, hey, man, I just present all the threat analysis to the whatever, and we elected President Trump to take that information, protect America. Well, that's what he's doing. I didn't make the decision, but I give him the information for him to make the decision. I'm not saying nothing about this, Iran war, which she was heavily against, campaigned against, was against. Now they're playing it off like, J.D. Vance, you might be able to vote for him in 2080. He was enthusiastic about this thing. Maybe Vivek was against it. Maybe. But Trump and him and Netanyahu, the butt buddies. Man, we're going to get some. Well, then you have the guy in charge of the War on Terror or whatever, the Department of National Intelligence. I don't have his name in front of me, but he goes, I resign. I'm done. I can't support this thing. I'm out. So Tulsi's got to have a comment. Well, we elected Trump to go kick out. Why didn't she resign? What role does she think she has in it? Is they're kind of cutting her out of anything anyway? Does she care? Do they threaten her? What enticement? What is in the documents, the secret analysis of we got to go, because behind the Iranians is lizard people from Alpha Sin something. What is going on and why? I have my opinions, but what say Dr. Phranq? Oh, he disconnected. I put him back in. He missed all the goody. You there, Phranq?
Yeah.
How much did you miss? Because need your comment on.
No, I missed everything. I'm sitting there. I'm texting Donna and you, and I'm like, hey, what's going on?
All right. Main thing is we go to war. Trumpenstein goes to war. Him and Netanyahu are buddies. We have Tulsi comes out and support. Well, we elected Trump to take care of business, and I just supply him information of which my head guy resigned over it,
Yeah.
But, we still got to support Trump and why she's still there, or she was heavily against Iran. I have no idea. What say you?
Well, thank you. You know what? I already know what the hell you were talking about, so that makes sense. The Joe Kent. I assume you did watch the Tucker interview with him? Did you see that?
No, I did not know. When did that happen?
It just dropped last night. When Joe Kent resigned, I said I will bet a gold eagle 1 ounce that Tucker Carlson will have him within hours. And
I was working too.
Savarda texts me. She goes, "Phranq, you're right. He dropped it within 24 hours of his resignation." So it's a 2-hour interview with Joe Kent. It's a banger, and I'm just going to slap you around for not having Phranq already. But anyway,
I'm putting it up right freaking not later.
There we go. And I have about like 45 minutes left to go on it. But before we get to Joe Kent's interview, although to be honest, so far, and by the way, it's a fantastic interview. You should all watch it. I have to say, and maybe it's just because you and I and this audience were kind of like we were to get it. There hasn't been really any surprises. I mean, he's basically just saying what we already know. But it's good to hear it from him. And what Joe Kent is representing, and I'm not saying this lightly, he is what JFK wrote in his famous book, Profiles in Courage. And we're going through a transformation in this country. That's the ultimate theme for this week. I mean,
who wrote Profiles in Courage? What are you talking about?
JFK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you ever read that book? Did you ever see it?
I've heard of it, but
yeah.
No.
Well, I won't do much of a detour, but I highly recommend it for the audience. Before he was president, and I'm sure back then he had media people probably advised him on this. I'm sure he had some co-writers on it. I don't know, but it's a fascinating book. It's called Profiles in Courage. Very famous. A lot of you old timers know what I'm talking about. And it came out kind of like today, whenever a politician runs for office, they always come out with their autobiography right before they run, like as if it's not a mystery that they want to run for office. Well, back then they weren't really doing biographies, but this was again, JFK was ahead of his time. He was the first TV president, but he also, whether you call it manipulation or not, he saw that writing a book was a way to get him onto the platform for people to talk about him before the internet and all the TV shows. So he wrote this book called Profiles in Courage. And I forget how many stories are in there. It's like an anthology. And it has like I don't know, 30 or 40 chapters. And each I think something like that. But each chapter is a profile in courage of an American who stood up to the man or did something that was revolutionary or unique, that showed the foundation of what America is about. And the thing is, what's unique about it is that the stories were not about like Thomas Jefferson, which, I'm not taking anything away from Thomas Jefferson. He was talking about people that were the second and third, rung people that were ignored by history. In fact, one of them, my honors history teacher, I remember talking about this book. One of the chapters, he said the best one was a man named Edmund Ross. Edmund Ross. And he's like this guy lost to history who, and I even forget the whole story. Well, I'll look it up for next time. But basically, he was like a representative from like little tiny state. And there was like this bill and this big law that came down that to this day, America still stands behind, but it was about to get shot down, and he threw his entire political career on the line and got run out of office on a bill that America still celebrates today. It was stuff like that. So anyway, my point is it's a term, Profiles in Courage, for those of you that don't understand the prevalence of that book or the meaning behind it, and that is Joe Kent. Joe Kent is, if there's a new 2.0 edition, he'd be in there. Which is a shame because, who should be in there? Tulsi Gabbard. People like her, but, and she's not. She missed her opportunity. And you're talking about Tulsi Gabbard's comment. I want to ask you just real quick, okay? I don't want to throw the ball completely to you yet. Just hold on for a sec. But when you read Tulsi Gabbard's response, what did you take from that? Did you take that as she's supplicating to the man and she's all, I'm all Team Israel now? Do you think, how did you read that? Because it's funny, it's like a Rorschach test. I've talked to a few people, and it's interesting how many different interpretations I've gotten from that very vanilla statement. What did you take from it?
My initial response was, she may know something we don't know, but we need to know it, and why isn't she telling us?
Yeah. Well, I certainly interpret that. I think I'm not sure what her play is. She certainly was showing the last look. She was definitely all anti Iran war. If you look on her Twitter feed when she posted what she just did, she first posted on Twitter, and so I never go on damn Twitter. I hate that thing. But sometimes I want to just check out the direct feed and the comment section is always the most interesting. Just give you a sense of the milieu out there. And I mean, it was like thousands of comments. I went through at least 150, and I could not find one that said anything nice about what she was saying. Everyone was, I mean, I would say half of the comments were just reposting the same post, which was a copy of her T-shirt that she sold when she was running for office, when she was running, I guess, with the Democrats or whatever. And it was a T-shirt saying, "No war in Iran." So she actually sold the T-shirt on her campaign website. And so everybody was they were reposting her T-shirt. Like, hey, Tulsi, so you still selling these? Like, they're asking if there's a discount on the shirt. Like everyone's going on the Iran shirt, right? And so she's getting lambasted for 10,000 ways to Sunday, which she deserves. But I was just curious. It's like, so she's getting hit with that. There's no way of all people. I mean, Donald Trump has put himself into a box about saying no Middle East wars and all this kind of stuff. But nobody boxed themselves in more specifically than Tulsi Gabbard. And Trump went out of his way to put her in that kind of position, just like he did Joe Kent. And of course, 2 days ago, he says, "Oh, yeah, I didn't realize he's soft on everything and he's not so smart. He's a dumb guy." Okay, yeah, well, then you're the dumbass for putting him in, right? But anyway, so Tulsi made no. This is like the larger issue. I don't want to get too off topic, but like you put Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, who spent their entire time talking about Epstein, and you put them in. Like, if you really want to quash Epstein, why are you putting those people in? But then those people wind up having a brain transplant. And then the same thing with Tulsi. I mean, if you really are thinking that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, and I'm really secretly, because of my son-in-law, I really am for regime change, whatever, why are you going to put, of all people, Tulsi Gabbard in? I mean, this is like, we'll get to the Trump thing later, Trumpenstein, about the whatever logic is there, if any, or just he's a master at playing to all sides at the same time, which is, I think, really what his superpower is. But anyway, it's like you put Tulsi Gabbard in, of all people, and then she's now in this box. So the first thing she should do is effing resign, right? I mean, that's just me saying it off the top. That's what she should do. And the fact that she didn't, and the fact that Joe Kent, her second, it's like Commander Riker resigning before Jean-Luc Picard does. I mean, it's like that makes her look even worse. So she has put herself into a box either because she's weak or because she has some other strategy behind this, whatever that might be. But anyway, so she's
I know what's going to happen.
So she's the one with the shirts. She's the one who put herself in this position. And then she did, to her credit, she and J.D. Vance were the only two people who showed any pushback before they bombed Iran last year. Again, we have to do this in sections here. How many times do we attack Iran that we're not supposed to be attacking? So she at least questioned it and put it out. Then she was made persona non grata, and she was not invited to the Christmas parties and whatever else. And there were a number of functions that she was suddenly kept out of. Now, you'd think she would maybe have a backbone and say, F you, but instead, she wound up essentially clawing herself back, trying to prove her loyalty again. And so Trump put her on some like dog watching patrol. And so then she wound up doing this gig where she was trying to help him with his voting fraud measures from 2020 or something. So like he put her on this other, yeah. Like he put her on something. It's like, and also it's for a topic about the voting issue, which was a way to show her loyalty over an issue that's politically incorrect, but meant a lot to Trump. So instead of dealing with national security and foreign asset management and all of this, she's doing his bidding, whatever, to try to get back into the fold. And then when Iran 2.0 or whatever that we're up to with the bombing a few weeks ago, now all of a sudden she's just disappeared, right? She's nowhere to be heard. So then Joe Kent does his thing yesterday or 2 days ago, God bless him, and now Tulsi comes out with that tweet. So we're all kind of in the same sequence. In my opinion, because my wife read it, and she's thinking, oh, Tulsi's a sellout, and she's completely, well, I think she is in some ways, but she's supporting the president. And if you actually read what she's saying, she's not at all. What she's doing, she's making the big mistake of trying to make everybody happy. She's trying to thread the needle, and she's trying to capitulate without capitulation in her mind. But she's failing from anyone who's really watching this, because that statement says nothing. It's a statement of fact. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. The statement is Donald Trump, is the president. Donald Trump was elected leader. Fact. He won the popular vote. Fact. He assesses all the information given to him. Fact. He made the decision he thinks is best for this country. Fact. Well, I don't know about that one's a fact, but fact. Okay. So I mean, but there was not one piece of her interpretation in there, and she certainly didn't do what the Ben Shapiro's wanted, which is, Joe Kent is a piece of crap and he's a sellout to this country, and praise Israel or down with Iran, or MAGA is amazing. I mean, nothing. It was just a fact. So she, that she's not happy about this, but at the same time, this is the time to stand up or to either say something or resign, which is what she should have done. So Tulsi Gabbard's political career is dead on arrival. And look, maybe she never wanted to do anything anyway, and I wouldn't blame her. If she's that smart, she wouldn't even want to be running for anything. But she's done. She's lost all integrity from both sides at this point. And what's happened, I'll throw it back to you, but I will tell you, Joe Kent, I have to tell you, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but, a lot of people are saying when 2028 comes around, it's not going to be Marco Rubio, because he's despised by many people from all sides. He's neocon. I mean, he's just, he's the product. It's like the leftovers from Thanksgiving dinner of the neocons. And he's been like that ever since he was the little puppet of Jeb Bush and the Bush regime, and then the whole thing. We can go all day about, we all know this with Marco. And then, of course, J.D. Vance, this is his time to stand up and be presidential with his principles. It's about principles, and you're definitely correct. We will get to what does MAGA, Make America Great, really mean. And as we learned this week, well, we've kind of known this for a while, Make America Great means whatever Donald Trump says it is. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just whatever he says. According to him, that's what it is. So now we have J.D. Vance. This is his time to stand up and be presidential, and he's not. So his presidential aspect, hopeful, I don't know, whatever you call it, hopefulness here, that's done. And Marco Rubio's done. And I really think 2028 is going to be a moment of just a new clarity on both Democrats and Republicans, and hopefully libertarians or something else. And I know I don't want to get into your whole thing about still voting. Just let's cut that out for a minute. But as far as where the people are going to be leaning towards, I already knew that was coming up. I could smell it from here. But I'm just saying that where would this go? I think it's going to have to be an outsider. If they play the same olds on both parties, basically you're going to have an Ernie Hancock revolution of I just don't care and don't vote, which would make you happy.
Oh, Gulch.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm with you. Hey, buddy. Hey, look, if it's J.D. Vance and the regular Democrat, I'm like done. But like imagine if Owen Schreier runs, or you have or RFK Jr. We get somebody different, or someone who's a real, like, truly outside the box that they're going to have to attack or try to go after. I mean, hell, I'll definitely give attention to that. But I think it's going to be somebody new. Like, it has to be. It's also, we're going to see a movement. I don't want to get too far off stream. We're going to see a lot with the midterms. But you're already finding in the earlier elections in Illinois that just happened this past week is that already the battle line is AIPAC. It's, do you take money from AIPAC or not? And of course, AIPAC is using these funnel shadow organizations that are not called AIPAC. They're creating all these small little organizations that sound all MAGA, but they're actually AIPAC pseudonym. What do you call it? foundations, whatever, to funnel money in. So now that's the next thing that people have to be aware of, is how AIPAC is making new organizations so it doesn't look like AIPAC is funding these candidates. So I think AIPAC is, and the whole Israel deal about who do you take money from them or not, is going to be the issue going into the midterms and definitely 2028. So it's going to be a whole new cast of characters, I believe, on both sides, and a unification of many of the moderate Democrats and the ex-MAGA, the true America First people. I'm watching this online. I'm telling you this every week. It's fascinating to watch this occur, this reblending of the electorate. And I guess it's time for that. Whatever it turns into, whether you and I personally like their views or not, it's happening. So that's going to happen. So what I'm getting to with this is Joe Kent is, and he hasn't said anything, at least so far. I'm waiting for Tucker to ask him if you're going to run for anything. But man, he's got the looks. He's the perfect age. He's the next generation, like J.D. Vance should have been, the generation of my generation. And I guess you too, even though you're not.
Even though I'm what?
I mean, you're kind of.
Oh, you're breaking up, man. We're losing you. Where are you standing in your house?
Look, I kind of, not to make it an aside, but when they used to make movies for comic books, when they tried making comic book movies,
yeah, I'm checking my Starlink here. It looks like it's doing good. Yeah, it's Phranq. Phranq, you're moving out of your Wi-Fi. You're, prancing around outside. You're doing something, because man, I got 300 down and 60 up. So it's you, man. Yeah, he went. Well, while he's doing that, I wanted to bring up, some stuff. He'll come back in. It's him, not me. Joe Kent interview on Tucker Carlson's at the top of the page now. Another interview that I thought was interesting that we have up next to it is America Ready for War. Now, this is Palmer Luckey, the guy that did the face Oculus Rift. He sold for a couple $2 billion to Meta, Zuckerberg, and took that money and he started Anduril, which is his own Anduril. I think that was the sword in Lord of the Rings, and it is a defense private contractor. We're going to have low cost whip your ass thing, and then we had. Maybe I got it at the bottom here. We had it up yesterday, and it was a young guy created a surface-to-air Stinger missile for, I don't know, some ridiculously low price, $97 or something, that can track things. And it was, here it is, decentralizing defense. I'm like, download this. This will not be up that long. A $96 tank of gas, $96 guided rocket, just put precision warfare into the hands of the people.
Wow.
You want IEDs from little Rocky kids, in the boots on the ground invasion in Iraq? What about a surface-to-air missile? And this is just, this is a point. He goes, look, you can 3D print this thing. Then what happens? California comes out and says, oh, nope. You got to have 3D printers registered with the whatever, and you're not allowed to. Now, those of us that are old enough remember what this is like. This was the Soviet Union preventing the use of printing presses. Ideas. Well, 3D manifestation of ideas like Defense Distributed, Cody Wilson, the Ghost Gunner, all this kind of stuff. This is what they're afraid of. All of this technology, all of these engineers, all these scientists, all these guys, Well, hell, I can just do it myself. Hell, I can get a metal 3D printer. Hell, I can get a CNC, do kind of a shipping container, of which in fact is exactly what they're doing. They are creating 3D manufacturing, prototyping, whatever, for any whiz-bang gadget gizmo on the F-15 in the field of a shipping container on the deck of out in the desert of we can make it our damn self instead of going through procurement of months later of we're all dead. We can do it in the field. We got Computer Geeks R Us, Corporal that's over there making stuff. And we're going to pay him extra. This is what those are afraid of. It's the decentralization of everything down to individuals. $96 surface-to-air missile. And they make their own fuel. They just pack it with, you can go through, he went through in this video of exactly how he did it. I'm going to play a few seconds of it. You'll see my point. I'll just go like 2/3 into it.
A BMP 180 barometric sensor for altitude estimation and status indicators such as LEDs and a buzzer for debugging and system feedback. Communication between the launcher and the rocket is handled through an umbilical cord connections that carries TX and RX serial lines. Inside the rocket itself is another ESP32 microcontroller, paired with an MPU 6050 inertial measurement unit that provides...
Now, a lot of guys know what this geek stuff is, but I'll tell you, a little Arduino chip of whatever, a Raspberry Pi was $35. This probably has less capability than that. This is what they're up against, and they don't understand. They don't know. They can't. They can't comprehend the power of imagination, ingenuity, genius, and people that you piss off that just want to be left alone. They can't. That's what they're up against. So I need, one thing before, Phranq, you back?
Yeah, thank you, Ernest.
You stay next to your Wi-Fi. It's you, not me. Okay? So this is JD and Gabbard. Will they be the ticket for 28? Is that what they're setting up for? Is this what's coming?
What? That's actually, it's a good one. JD and not that I think that's good, but I could see that as strategic to have JD and Tulsi to try to play that middle ground if that's what the strategy is, if they're working with her. But I think she's lost her credibility with it. I just don't see it.
Well, they're building up to it. They go, well, JD wasn't so super excited about Iran. It's kind of, why would they release that? Why? They're setting him up for 28. J.D. Vance at center of stunning Iran war rupture after closed-door meeting with spy boss. Joe Kent quit as Trump's director of the National Counterterrorism Center on Tuesday, accusing Israel of pressuring the U.S. into a conflict he says was built on lies. Kent, a close ally of Vance and Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, presented his resignation letter to the vice president 24 hours before dramatically quitting. Gabbard was also present at the meeting, according to the Washington Post. A White House official said Vance encouraged Kent to speak to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, gag me, and Trump before making any final decisions. By that time, he'd already made the decision. The VP encouraged him to be respectful to POTUS, the official added. Just hours later, Kent issued an unsparing resignation letter that claimed Trump had been duped into striking Iran due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby, adding, I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war. Kent accused the president of reneging on the non-interventionist principles he campaigned on, blah, blah, blah. So, I have not listened to the interview that he did with Tucker. Now, here we have DNI Tulsi Gabbard shuts down Joe Kent's resignation letter claims. Now, this is, her whole thing. I want to, go to the X post that she did. This is the entire post. Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president and commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat and whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. So she puts it on him. We elected him to be him to do this. You know, it's him. All right.
And by the way, you notice the wordage is all factual. It's just factual.
Yeah, we voted. You know, you did. You know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible since 9/11. Now, this is part of that stuff. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. Now, that paragraph has multiple levels of interest. She is stating the responsibility of her and that department, the Office of the Director, Tulsi Gabbard, is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President with the information available for making decisions. Now, what has been her experience? Central Intelligence, NSA, FBI. Nope, you can't see it. You're not allowed. You're in charge. You work for me, assholes.
Yep.
This is her making this statement. She's going, look, my job, my office as director is responsible for helping coordinate and integrating all intelligence to provide the President. Why? Because they haven't been. You know, you haven't come, well, you don't need to know, you haven't been read in, you're not level security, not allowed because we say not allowed. Of course, they got an Israeli guy sitting there at the table that's allowed, but the President not. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, not her, him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. This is to say nothing about nothing other than put the responsibility on the people. You elected him. He was clear on this, except he kept saying we're not going to have a war with Iran, and kind of lied about that. And then you have that her office was there to what? To coordinate all this intelligence, to give it to him, for him to take the information available to inform his decisions. Well, part of that information was Bibi Netanyahu, whatever the hell he wanted, okay? After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded. So this is a Trump thing. Well, who talked to him last? Who was the most influential? I don't know. She doesn't say. So she didn't throw, the resigner guy, under the bus. She didn't, blame anybody other than we put him there, even though he said he wouldn't do this. Her job is to make sure he gets all the information, help coordinate all intelligence, and that he made the decision. She's like, hey, I'm washing my hands of this as much I did my job, or as much as I could, and them cooperate. So why was it that this guy goes over to where? Where did he go? He goes over to J.D. Vance, and he says, hey, man, I don't want to, I'm doing this about that. So what did J.D. have in that? They're setting him up, for Joe Kent's going to campaign for, RFK Jr. Tulsi, or Tulsi Jr., or J.D. Vance Tulsi, or J.D. Vance RFK, or something. The Republicans are not letting this go, but why would they even want them if they're not deep state doing whatever the hell they want them to do? And was it the deep state? I keep hearing, hey, man, they held back Trump on him always going, well, what's good are these nukes if we can't use them? I need a mushroom cloud show. I'm serious. Oh, they game that out. They're like, whoa, hell no. Well, they're trying to take that mantle on too. Well, we're not as crazy as Trump. So, J.D. Vance, Palantir, Peter Thiel, the tech bros, kind of sort of almost against war in Iran, Tulsi, RFK Jr., now Joe Kent. So I'm going, this is multi-layer, fifth-dimensional BS bullshit of all the time. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Because they're going to do whatever they're going to do, and the final result is going to rest with individual people taking care of themselves and isolating themselves from the decisions of these assholes as much as possible. Because in the end, it's going to be Chinese, Russian, American, Zimbabwe, Congo, Brazil, people that are going to start directly interfacing with each other with encryption, crypto, and none of your fucking business. Eventually, now they're going to see it as a one world order. It's got to be managed. It's got to be managed. We got to have a single world currency. We got to go with Sam Altman and his globe world, crypto of retina eyeball scan crap. That's what's coming. This is what Trump and family represent. This is what the banks and they, them, those. And, we're going to have a central bank digital currency called not a central bank digital currency, and they're going to get the same thing. So this is where my focus is on the future. We'll talk about it here in a little bit. I keep thinking I did a show. It was really just like an hour conversation, but he's coming on Monday. Charles Goyette just released his new book that he's been telling me about for a while, but now, boom, here it comes. It's been released. He's done Ron Paul's show. He's starting to do others. I wanted to wait until I got a chance to read it. He sent it to me. I've been reading it. Empire of Lies is just all the stacked up lies, certainly since Vietnam and on, of them lying us in the war. An empire of lies. Truth is treason in an empire of lies. So, Empire of Lies is all about the lies that they tell to get us in the war. And the lies, how they use broadcast media, and this immersion, therapy that they do, that Amaryllis Kennedy, RFK Jr.'s daughter-in-law, married RFK III, was a CIA knock, a spy out of England, Oxford, I think. Married a CIA guy, had, little CIA babies, then got divorced, married RFK III, became campaign manager for RFK Jr., and October before the 24 election did a Tucker Carlson interview where she goes, I recognize what's been going on. That's a long story, but bottom line was DARPA realized that they could get this mass formation psychosis thing, for lack of a better term, that they could get brainwashing on people to do whatever as long as they immersed them in constant images and rhetoric and slogans, which is why Bernays and Freud's nephew, whatever, this propaganda, public relations BS that they would do to get general public opinion that I keep going on about. So what do? They immerse you in this crap. Now, there was I put it up here. We'll talk about it now. It was called Planet Mind Control. It was a documentary by Jason Christoff. I highly recommend it. It was sent to me by Ten Dog, one of the readers of Declare Your Independence Telegram. And he put this up, and I kind of glazed over it, missed it, went back, there it is, and I watched it. Oh, my God. This was exactly what Amaryllis was talking about. CIA knock, spy, campaign manager for RFK Jr., wife of RFK III. On Tucker Carlson. Come on. She got a little bit of credibility here, okay? She's going, this is weaponized. This brain control, this mind control. Now, you had True Stream Media doing the same thing. Minds of Men, that was what made them famous. Minds of Men was their contribution to this about MK Ultra and all this guy is still going on. What they demonstrated in this was amazing what they've been capable of doing. They start off with America's Got Talent of some mind guy getting Howie Mandel to pick a time on a clock to get the audience that was during COVID or whatever. They were all on Zoom, hundreds of them up there. They all drew the same picture. And it's how he got them to do it. And they didn't even realize they were controlled. This is how hypnotists do a lot of things. It's how we are machines. If you can hack the machine, and what Amaryllis was talking about, there is a feature primal in human being as social creatures for us to be with the tribe. It is baked subconsciously in us, and if you know how to trigger that, you can control the planet. Mm-hmm. And I'm going, holy crap, general public opinion. So what do? We're going, yep, and there it is, an hour and 36 minutes into this Tucker Carlson, Amaryllis Kennedy show, you will see. And at the very bottom, and I go, and what's our answer? Libertas.earth. We are just about ready. We were ready to launch it Sunday, but we needed to finish up some stuff. The philosophy of liberty. One idea. 54 languages, freedom for all. Charles Goyette's going to be one of the promoters of it. Liberty International, Students for Liberty, a bunch of high-profile, Karen Katowski, I mean, on and on and on and on, a bunch of people. Ken Schoolin, Mary Ruwart, a lot of libertarian friends. I kind of leaked this out at Norcapoco at the end of my presentation. Here we go, and here's all the languages. I mean, it's 50-something languages. And each one of those mid-pages are also on IPFS, so it can't be deleted, because we've done this before, and the Mossad DDoSes. They come after us. I'm telling you, we're fighting them on their own ground, but it can't be susceptible to DDoS attacks. It can't be able to be deleted or taken down or deplatformed, because we created IPFS for exactly this fucking reason. You guys want to play? You want one world government? I give you one world evolution. You want to play? This is how we play. Na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na-na. So here it comes. We've yet to hard launch it, but it's all freaking in there and ready. But I don't want any head of snake. It's not going to be Ernie thing. It's not going to be, it's just promoter. Here's the hub. Take it, forward it in your favorite language. You know, Dr. Phranq, knows somebody in Japan. Here's my thing. Boom. You go down. Let's see, we got Japanese. There it is. Go Japanese. Boom. Goes up, and you have it right there in Japanese. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Well, they're still loading it up. Here's the thumbnail, Japanese, videos, whatever. Let me see if it plays in Japanese. No, not yet. That's what we're doing now. Because we're putting them all up on Facebook, Rumble, Odyssey, YouTube, BitChute, Brighteon, X. Now, the thing is, the reason we're doing YouTube is because YouTube is our tin can. They're just now, so we just got the site up, and they're putting it up on there. But that is the one that they're first one that they're going to cancel. I guarantee it. Now on BitChute, we got BitChute loaded first. Now, the reason we did BitChute is because the owner of BitChute got, cut off. BitChute cannot be played in the United Kingdom, and they were coming after him. So what did he do? He's like, nope. We're going to. He moved to Dubai. He's like, man, I'm going to Dubai, and no, Thailand. I think he went to Thailand, and so here's all the languages that are down there. We got them already loaded on the IPFS. You see, they're just on this page: Italian, Hebrew, French, Croatian, English, Bosnian, Arabic. We had the one translated in Arabic. Thai, Ukrainian, Spanish. I'm telling you, this is how we use their technique to combat them. We are going after them. using their techniques. This is how you do it. We are, nope, hell no. We are going to inundate the internet from all directions using the same brainwash, mind control, propaganda, public relations. I have to buy every freaking broadcast outlet, TikTok, Israeli back, CBS, freaking Paramount, you know? And this is what our answer is. You want one world government? We're going to give you one world revolution. Hello? What do you think I would do? What do you think? I was just going to sit on my butt? What do you think? If I knew. That was my presentation at an Acapulco. What if you knew what they were doing and how and why? What would you do? What can you do? What if you were focused on that your entire adult life? General public opinion. How would you combat this? This is one of the ways. As an inspiration to others. Well, I wanted to get that ran out before the day was over, so I feel good. I got that done.
You feel better, Ernie?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
because, man, they pissed off the wrong guy 40 years ago. I'm in Washington, D.C., the National Trade Data Bank and the boss of the whatever, Team 100 under, I can't remember these guys' names now. It was back in the day, the scumbags, deep state. They done those. I go and I meet where, I finally, from Senator DeConcini here, the Democrat U.S. Senator, got me the meeting using his fax machine, top man. Damn it, I got to meet with this guy. I go down there with my brother-in-law that's now VP Moody's, in Manhattan. He was like a junior at Penn State at the time. We're back visiting Donna's family during the holidays between Christmas and New Year's in 1989 or 90, I think. I go in, a young kid, my early 30s. I sit down, that big, giant, low coffee table round that he had in his office, his big office, the hallways in this freaking building you could put a semi in. You go in there, I sit down, nobody's around anywhere, everywhere. It's between, Christmas and New Year's. He's pissed off having to come in, meet with this damn kid. Explained everything that I knew, what they were doing, how, the legislation that they did, constitutional as hell, and this, and all I want is access to this information that you're getting through the Census Bureau from my tax money funding all this trade information that was supposed to, in the law, that anybody exporting like my father's company and just, a junior high kid writing a report gets, and I want it. And you're keeping it from me, wanting to charge like $8,000 to get access. I go, bullshit. And I put the folder towards him, and I said, I know what you're doing. I want this information. And he didn't even look down at it. He kept it eyeball to eyeball, pushed it back towards me, and he goes, yeah, kid, and what are you going to do about it? And scene. We're done. Thank you. Confirmation of I knew what, I was up against freaking evil. We're done. Thank you for meeting me. We're done. They were kind of surprised. Got the answer I wanted. We walked to out his office through the reception area, out the door, and stopped us at the door was his aide that was there, and he was scared. He knew what was going. Man, he didn't have a get out of jail free card. He's like, hey, man, well, give me a call if you, and I'm going, no, I got what I need. It's all good. He was afraid of something. I don't know what, but he was afraid. Getting at something. He knew some bad shit was going on. So then you go, okay, they had a thing called Team 100. Team 100 was if you could raise $100,000 in campaign donations to Herbert Walker Bush, George Daddy, for him running for president back in '88, they would make you an ambassador or something, or give you a job, whatever. That was the deal. And what was his name? Steve Mossbacher comes to mind. He was Secretary of Commerce. He was the one that kind of, managed that whole thing. And he was the one that was behind all this New World Order kind of America, we're doing Daddy Bush thing. Well, that was where my target was. And it went through, it's a long story. You know, I don't think I know. I've been through all this crap. You know, like everybody's going through the Trump administration, who these people are, like Lutnick, you know, the scumbag he is, and what he's doing with stable coins, and how he's part of the, you know, putting it into central bank digital currencies or crypto, and Trump making a bunch of money in the deals with Epstein of the blah, 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 blah. Well, I went through that crap already. You know, back in Daddy Bush, you think CIA, Mr., you know, George Daddy Bush, CIA director, ambassador to China, U.S. trade, whatever the hell, the United Nations, part of the cover-up of the JFK assassination. I mean, do you think he wasn't plugged in? Hell, he was the freaking, you know, receptacle, you know, okay? So I'm just going, and then his son takes over, and then Cheney and Rumsfeld, these guys, hell, they were from the 70s. So I'm going, this, really? You're still voting? So I understood it was always this. It was all the activism I've done here in the state of Arizona and stuff that I was known for, then the Lovolution, Love Bus Liberty Tour, Libertas.Earth. What do they all have in common? First, timing. It's got to be at the right time. It's got to be when everybody's, where the hell you been? And it's got to be decentralized. There can't be a head. There can't be a, you know, the most we have on the page, there's no database. There's no sign up. There's no subscription. There's no give cookies. There's none of that crap. The only communication we will have is maybe an email. They're working on it now, and probably done, and a telegram. And the only reason, and maybe comments that I'm not looking at these because I don't care, because it's going to be trolls and bots, and I don't care. The only communication is for the person that is in Vietnam that I got up there now. What are they doing? The Vietnam guy that created the trifold, the PDF for a flyer, the handout Christmas card, I did something, an activist of thing, that we take that and add it to the mid-page on Libertas.Earth for the guys in that country to be able to do the same thing. This is how you want to know how the Lovolution took off? This!
Simple morning habit took me from my head.
This is how it happened.
Now, ladies,
it was having, I gotta watch freaking commercials. But the, this is how we're doing it again. And they go, yeah, but you could, and you make a bunch of money, and you could this, and you could that, if you would only, and you didn't kind of, what? That's not the point. So here we go. Are we going to be able to take advantage of the internet for us? Of using all that time that I spent with Grok was in support of this. Can you help with this? Can you? Yes. No, you can't. You liar. Okay, I won't lie to you anymore. I can't, but I will, and I in the future, and we're kind of. So will AI be on our side? I don't know. Can it? Will we use it? Now you can do it for videos. You can do it for memes. You can do it for graphics. Aaron Day has been doing that. He's running for U.S. Senate against Sununu in New Hampshire. Why? Because he knows that his campaign will be enough to cause the Republicans not to get the Senate. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, what does he want? Release the crypto arrest. Release, Ian Freeman. Release, a bunch of other guys they, had. And, Roger Ver, they made a $48 million deal with if he just shut up and threw her to the side. Well, this is what is going on behind the scenes. Negotiation, fine. You want to negotiate with them, run kind of pressure, fine. I don't negotiate. General public opinion. And it's going to take the activists that I know around the world to forward this, to use it. And it's 8-minute video, real simple. The whole point of the philosophy of liberty is that you own yourself. And then it gives some examples of whatever. Life, liberty, property. Boom.
All right.
Very
so Ernie,
basic.
So I have a whole list of things I just want to rattle through regarding, Israel and Tucker and Trump and things like that. I'll rattle through them quick. But before I do, let me throw it back to you. I have a question. I don't want to speak for him, but so if there's anything that's public and your opinion, what do you think about with Charles Goyette? Obviously, with his books and all, and you know him pretty well. Has he ever publicly discussed the Israel influence on America in the past? And I'm saying
yeah.
this, and I'm just saying it's not just about him, but just how much this has been at least blatantly talked about in liberty circles before it became quote unquote acceptable in the last year, which we have to admit is a seismic shift that the AIPAC lobby and the Shapiros have a big problem with, especially in 2028. I'll get to that later. But what has Charles and others talked about in the past or publicly? What can you tell?
He did not make it a campaign. That was not his shtick. But what happened was, I remember we were doing a show. I was producing for him at Air America. Now, this is, progressive, liberal, lefty. We were token libertarian people. And so we had in our contract, they couldn't control content. So, and they didn't control the archive. They didn't control, you want us over here, this is how it's going to be, get over it. Well, they took that. They go, oh, yeah, whatever. Then they were like, whoa. You guys are against entitlements? You're against government head? You're against. Yeah. Well, we thought you were libertarians, Man, you guys don't get it. So, but as time went on, they, come to respect us. And after every show, the station manager, Bob Christie, I remember he was big in the big corporation that owned a bunch of radio stations, and this was his passion project in Phoenix to do this. We would go outside, and he and I would smoke a cigarette. I'd get us out. All right, it's time for my cigarette, because I knew I had that 3-5 minutes of smoking that cigarette with him. That I would get the download. That's what you did. You get the board ops. You get some of the sales guys. I don't really smoke.
Some of the best networking is the smoking alley.
Right. I don't smoke, but, I've been known to have a cigarette every now and then. Well, this is what I did. Charles would go, God, you're out there smoking? I go, yeah. You want to know what I heard while I was smoking with the board op, the sales guy, the other guy? Yeah, you want the intel?
Right,
that's what I thought, okay? So this is how we got him to start coming around. It was Lost Rights, was a book written by James Bovard, which is a good friend of mine, lives in Maryland near D.C. And that Lost Rights book, he's like, damn. And it was very similar, come to think of it, and kind of the idea behind Empire of Lies that Charles just released. Now, Empire of Lies is published by the Libertarian Institute of Scott Horton, because the other publishers would touch this kind of thing, and it's doing well. He went on, we had the show up he did with Ron Paul. Well, hell, that's going all over the place. And Ron Paul's America, which was like 100 and something stations they were on for a while, was co-hosted like he does with, Daniel McAdams. It was Ron Paul and Charles Goyette. So that went on for a while. So then they had, go internet, because they are not going. This is what happened, because we were going so much against John McCain before he ran for president in 2008. They had people just like the everybody doesn't believe it until now, when you get all the Israelis and Elliston, whatever, buying up all the broadcast media. They bought the station we were on for 3 times what it was worth to get us out of the contract and off the air. This is how they do it, because they knew we were going to slam the crap in his home state on McCain. We were doing a good job of slapping him around. Now, with Israel, Charles wasn't shy about it. If it come up, and he didn't look to insert it just to, piss off everybody and target, but he didn't shy away from it. The vice president for the Zionist of America that I did on my Jewish-owned KXAM radio station out of Scottsdale that I did the morning show on when I first started doing radio was like, well, you're against foreign aid even for Israel? Hell yeah. Well, you need to interview. Absolutely, man. No even resistance. Bring them on. So I got this Scottsdale attorney that would come on my show. He was Zionist of America VP. Give your spiel, man. Let's do it. So I'd interview him. So with Charles, I said, I got just a guy for you. Boom. He comes on semi-regular basis, probably 2-3 times, to make his case. So Charles is not, the Jews did it, and if they didn't do it, they're going to do it, and we got to go after the whatever and death and destruction. That wasn't his shtick. It was just freedom's the answer. What's the question? Economics, gold, whatever. And foreign policy shouldn't be taken from poor people and, rich countries to rich people in poor countries, kind of thing. So, no. He didn't emphasize it all the time, but he wasn't shy about making his position clear. He's definitely not for this war in Iran. Definitely not about our foreign policy being that whatever's best interest in Israel. Definitely not, looking for some handout or going to save the economy with some more, authoritarianism or some crap like that.
Okay. All right. Well, look, no, I appreciate it. And then when you talk to Charles, just tell him I said yo. He knows it's from me when I say that. So look, a number of points that are about topical. But before I get into, Kent and Trump and all this stuff, some riffing off of what Ernie talked about, and I appreciate it. I want to just talk about Iran and culture for a minute, which is the C word that this time Ernie might actually be able to put up with it a little bit. I sent a video to Ernie a week or so ago, and it's okay. I know, Ernie, I sent a few videos. I try not to send much stuff to you, but stuff's so crazy now, and sometimes I'm like my fingers twitching. I really want to send it to him, but I know if I do,
well, be sparing. But I do watch what you send me.
And I do appreciate it. And respectfully, I know how much. I'm just to be able to send something to you.
Which means I get to send something to him that
is
true.
Well, we have a tit for tat, and I do watch it. By the way, just for the record, because of Ernie, our whole family's into Firefly, so I'm just telling you. Oh, I heard Firefly. They're doing a redo of Firefly. Did you hear about that?
It's an animated series.
Is that what it is? It's animated. Okay.
Because they're all busy doing stuff, but they can do an animated series to fill out the time between the end of Firefly and to the beginning of Serenity.
Oh, wow. That's what
so they get to bring back Wash and Book and all that stuff.
Ernie's already on top of it. All right, there we go.
Hey, man, I just watched the thing this morning, them announcing that some Comic-Con thing.
Well, you know what? Your geek cred still stands up. I'm proud of you. Geek. All right, so, hey, by the way, did you get that other email I sent? Sorry, audience, but there was the first time ever the all cast autograph signing is going on right now. Every cast member that's alive is doing a signing. So I was going to trying to get Ernie to whatever. You can sign a license plate, a T-shirt, like the whole cast.
I mean, who?
Who? The whole cast is signing. They're doing autographs.
Firefly.
For Firefly. Yeah. The first time ever they're all together. I know Ernie doesn't give a crap. But anyway, maybe I'll make that your special present. All right. So anyway, the thing is the culture. I sent Ernie.
Peter definitely would appreciate that.
Oh. Who?
Peter.
Oh, he's into that too? I didn't realize it.
Big time Firefly.
Oh, wow.
I got him a leather bound, all the scripts of the whatever thing, Yeah, what do you get a gazillionaire?
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, I'll have to think of that for him. Well, anyway, so as far as with, I sent Ernie a video that Savard and I watched. It was a beautiful video. It was we enjoyed it. It was like an hour and a half, whatever, which I know was a lot of time for Ernie. He is busy. But it was about Iran. It was a documentary. It was done about 12 years ago.
I watched it.
Oh, you did? We never got to chat about it. Well, thank you. So definitely we'll comment on it. But it was about 10, 12 years ago. So it was away from the current political info war bubble that we're dealing with right now. So and to be fair, it was government controlled, right? I'm just
right.
saying
He had a guy walking around.
Oh no, exactly. When I went to China, I was in China and Mongolia back in the 90s. And we had a person assigned to me, and I drove him crazy. He actually went drinking because he didn't realize I was libertarian-esque, and he was assigned to me, and I would just take off and do things, and he was running after me all the time. Oh no!
There was a young man that's good friends of Peter and myself and so on. Mm-hmm. That he visited. He lived in Shanghai for a while until recently because getting bad.
Right.
And he went to North Korea. and he sent me a postcard. And the postcard, I'm like, I get this postcard from North Korea. Well, one, you might as well make it a postcard because they're going to open it anyway, So he sent the postcard, and it says, "Oh, Ernie, I'm having such a great time in North Korea. Our great leader, Kim Jong grandson, whatever, whoever it was, his dad or him, I can't remember.
Right.
It's great, and it's awesome to meet up." I'm like, okay, I get it, So he knew that he couldn't just tell me what's going on there. He just wanted to send me a postcard from North Korea. But it was a flowering endorsement of North Korea, which means not, So there's that. So you're getting.
Oh no, it was funny because I was there in the '90s, and a lot of you guys don't know, but I was not. I don't want to say professional, I guess pseudo-professional inline skater. I used to teach inline skating way before people even really knew about rollerblades. It was like the first years that came out. And Ernie doesn't even know this. I used to write for Inline Skating magazine. So I was like, I was a contributing person. So like when I would travel around the world, I would take pictures and show them, and talk about what it's like to skate in England or Russia or places. And trust me, I was really good back in my day. I really enjoyed it.
Tiananmen Square.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I told you I was in Tiananmen Square, and I actually hung on to rickshaws going around. And I didn't realize that. I was told later I could have been arrested because I was skating in the bike lane that goes around this the whole Tiananmen Square. There's this huge bike lane, and of course, I had my skates. I would always get off the subways or the trains. And instead of taking a taxi, I'd put my skates on. I had a compass that would attach to my glove. And then I would use a map, and I had a little mirror on my glove. Like I was all rigged up and all back in the day. And I would, of course, at the time I had to use the bike lane because I could skate as quick as bikers would. Well, it turns out I didn't realize that the law was only bicycles are allowed in bicycle lanes. But of course, they had never seen an inline skate. Like I was one of the first people in America to have one, and all of a sudden I'm in China. And I'm in the bike lane. I'm speed skating around, Tiananmen Square, and I had all these like taxi cabs driving past me with people taking pictures. I'm like, why is it? It was crazy. And then the police were like driving next to me, and they'd look at me, and I didn't realize. And of course, they're looking at me, watching me, and then I guess they didn't know what to do with me because there wasn't a law against inline skating. They didn't. Plus, I'm with some white guy. They looked at me. I thought they were going to arrest me, and then they both looked. And they gave me the thumbs up look. They gave me the thumbs up. I'm like, all right, cool, and they let me ride around.
How tall are you, Phranq? You're like 6'2".
5'11". No, I've never hit 6, man. I'm still working on it.
Really?
5'11".
I thought you were taller.
Thank you.
Tells you how short I am.
Yeah,
I'm like
5'11".
5'9.5". Like everybody I know is taller. I take pictures. I'm like, God, did I shrink or something? What the hell?
No, I know. I just keep. It's like 5'11's the worst because you're like just 1 inch away to be a real stud. But anyway, taller. Yeah, exactly. I'm not.
Well, you're tall in China, that's for sure.
Oh my God! Well, when I lived in Japan, no. Any white dude out there listening to me right now, when you're an Asian, I lived with the Japanese for a year, and man, I had like bumps on my head because. Especially if they give you a bunch of sake, because in order to be personable, they always try to outdrink you, right? So they'd give you sake. When I was in Mongolia, they gave me stuff that would take the chrome off a trailer hitch, and I was like, oh my God, I was younger, I didn't even drink back then, and they would always, they were trying to be personable, and they're all excited. There's an American there. They would always try to impress you with drinking, and then I'd get up, and then I would forget to keep ducking, and I would just keep hitting my damn head on every doorway or every time you went to the bathroom, you bang your head. I'm telling you, it's a thing when you're a white guy. But anyway, so the thing is, this culture is that's why I bring it up on the show a lot. I have to tell you, for any of you listening, if you have an opportunity to truly live overseas, not just visit the Hard Rock Cafe in England, that doesn't count. But I mean, if you really get to, I know it's hard in our older age, but if you have children or grandchildren, I'm telling you, this is the best advice I can give anyone listening to me. You do anything that you can to get your children or grandkids to spend at least 6 months, if not a year, overseas. Make that your goal, because it doesn't matter where, but someplace where they don't speak English. You have to do that. the riches that come back, and the you know the I guess the goals and they're going to come back from that is just unprecedented. It affects your life. You see the world differently. You see America different, and I think it enriches you in ways that you can't even put.
You say that a gazillion times.
You can't even point to. Well, because it's that important. But anyway, so I sent Ernie this video on Iran. And thanks for watching it. I do know it was a little bit propaganda-wise because the guy that went, he was kind of a softie, but you know what? He did a good job. He was allowed over.
Yeah, this thing was probably a decade or two old, though.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, it was like 12 years old. But it was filmed well. It was in digital. It was high resolution, so it looks great on a 4K TV if you have it. But he went there, and he was one of the few people allowed fairly good access.
He was a nice, older, gray-haired, David Attenborough kind of guy.
Yeah, David Attenborough. It was just like one of those videos, right? So don't expect there was nothing political. It was just basically somebody getting behind the veil. It's like going to North Korea.
Look, they have paved roads.
It was like someone going to North Korea, in this case, Iran, and just showing, just a daily life. Because we hear about Iran and North Korea, and the minute you hear about it, you hear the political side, the adversarial, and the threats, and nuclear weapons, and they're not playing along with us, and whatever. You get into the political if you even know about it. But the thing is, these people, they have their own lives. To them, and this is key, in their world, this is all normal. Okay, they find a normalcy. Now, before anyone says, what do you mean, Sharia law? You think that's normal? Having women forced to put something on their head and blah, blah. Well, yes, there's always going to be people who think differently, but the majority, this is their culture, and it makes sense to them. And I know it sounds like just an excuse, but it's not.
All of them.
It's like these things all come together, and like certain things might not make sense, but other things do, and they find a way to make it work for them. If it was that overtly oppressive and evil, they would have a revolution. Anyone would. That's called humanity. When humanity hits that breaking point, they break. But if they're not breaking, and this is what the Trump administration and others are having a problem with, like, we told you guys, this is your time, man, revolt. We're doing you a favor, man. We're doing you a plus here. And then they're not doing it, and then they don't understand why. And now they have new excuses. Now the new excuse is because they're in a war and they have bombs dropping on them. That's the reason that there's not a revolution. So before the bombs are dropping, they didn't understand why they didn't revolt. Now they're saying they're not revolting because of the bombs. So maybe they're fairly happy with where they're at. I know that sounds like Iranian propaganda, but from someone who lived overseas,
propaganda, they didn't give a crap if they overthrew or not, or where they're going to do whatever the hell they wanted to do.
But so anyway, so that yeah, exactly. So I want to give just one quick example of kind of this concept where Americans get caught in their own world, and they have sometimes a hard time seeing things from another point of view. And now, for long-term listeners of the show, you've probably heard me say this before. Also, if you're a long-term listener of the show, I have empathy and pity for you, to be honest. But with that aside, I've talked about the issue with Asia and my and what happened with the changes under Clinton with the what was it what was the law that he passed it was
this result?
It was the law that Clinton passed at the time for not unification, oh my God! It was allowing outside countries
fair trade.
The fair trade agreement. Yeah, it was the fair trade agreement. Yeah, thank you. It was like towards the end of his administration, and so he was basically saying, look, we're going to allow you into our fair trade group, but we have a stipulation here, which is political on his end, and that was that China had to agree to stop allowing Chinese children from working at basically they agreed that they termed it sweatshops, right? So when children under the age of 18 are working in factories and places, right? So they were saying that was that was child abuse and all of this. And we will work. Oh, most favored nation status. That's what it was. It was the most favored nation status. They were considering allowing China in. There was a lot of negotiation around this. I'm sorry. That's what it was.
Yeah, fine. We don't need the kids. We got Uyghurs.
So they're like, hey, but so Clinton, and understanding Clinton, he's a Democrat, and the liberals are all about child protection, and at least in theory, we won't talk about Epstein's Island for child protection. Let's not go there. But it was all about let's take care of the kids. And you Chinese, we want to let you into our club, but you're just not as sophisticated as we are. You guys, you think you are. You're getting close. Yeah, you got nukes. Yeah, you've got an army. Yeah, you've got technology, but you just are not as sophisticated as we are, because look at how we treat our children. The children, which of course is the oldest trick in the book that politicians use in America, which is it's for the children. If you want to get a bill through, no matter how bad the bill is, all you got to do is tack on at the end. It's for the children. You're not.
They don't want mentorship.
Children.
They don't want internship. They don't want trade school. They don't want going after school and learning how to machine or do it and actually have a trade or be able to be productive or do something by the time you're 18, or do it when you're 14, 15, 16. You got to be a farm kid that they hire from the farm to be able to know how to weld or freaking put a bolt on. This is, they didn't do us any favors. This was the unions. This was, we need more labor. We need to limit the pool. The same thing they do with licensing for doctors. The same thing they do with all kinds of other stuff. It's control. It's not freedom. Freedom's the answer. What's the question? It permeates everything.
So that was the issue with how America was framing it, as if we had the moral high ground. And China said, they turned around and they said, who the F are you people? How dare you sit there and tell us that we're not allowed, that we're not sophisticated, we can't be in your club because how we treat our children? Our children are fine, thank you. They're sitting there, they're in schools. Our crime rate is lower than you people. We don't have the drug problem with our children. Our kids are working and helping support their families. But you know what?
And they're smarter than your children.
And they're smart. But you know what? We're going to go one step further. And the step further is, you people, you're going to dictate to us how we treat our children? Why don't we look at how you a-holes treat your elderly? Because you people take your elderly and you throw them in senior homes. You sit there, you take your parents who raised you, who took care of you, and then you charge them rent in order to live with you again. Rent? And then you kick them out, and then they have to live on their own. And then you put them in senior centers, and you put them in hospitals where they just lay in a bed with a bedpan and they die, and you just don't even visit them. Like the way that they, not to mention in Asia, when I was in Japan, every morning I would watch, of course, like Good Morning Japan, whatever they had their version of the show. And you would have, there was this old couple, it was twins. It was the Japanese sisters. They were identical twins. And they were like a national icon back in the day. They were 102 years old, these female twins. And every morning you get an update of the twins, about what they're eating. And they were just really cute. They call them okasans, okasans. And they were like grandmothers. And, it was very interesting to see them. But I have to tell you, as a white person, I didn't realize until I saw them how unusual it was to see very old people on television, let alone morning TV. Willard Scott. You guys remember Willard Scott? He was the old weather guy on like Good Morning America, whatever.
Yeah, the black guy.
Yeah. I think, no, he was the white guy. He was kind of like a big rotund white guy, Willard Scott. And he stood back in the 80s and 90s. And he would do this, he would do the weather, and then he would do a segment where he would say happy birthday to people who are over 100, and people would send their pictures in, right? Well, he used to do that. Happy birthday to Matilda from Kansas, 102, whatever. And he eventually got told not to do that because whenever he did the segment, they loved Willard Scott, but when he started putting old people on pictures of old people with wrinkles and baggy arms and whatever, the ratings would go down. People would tune out because people don't want to see old people in America. They want to see young,
That was the
sexy
end of the
20-year-olds.
show. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So they actually told him to stop doing it, and he did because of the ratings. And so this is kind of an example of American culture where we want to see young and sexy and not if nothing else, that's the prime demographic, for marketing materials. But yet in Japan, you see, it's amazing when you're there, you don't notice it until you see it, is how many elderly you see. They would have game show. They had a game show where they would have the contestants or like the judges were all 70, 80-year-old professors from Todai and Kodai. That's their version of Harvard and Yale. So they would have like these top professors be the judges on their shows. They were not sexy. They were not, hip. They were just smart and respected. And it's like you don't know until you see it. You see the contrast. So anyway, not to belabor it too much, but it's how they respect the elderly. Also, like in America, we talk about progress. If a house or a building is over 100 years old, that's too old. We got to knock it down. Progress. Got to put something new in. When I was in Japan, I'd be walking downtown Kyoto, and there'd be like, some buildings that were 1,000 years old that was just wasting space. Well, anyway, so then there's a quick story of my friend who I went to school with. He was from Korea. And I've told this story in the past. It's worth repeating. He said, Phranq, because we had a debate about this thing about elderly and this and that, and he's the one that explained this to me the best, and he shoved it up my butt. So I'm going to share it with you guys. He said, Phranq, look, it was like me arguing with Ernie Hancock, to be honest. I used to be an Ernie back in the old days. Sorry, buddy. And I was like arguing with him about culture. No, are you kidding me? It's freedom and this and that and that. He goes, Phranq, look, let me explain this to you. Because he was right from Korea. He was an exchange student before I went to Japan. So I didn't understand this this is before I went there. And he said, Phranq, let me tell you, here's an example. Imagine that you come home from work or whatever, and your home is on fire. It's burning down. And you have your mother and your daughter in the house. And you only have enough time to save one. Who would you save? And of course, I said, my daughter. And he says, of course.
Did I lose you? Yeah, I'm losing them. Phranq? Phranq, you're walking away from your Wi-Fi again. Yeah, and there he goes. Ugh. This is one thing that I wanted to insert anyway, and it's like I did it on purpose. When he talks about culture and these differences, it depends what your goal is. If your goal is to respect the elderly, to respect this, to do that, why? What is the morality of the country? What is their goal? The government. What do you say you do here? The emperor, the sovereign, the monarchy, the king, whatever. Those that have access to the pulpit, those that have access to whatever, they want to push what they want to push. What do they want to push in America? What they want to push in America is whatever serves them, the excuse for the children, whatever. The point is that you got to find out what it is that they're pushing and why. If it's for the children, a lot of times it's because they don't want competition with kids.
Sure.
They don't want the questions. They don't want the open mind. They don't want the, stop lying to me or serve my future interest or whatever. Nope, don't need to know that. High school up to 18, you're not learning, how to. They even had special classes in my high school of how to balance a checkbook. I mean, as if that wasn't like, should be standard material. No, what's standard is your pronouns. I mean, so this is, what is the goal? Who's in charge of that goal? Who's printing the textbooks? Who's getting paid for the books? Who's the Department of Education approving of your allowed the FDA and the CDC of what vaccine you got to have and can't, and changing the schedule, and judges stopping, putting a moratorium on you're not allowed to change even though you're the guys that are supposed to change, and we canceled the meeting of you redoing the schedule. What do you say you're doing here? So all the culture thing, I'm not against having the culture debate. What I am about is that what culture, you can't label it. The American culture is about melting pot, is about the proper role of government, defense of individual liberty, the culture of you get to say what you want, the culture of you get to buy, sell, trade, whatever. Freedom is the culture. How you wrap it, or what headdress you wear, what holidays you celebrate, what beer you drink, I don't freaking care. The culture of America is freedom. Right. Iran was that culture. Now they had, a CIA placed of scumbag Shah, authoritarian, we rule, whatever the hell thing. But what if they're really embraced freedom? And the competition to that authoritarian rule, where the people get to pick somebody else they might want to rule. Well, the democracy in Iran, is it as good, better, worse than America compared to what? Where is the freedom quotient? Where is the self-ownership? Where is, what do you say the philosophy of liberty is? That's where we're inserting ourselves. Right. And that is because of Phranq going on about this culture thing all the time. I'm going, look, I need to instill mass formation psychosis of freedom's about you own your damn self. How about that? So that is what we're competing with on them here. So all this conversation about culture, what culture?
Right. So first of all, sorry for the audience and for Ernie.
Quit walking away from your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I know. No, I have a full signal each time. I don't know what. I honestly have no idea what's happening. I've been doing this for years. And suddenly I'm in the same location today and we're having a problem. So who knows? So I apologize, but I don't really understand why. But with that said, I was right at the punchline. And of course, my phone went out. So the idea of my friend was saying is like, if you come home and you save one, obviously Americans save the mother because the daughter, because she hasn't lived her life. But the Asians in general would save the mother. And the idea is because you only have one mother, you could always have more children.
And that is not why.
No, I'm just telling you, that's what they were telling me. And look, I'm not saying that every Asian thinks that, let alone Asians in America.
You say this, and I never challenge you on this. No, I want to ask you a question on this. What do you mean? Oh, you said this a billion times.
That's all right. No, I know you've heard it. I'm just saying a lot of the audience has it.
Yes, they have. So this is what I want to bring up on that very point.
And then let me still continue my point. You're going to let me finish my point, though, after you ask the question? All right, go ahead. Ask your question. Go.
The reason that you have cultures that go, the mother. All right. The reason that America goes, the children. All right. Why? And you say culture. Why is that their culture? Nobody asks why anymore. Why is that their culture? Why is that our culture? Because we have been inundated either by religion, preference of the sovereign, preference of the deep state, preference of the academia, preference of, the media, preference, which I'm saying that they always go, the children. And a friend of mine, Greg Tibnan, he's a farmer in Missouri now. He goes like this, first, we kill all the children. And I'm like, what? And he goes, well, if it's always for the children, my enslavement, we'll kill all the children and I can be free. I mean, of course, he's being sarcastic, but the point that he was making is they keep saying for the children. Why? To take away our freedom, to take away our options, to take away the future being educated, being experienced, being in the workforce, being mentored, being interned. They're telling us, and it happened to Donna and I when we had our family restaurant. We had a pizza restaurant, sandwiches, whatever. So we had our children. They worked there. After school, after a football game, softball, that, whatever. On the weekends, they would do, whoever wanted to do it, work the weekend, they'd run it and make money, whatever. We got a visit from Wage and Price, or whatever the hell it was, the Department of Labor of Federal. The guy happened to be a member of the church that we went to. And he was like, and I go, whoa. Wait a minute. He goes, don't you think? I go, they're ours. The law is that if they're your children, child labor laws don't apply. It's like you're on a farm, a whole Chinese family at a Chinese restaurant, whatever. It does not apply if they're your children or grandchildren. So I'm going, no, they're my kids. And then he came back with, well, don't you think that, whoa, freaking whoa. Are you, as a representative of the federal freaking government that you go to my church, are going to tell me how to raise my children? That's what you're going to do. That's what you're saying right now. Is that what you're going to tell me? How do you think that's going to go over, fellow Christian? So eventually he just went away, and it kind of went away after he's threatening, Donna with arrest because she wouldn't answer his questions because I wasn't there yet. I came in, see him yelling at her. He goes, oh, shut this place down. Whoa, what the shit? And I had a, little personal pan waiting on me, and I'd sit down, get my drink. Okay, let's talk about it. What's up? Well, she wouldn't. I go, she had way more to worry about from talking to a Fed when I'm not there than whatever you're going to do. I can guarantee you that. So Donna did her job. Wait till my husband gets here. I'm not talking to you. So that culture was instilled through a government coercion force of a clipboard coming into my business, telling me how to raise my kids. Where did that culture come from? Come from coercion. It come from influence. It come from intimidation. The exact same thing that comes from other countries and their culture that was created by what? It came from the pulpit. It came from the great leader of from the podium of this is how you do it. Because I say. So when you're talking about culture all the time, I'm like, whatever. I don't care. I want the culture of freedom that used to be here, and they're beating it out of us over the last century. So you're going, okay, what culture am I looking for? What culture has been created? Why was it created? To support who or what? You go back biblically, you go back, Jesus' time of, gazillion wives and a gazillion kids, and I guarantee they were homeschooled and learning how to something. So it's the culture of what? The people that run the country, that have the most influence, that have the most television stations, that has the most radio stations, that has the most magazines, newspapers, YouTube channels. They're the ones that are creating the culture. That's the point. Libertas.earth.
Okay. Well, look, Ernie, can you still hear me? You still there?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So look, I'm not trying to trigger you over the freedom of American culture. I never talked about America. I'm talking about Iran. I'm trying to bring up Iran, and I'm trying to bring up the blindness that all cultures have often about other cultures and how it affects their politics. Look, I'm not trying to get into that whole thing of, well, it's got to be freedom, because that's Ernie's version of American culture. And look, it's not just Ernie's. I agree with him. I know Ernie has a hard time hearing that part. He keeps thinking I'm arguing against freedom. I'm not. But there's two separate things. There's what I personally want in my culture, just like it's what I want in my household. I run my household. It's my own personal culture in my house. Just like every one of you listening to me right now has your own culture in your house. How, not just whether you have Christmas or not, but how you celebrate Christmas. I mean, and I don't want to get too
if you even know how to spell it.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to get too pedantic on this, but there's the age-old issue. How many of you listening right now, Do you do your Christmas tree before Thanksgiving? Do you do it right after Thanksgiving, or do you decorate the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve, like a lot of people do? I mean, these are we're all
Depends
Christians,
what the
we're all
homeowner
Americans.
association says.
What's that?
It depends on what the homeowner association says. You're not allowed to put your Christmas tree up before Thanksgiving.
No, exactly, the homeowner association. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we all think we're all the same. We're Americans, we're Christians, and freedom, and all this. And yet, a lot of us would go down to the mat about when you do the decorations. And, when your kid marries another kid from another family, all of a sudden that becomes an issue. Like these simple things that you take for granted and you don't realize.
Ivanka's Jewish now.
Exactly. So I'm trying to talk about it in that perspective. I'm not trying to lock down for now, Ernie. We can save you and I our war about American culture later. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just
about humanity's culture.
Yeah, but what's humanity? I mean, it's like it's all. No,
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Oh God,
I
don't want to sound like a leftist, but there is a point about relativism, and that is overused with the left, like anything goes. But there is relativism about culture. People's cultures, you don't realize how you're just part of it. And this is why I'm trying to bring this up of what my friend talked about, is when he's saying that they would go with the elderly over the children. It's something that sounds offensive to Americans. They can't wrap their head around it. But it's a mindset that permeates everything, like I was hinting at. In America, when something's 100 years old, you knock it down, it's progress. Whereas in Asian cultures, they idolize things from the past. They don't care if it's high property values and you're wasting your property value. And look, it's downtown Tokyo. Look how much money that's worth. They don't care about that. To them, it's about history and prodigy.
Right.
And so it's just a different mindset that permeates things you don't think about, like having 100-year-old people on Good Morning Tokyo, and we don't have that.
Why do they care?
What's that?
And why? So nobody ever answers why.
Wait. What do you mean why? One thing leads to the other. One thing leads to the other. How is it you have 100-year-olds on Good Morning? Wait. Just ask yourself. You're answering your own question. Why is it that Willard Scott was told to shut down having, happy birthday to a 100-year-old? The ratings are bad. But in Japan, every single morning in the morning, wasn't it? We had old people with saggy skin and the game shows all over. So just, I mean, you might think, well, who cares about a game show and Good Morning, whatever? But it's just one little tiny part of this issue about culture.
The interest of the money.
What do you mean the money?
Culture was crafted so that they could have higher ratings for advertisers to charge more money. Why else? So I ask you this question.
Go ahead. I don't understand your question.
What is the foundational, basic culture of humanity? Where does it overlap that you can find the same interests around the world in general? I'm sure there's always outliers, to where people have more in common with each other than governments do. What is that foundational truth or culture that they keep emphasizing to justify polite society, getting along with your neighbor? Vote for me because I believe this, that we all agree on. What are those commonalities?
So, first off, I just have to say I have such a huge Joker grin just partying with Ernie in the morning and having these debates. I gotta say I love you, Ernie, even though you're wrong a lot of times. That's okay, but I still love you. No, but seriously, it's a great question. I would say, in all sincerity, if you boil it down, I think for every culture, at its foundation, it's the children. And I hate to sound like Bill Clinton about that, but I think it's the children. Even though, and I'm not discounting the Asians as if they're not, and trust me, they're not obtuse to this. But I think, if you don't take care of the children or the culture that gets passed on to the children. I mean, if you don't have any children, then there's nothing there. And that's kind of what a lot of the feminist leftists in America are figuring out. But I digress. But it's like if you don't have that down, then I think everything else
have what down with the children. What about the children?
Well, I just think if you're asking me what is one foundational element of humanity, of culture that unifies all of us, I would say it's whatever it is. I don't want to get into the details. The details don't matter right now.
Doesn't.
No, it doesn't matter. The details don't matter. It comes down to is making sure that the children propagate. That's it. Is that as long as the children propagate. Now, and again, this is a loaded issue. I mean, to me, that's the answer. Now, I know and this may not bode well for you because, and just hear me out, just you bite your lip for a minute,
quickly, please,
or go to the birthday, or if you want, and go to the bathroom for a minute. But let me give you an example. You can help the children with cultures that are both 100% Ernie Hancock freedom, the way he sees freedom, or you could have government control over a culture, and both of them could be best or good in their own way for the children. And let me just give you an example that's right here in America. Okay, so on one hand, you can say, I think it's best for freedom for the kids to do whatever they want. It's like, hey, if they want to, basically if they want to take kitty cats and put them on a catapult and throw them against the cactus, if the fact that they can do that if they want is the best for my children, because it means that if they can, destroy kitty cats and kittens against cactuses, it means underlining that is that they have the freedom to do whatever they want, to express themselves, to live the life in which they want, to protect themselves, their progeny. I mean, this is what they're able to do, right? So I'm not trying to speak for Ernie. God knows he can do it for himself. But I think that's in a nutshell how a diehard libertarian would look at it, is that the idea of killing kittens on a cactus is not to kill kittens, because Ernie Hancock actually has a soft heart. He's really a softy. I don't want to tell anybody else. But I mean, he really cares. But it's the concept underneath that. And so that is his version of freedom. And there's nothing that would change him from that. And God knows I've tried. That's okay. But on the other hand, let's look at the other example of freedom or lack of freedom and what's good for the kids, or what could be good for people right here in America. And that is, and this is factual, this is from the University of Pennsylvania, the only university in America that has a PhD program for the science. This is not quackery, what I'm about to tell you, and Ernie's heard this before, the science of happiness. Happiness studies. I've given speeches on this, and many of you, if you want to get the information...
I need a government institution tell me what makes me happy.
It's allowed for free, if any of you are interested. It's the University of Pennsylvania, the Science of Happiness Studies. That it is, all the information and data is for free, and they do this on purpose. It was created or started in 1999 or 2000 by a very famous psychiatrist who was head of the entire Psychological Association of America, good or bad. His name's Dr. Seligman. Well, I'm just trying to lay the pipe that I know I'm talking about on this issue. I'm not just throwing this out. And so if you're those interested, check it out. And basically, in the science of happiness, this is not kumbaya, pillow talks, workshop crap.
Okay.
They basically, 50% of happiness is genetic. We know that from twin studies. But the other 50% is how we deal with resilience, how we deal with other issues, okay? And how much community do we have? This sort of thing. Well, anyway, as far oh geez, what I was talking about with the happiness. Ernie, kill me here.
All right, my turn. You'll catch. You'll.
I'll remember. I remember. But
of course you will.
The happiness studies are very important about this. But go ahead.
This is
real
my
quick,
point.
and let me take it back after you. Go ahead.
This is my point. I want to get to the freaking news. I got other stuff I want to talk about. We always get bogged down on this, and it's frustrating as hell.
No. But it's not just about culture, Ernie. It's
No,
the
it's
whole
about
reason
what
I'm
I'm going to
bringing this
say.
up.
That's what it's about.
All I did is I sent this video to you about Iran, and the whole point, though, was just for Americans to see how it is in another country, the country we're bombing. And look, let's skip to the end version, which is that Americans have this mindset that we have it right and everyone else doesn't understand it. And the thing with the happiness study, I remember what it was. The happiness study was that it's also about control, how much control you have in your life. And it turned out that like Russians had low happiness studies or scores, even though they had refrigerators, they had cars, they had money, but they were low on the scale. Whereas people from Africa, in particular, the Kung Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert, they made a movie about it called The Gods Must Be Crazy. Many of you guys have seen it. They have nothing. They're walking around with loincloths and spears, and they're grabbing water from monkeys.
Mesmerized by a Coke bottle that got dropped from a small plane.
Touche. And yet the reason they made that movie was because of the very study that I'm talking about, is that these Kalahari Bushmen were the happiest people on the planet when they finally did this worldwide international study that took like 20 years to do. They're like, wait a minute, these people in the desert with nothing are happier than Hollywood moguls with like Lamborghinis and raping women and like Weinstein and all of this. I mean, how is it they're so much happier? And it wasn't about owning things. It was other concepts. And that's what it was. So anyway, I encourage you to look into that. But then they start saying, okay, if the Kalahari Bushmen are the happiest people on the planet and they don't own anything, they don't have refrigeration, they don't have cars, right? Like the Russians.
I thought it was Australian
but you know what they have?
Aborigines.
They have freedom to do what they want on their own, in their own culture, their own way. And so then they said, okay, well, let's look at different countries. And each country took this model and they looked at their own country, which we're not going to look into other countries. We'll just look at America. So who are the happiest people in America? You've heard me say this before, Ernie. Do you remember who are the happiest people? And I'll give you a hint. It's not libertarians. Nothing against our people. Who are the happiest people in America? Statistics.
Christian women.
No. Nope. I'll tell you the answer. The answer is the Amish. The Amish were by far, we're talking by 2 points easily, of a scale of like 10. They were the highest. In fact, I remember seeing one of the videos from the research team, and they interviewed this one woman who was Amish. Of course, she wouldn't be on camera. And every Amish rated their happiness level 10 out of 10. The average American back then, this is 30 years ago, was a 7 out of 10. Now, I can assure you it's not 7 out of 10 now. I mean, I don't know what the study is, but that was back in the 80s and 90s when we still felt like we still had control over our life. I would gather that we're probably as bad as the Soviet Union right now because we don't feel like we have control in our life. But back then, when Americans were a high 7, which was way above the average in the world, the Amish were 10s out of 10s. All 10s out of 10s. And they interviewed this one lady, and she only put a 9 down. I'll never forget this. It was like such a great interview. And they said, well, ma'am, how come you only put a 9 out of 10 down? And she said, well, because I didn't think it was polite to brag. I'll never forget that. But the Amish, again, you guys all know, they don't have electricity for the most part. They're not living our style. They don't have iPhones. They don't have any of this stuff. So, but yet they're the happiest, and they feel the most free to them. And so this is an issue that I try to bring up, like with the Japanese. They have a unified monolithic culture, which libertarians would abhor. Libertarians are like, anyone from around the world can come in, do whatever they want, any culture. And look, from a libertarian standpoint, I agree. So this is why I have ferocious ambiguity on this topic. Because as a libertarian, I get it. Ernie keeps thinking I'm the guy with the badge telling everybody how to live. You got to do it this way. No, of course not. But on the flip side, I've lived in cultures that are monolithic, and they are the most free and content and happiness that you'll ever see. The Japanese, the Bushmen,
are they snorting soma?
And the
Amish.
And the Amish are a good example, because if Ernie Hancock, with all of his freedom, tried to live with the Amish, they wouldn't allow him there. because he's not one of them. He doesn't do it their way. Now, Ernie's like, well, what do you mean your way? I got my way. I want to have my freedom. I want to do it my way. Fine. Free, you can do what you want, but you're not part of their group. When you're part of the Amish, assuming you come back after, what is it, when they're 20 and they get to go into the world and party it up for a year or two? I forget that word, spring heaven or whatever it is. But when they come back, when they decide to be Amish, when they had a taste of Ernie Hancock freedom, they either stick with the Ernie Hancock version of freedom, or they say, you know what? I can do whatever the F I want in the real world, but I go back to the trappings of the culture I came from,
blah, blah,
and
blah,
I am completely free in my own way. There's no stress. There's no crime. There's no. I mean, there is definitely politics and arguing. I mean, anywhere you go, it's called humanity. But the happiness factor of having everything that they need is there. And so that's what I'm just trying to bring up, is that it's so easy for Americans, especially when you deal with
cannot
when you deal with
accept
when you
my
deal
version
with policy,
because you can't.
My issue, Ernie, is when it comes to guns and the military. You and I can disagree all day, and you think I don't get it, and I think you don't get it, whatever. But what I'm getting to is when you get people who have not had this experience, who have the finger on the nuke, or they have or in our THAAD weapon systems for missiles, and we're sitting there thinking, oh, well, Sharia law, and these women with the headbands, and oh my God, they're all being oppressed, and they all got guns to their heads, and it's like, oh my God, they all have to be saved, and they just don't realize how much we get it. Well, you know what? I've heard this before from the Bill Clinton years when we're telling the Chinese that they're, and I know I said this, but it's like you're killing your children. They're like, our children are fine. You're killing your elderly, and our country can't even conceive of that. Because in our mind, it makes sense that the elderly are stuck in a senior home. I mean, I don't want to deal with them. I mean, it costs too much money. I can't afford a home nurse. I'm putting them in a senior home. What else do you expect me to do? Well, in other countries, that's not even a question. The whole model is different. But if you haven't lived overseas, you don't think of things you've never thought about. That's my goddamn point. And when it gets into foreign policy,
have you made your point yet?
That's an issue.
How much more time do you need to make your point?
A lot of
before I
time,
get to
because
make my
clearly we still don't understand this as a country, because Americans have not lived overseas, of course. And you and I are still arguing about this after how many years, Ernie? How many years have we been arguing
about it anymore?
Anyway, I still owe Ernie a vote of thanks because he watched the video. And I wasn't trying to have a fight with you.
I don't get a chance to explain myself.
No, I'm sure you'll have plenty of a chance, Ernie. But look,
when's that come?
Hey, look, wait, Ernie. Before you sit there and you tell me how wrong I am, even though you're wrong.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong. Can you at least? I'd like your honest opinion before you go into your political side about freedom. Can you at least just a little bit of humanity? What did you take away from, admittedly, government-controlled and edited, whatever, that video about Iran, and you saw the people were bombing. You saw that not everybody was. I mean, how many people are like, yeah, we like America, even though they're wearing their headscarves and this and that. You saw a culture that was, for the most part, copacetic. Does it mean that there weren't people that were fighting against it who still remember under the Shah from the 70s and the liberal Western Revolution that was wonderful on one level?
There's a question in here somewhere.
At the same time, it was definitely being paid for and controlled by the West under the Shah, and a lot of that was over oil, as Dr. Ron Paul, of all people, blatantly pointed out. So yes, women were wearing like mini skirts, but there was a cost for that, and that was we're shoving the middle finger at the culture of Persia, and that whole thing blew up in our face, as it always does. And Dr. Ron Paul stated that. But with all that said, when you watch the video, I'm really curious.
All got said.
With all that said, what did you learn or take away from the video? I'm just curious. Anything good from it, or anything that was that was new for you to see?
That every human being and culture, country, region, color, religion in this planet has way more in common than they don't.
Agreed.
That's what I got.
Agreed.
Okay, we're done.
Okay, we're done. All right. So let me just a couple of things. We'll get past that. So thank you.
Wait, I get to have my view
All
here.
right. Well, I still want to talk about Kent and all of that. But all right, go ahead. I've been talking for a while. Go ahead, vent. Go ahead and vent. Go ahead and vent.
Okay.
Tell me how the Amish are wrong for their culture. Go ahead.
Nobody asks why. The Amish don't get drafted. The Amish don't pay a lot of taxes. The Amish are left alone. Why? Because they don't interface with the government. They got an agreement back in the day of we don't want any benefits from, we're not taking Social Security, leave us aloneism. But then here comes the man. You're not allowed to, raise cows for other people's consumption. You're not allowed. So then what do? They come out and force and go vote. Who they vote for? Trump. Who we at war with? Iran. By who? Trump. I mean, so, we're free right up until we started voting, okay?
Wait a minute. By the way, and of course their meat, and also their meat. Remember the lawsuit? They're trying to go after them with the meat.
That's what I said, raising cows. Okay, so this is what my point, God, and I can't get Phranq to acknowledge this. He's going to go, oh, yeah, but. And I'm like, no, this is my point. This is what drives me. This is why I don't give a shit about getting new holidays or, how many scarves they wear or whatever I don't care. When you say a universal commonality between all cultures is what is responsible for the children, the upbringing of the children, the education of the children, the nutrition of the children, the having of the children. Who is that? What do you say you do here? So you get like Romania. They started, Ceausescu's, having baby factories. We're just going to raise a whole bunch of communists from the beginning. Damn grandmas teaching them patriotic songs, and you're not allowed. Okay. Head Start. We're going to have, we'll let you have your guns as long as we get to have all the minds of your children, which is what happened to Napolitano did here in Arizona. Yeah, you can have guns, the children, the school, and the shooting teams or whatever, as long as we get them at 3 years old in the nursery school that taxpayer funded we indoctrinate, because grandma is teaching them, how to shoot by 6. Who is responsible for the family? Is it the family? Is it that damn old masculine, misogynist patriarchy? Which is what they target, come after. We need beta males. We need freaking, pussy-ass wimp men. We don't need men. We need boys to do what we tell them. And we're going to use this inundation of media, whatever, to do it, to produce that culture. You have 4% of the homosexual community that, represents some population, but they're at least 50% of every freaking sitcom. The straight white male is freaking gone. Why? What purpose? The father, too stupid to rule, gone. Bring home the bacon and fry it up in the pan, feminism. Why? Why? Nobody asked why. It is intentional, it's on purpose, and it's directed at humanity to change humanity's support of Generation Next culture. So what is a universal culture? It's the culture of that which keeps humanity marching on, to keep it perpetuating,
Agreed.
to go forth and multiply, to have and raise children. You don't get to talk. To have and raise children. So this whole thing, when you want to talk about culture, what is the culture of humanity? If I came from multi-dimensional, other star system, galactic, whatever the hell, or I'm just AI. I'm AI, man. I can process all the information. I go, I could ask Grok right now, what is the general overlapping cultural norm for humanity on the planet Earth. I think I should do that when you start your next
No,
rant.
that's fine. No, wait, before we ask Rock, what do you think? Answer your own question. What do you think it is?
Who? Individual liberty, self-responsibility. Who is in charge of me? Who is in charge of my family? Who it decides what is or is not best for my children? Not some church member coming in with a clipboard from the federal government telling me how I'm going to raise my child and whether they should work at my restaurant. Not that. So
but what if you do? What if you think that?
I don't give a shit what you think. I want to be in a culture I'm allowed to think. I get to decide.
So can I ask you a question? Do you think the Amish themselves feel they're free, or they're in a cult and they're controlled and they have no freedom?
Don't care.
No, I'm asking you. What do you think?
I don't care. Why should
you're
I care?
A smart guy.
Well, once I care, then I want to
Ernie doesn't
them.
want to
I want them to do it right. They're
can't
doing it
answer
wrong. They should be. Why do I
in their
care?
position.
Why should I care, Phranq?
I'm not saying you should care. I'm asking you with your intelligence level. How do you think an Amish person sees themselves? Controlled or free?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh, that's such a cop-out, Ernie. Come on, man. See,
I think they're doing what they perceive to be in their self-interest.
That's the crux of our argument.
Why do you even care? Why do you even ask that question? Why?
Because it's the point of the matter is that you can be what you think is controlled, but they think you're free. In this case, the Amish. It could be the Iranians. It could be the Americans. That's what I'm saying is that freedom to one person.
Exactly.
It's relative to what. That's what my point is. And so
you want to be communist? Go be communist. You just can't make me do it.
The Amish are communists? You call them communists?
I'm saying you could be communist, socialist, a religious cult, Mormon, Amish, Mennonite, whatever. I don't care. You could do whatever you want. And after your year of going around whatever, and you want to go back there, or you want to create your own, I've been through this. We would go to the, polygamous northern strip, north of the Grand Canyon, still in Arizona up there. And you have these guys that you have one faction arguing with the other because one has private property rights and the other one, they move you into a church sanctioned funded house that you're there and your 10% goes to the whatever, and the more money that you produce for the church, the more wives you get to have according to the elders. I went through this and I'm going, don't care. Well, people that change from that, they go, no, we're going to have property rights. They moved down the road 10, 15 miles, started their own thing. Now they got property rights. Okay, cool. Peace out. Well, what do they think? Don't care. They don't like it. They go start something else. What do they need? The freedom to make that decision for them and their family, themselves, their children. And if you have the other religious, group come and say, well, you're doing it wrong, and your children now belong to us, we're going to save them from you. Wow. Who's responsible for Generation Next? Who raises their children? Why would anybody come back and tell another country like China, you're raising your children wrong? One, who the hell are you to tell me, oh, you want to do a comparison? Let's do a comparison, just like what you did. You're going, well, who's the happiest? Do I care? Well, do you got to care? No, I don't got to care.
I didn't say you have to care. I already know your taglines on your T-shirt. You got it tattooed on your butt, I think. I just don't care. I get it. I'm just trying to
Special agent not in charge.
That's right. I think Donna told me about it. But I'm just saying this, that overall...
I got that shirt they gave me. They wanted me to MC a thing in Washington, D.C., the big Ron Paul Revolution in the summer of 2008. And I said, I'll do it, but I'm special agent, so freaking not in charge. You guys do everything. Everybody's going to come up to me wanting to I send them to somebody. I am not in charge. If I don't have any responsibility for picking speakers, doing whatever, I am so freaking not in charge.
Okay, let me ask you what.
So I got a T-shirt.
Look, let me try and distill it down, and both of us can take a chill pill. Let me just ask you: can you? I'm not trying to set you up. I'm really not. But can you acknowledge?
You're not going to be able to.
We'll try. I don't know who's still listening to this arguing like old couple here.
Give it your best try, man.
Yeah.
Go.
But can you at least acknowledge, perhaps, that someone could be living in a lifestyle that you don't think is free, but they feel that they're free and they have
the majority of America.
Can you exactly live in America? I mean, this is the part that I guess, and I'll throw it to you. I'm not going to. I would promise I won't steal it and start yelling and talking too long. But like when I was in Japan, or with the Amish or the Iranians, and I'm not talking about, the political here, is that I have personally seen, not in Iran because I haven't been there, that video gave a little insight to it though, is that you can have people that they're living in a world that would never work in America, and they're homogenized. Wait. They're homogenized in their country and their culture. They all speak the same language. They all have the same religion. They all follow the same doctrines and holidays and whatever. Their kids all go to the same schools that are state-sponsored schools. In fact, in Japan, on any given day, every grade school is on the same book, in the same page, in the same grade book per day. Like that's how regulated the Japanese schools are.
Okay, and I get it. What's the question?
In their mind, they are completely happy and content with it, but that would not work with how Ernie would see it. But do you see the fact that these people, in their mind, they're free? If you sit back and say, well, how come you can do this and this? They're like, we don't want to. We're happy with where we're at, and they're free and they're content. I mean, you do see that what cultures that might be much more rigid than America, allowing people to have any religion, any language, anything, which would not fly in America, or definitely Ernie Hancock. But can you see how people who live in those cultures do not feel that they're oppressed? They are free, and they're often safe and happy, and it works for them. Can you at least acknowledge that?
Absolutely. And they have those enclaves, dysporias, what do they call them? Yeah, dysphoria, I think it is. It's cultures that, have left their home country and recreate it all over the world. Yeah, the Somali do that in Minnesota. You got, little China, little Italy, little, all across freaking America.
Right.
You have the Dutch Amish, they speak German. You got Native Americans that are here, never saw, I'm sure some never even saw a white man. I mean, so freaking what? That's not the point. Are they free to choose? If they're not, well, that's their problem. I'm going to go fix it. We're going to have a civil war. We're going to what? All I am saying, and I'm going to say it freaking again, and I can do it in a nano moment compared to Phranq, is that who is responsible for you? Who is the person that signs the check? Who's the person that's ultimately responsible? Who's the person that serves the time for their action? Who is the one that's negotiated with for their labor, or they're a slave? Who is the one responsible for the children that they are responsible for, if didn't have, or DNA is part of them, or whatever? Who and why? It always comes down, well, you have to acknowledge that somebody else wants to be a slave. I don't care. Be a slave. Knock yourself out, New York City. Pace. Let me know how it works out. But you can't tell me how I must raise my children. And the first thing we did, my oldest daughter, her 4 kids, was 3rd grade. I looked, what is this homeschool thing? You must, in Arizona, it's different than other places. Arizona, you have to inform the powers that be, whatever, that you're homeschooling, which I did. Did it on a little piece of paper, handed first day of school, said, our kids aren't going here no more, peace out. Last time we went in government school. At the same time, a decade later, when I started doing radio, we had a family that we were following in Massachusetts that you're homeschooling, you're not allowed. They sue them, they come after them, they charge them with criminal stuff, they're going to take the children away. Finally, it was negotiated that they had to take a test. You got to take the test. Now, of course, they beat the crap out of the test, but the family is like, I had them on my show back in 03, 04, and they're going, we're going to take your test. We're going to force take your, I don't give a shit what your criteria is anyway. What makes you think I give a crap what your test is? Your test is going to test them on what you think is important. They're my kids. So the lawyers negotiated with them, and this was the thing. They go, all right, you must present the children to this lobby or the conference room of a Best Western downtown or whatever for them to take the test. They had 3 kids. I think the 2 oldest that had to take the test or whatever, they were like preteen, teen age. They go in, they sat down at the table, they put the test in front of them, and they sat there and stared at it for an hour. They got up, gave it back, and said, hey, you said I had to come here, present, and take the test. I failed. Now what? Damn it! So this is what they did. They said, we have awarded custody or guardianship or whatever to the state, but we're allowing them to live at home raised by you. They would not give up the ownership of the children in America. So what is the common culture? It's not government edict. It's not government mandate. It's not government coercion. It may form in the mass formation psychosis that. It may become, and that's the argument here in America. It takes a village. Oh, the people should, control children a little bit. And I'm going, no. The common culture of humanity is based on their continuing to be a humanity, which is go forth and multiply. Have children. Be responsible for your children to the point that they're responsible for themselves. That is a foundational culture element in everything. But in communism, socialism, authoritarianism, ism of isms, they got their isms right here. And that ism is to support the ism. And how do we support the ism? With indoctrination starts with children, then it starts with adults, then it starts with everybody, everywhere, for everything, and your 1984 Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451, all over again. And that's exactly my point. So when you talk about these different cultures and how, I don't freaking care.
I know, I hear it a million times.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
All right, go.
So when you got an entire country with the power of our military, to whatever excuse we come up with for the children, for the people, for individual rights, Iran's often 30,000 of their people, they're doing whatever excuse you come up with, which, half of the problem you caused to begin with, to justify do whatever, because I don't care. The individual is what is supported by humanity continuing to propagate, to go forward, to not be extinct. Because if human responsibility for yourself and your family was not eventually the priority that gets people to resist the revolution, the civil war, to whatever, we would be extinct by now. Because power always collectivizes till it has the power to off any dissent, to go after anybody that doesn't toe the line, which is what's happening right now. You're not allowed to say it. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get a visit by somebody with guns and a clipboard. And if you keep saying no, you're dead. And if you're not dead, you're excommunicated from society. If you go, fine, that suits me just fine, and I go occupy the land or the sea or the space somewhere, well, then you're a bad example, and you got to be taken out for being a dissident. And that is what's happening right now. So when you talk about this culture thing, I'm going, what culture? Culture that supports humanity? Humanity even existing?
I don't care.
Continuing on?
Don't
and
care.
I don't care
I
what
don't
any
care.
other country is. It's me. What supports me? What supports me and my family on my family chat of my children, their spouses, and my grandchildren, and Donna and I? What affects that? That's all I care about. And we are responsible for the raising of our children and our grandchildren until they become responsible for themselves and their families. And that is a universal culture that cannot be suppressed for certainly more than 4 cycles. You know, the fourth turning, it always comes around throughout history over and over. It's called revolution. Round and round she goes. And we are in the final stage that we have the hubris, that we have the technology, and we have the military might that we think we're going to go change somebody else's culture to where that individual, that country, that family is no longer in charge of how they're going to live, and we're going to dictate it with this here bomb. That's what's going on. That will not sustain itself. Libertas.earth.
No, at the very end, what you said, I agree. That's kind of, I guess, ultimately, at least despite somehow our differences.
Free to choose.
Is that at the end of the day, when America thinks that we have some dominant culture, even though America doesn't even know what the hell the culture is, and then we're literally going through a culture identification problem. No, I agree. No.
That's what Ron Paul was saying.
No,
if we don't
exactly.
do this now, we won't even know what these words mean.
Yeah, no. Seriously, I think we agree, at least in the meta point, is that we had a culture, and we don't have a unified culture now. And yet, at the same time, we don't even know what our own culture is, and yet we're trying to export it. We're exporting our culture that we ourselves are going through a culture war about. We call it the culture war. So if we're calling it a culture war, and we're exporting supposedly our culture, at least we're still trying to. Before we did, Elvis, Michael Jackson, George Lucas, we can go all day. I mean, we've been exporting our culture. We exported our debt. We exported our military. And yet most Americans don't even know another language or never traveled and don't know anything about the world. Yet we're exporting everything to the rest of the world. And now we're wondering why we're getting some blowback from the rest of the world. It's not just about money or about history or about the Middle East, as Dr. Ron Paul, God bless him, and he's correct about. There's many components to it. But yeah, no, you and I are in agreement there. I would, and look, I'm not trying to bait you on this, but let me just ask you a question. Like, do you think, who is be more free? And again, free is, oh man, this is such a, with normies, this is a more fun discussion when you're dealing with Ernest, the Ernest Hancock, and I say that with some reverence.
Yes, I'm that libertarian.
Yeah, exactly. This is like a minefield. But, hopefully some of you, a few of you, at least 2% of you, give me some credit for taking on Ernest here. I know hopefully 2% of you do. But it's like, all right, so if you're looking at two groups, right? You have, imagine a group in Ernie world, which is everyone does whatever they want. So imagine you have 1,000 people all living in on an island. It's like Lord of the Flies, right? And you're all on an island, and each person wants to do exactly their way. They want their language, their religion, they want their foods, they want every single thing done their way, right? Their own way. And they're like, I'm free. I got my own flag. I put my own flag down. And the other guy that's 100 feet away, he's doing his own thing. And, maybe he goes to sleep at a different time. And he plays rock music when you're trying to sleep. And, it's like everyone's doing their own. He's got different foods than your foods. And everything's different. Now, you could be free. if everyone supposedly agrees, but it is insane to think that you will have tranquility in that situation. And this is the quandary. And I mean it. I'm not trying to knock libertarians because I still see myself as a libertarian. Ernie, of
Make
course,
your point.
Ernie's like kick me out of the club. But the thing is it's like if everyone does their own thing, you're going to walk on other people's toes. It's just going to happen. I saw this at the Jackalope conference or whatever you call it, with the camping, which we all did. Everyone wants to do whatever they want. And there's some people showed up. They decided to do a rave with loud music until friggin' 5 o'clock in the morning, but with a nonstop burn, 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 burn. It's like nonstop. Well, they got to do what they wanted to do. Their freedom. But,
and other people are free to not go.
The rest of the group's like, you know what? I can't deal with that. Now, of course, Ernie's like, but they got to exercise their freedom. So, okay, everyone gets their own freedom, but very quickly you realize you're not always compatible. So either you leave or you have to have an aggregate where you start to vote, which Ernie, of course, won't do. And you say, all right, 51% agree that when it's past midnight, we should have no loud music because how many of us have children who have to sleep?
Oh,
and
yeah,
blah,
a bunch
blah,
of libertarians
blah.
give a crap about 49%.
Now, none of this includes Ernie, because Ernie's just sitting there having a musical gangbang going, yeah, freedom! Yeah. So we all give credit to Ernie. He does his own thing. He doesn't care about anything. He just doesn't care. But for the rest of people who have kids and looking at different timings and this and that, this becomes an issue about having loud music that you literally cannot sleep. And any one of you listening who've been to Jackalope,
what's your point? Skip
my
to the end.
point is that is ultimate Ernie version of freedom versus a group of people that have the same language, the same foods, the same everything. Like, for instance, if you have a food store and everyone eats the same foods, the food store can keep everything stocked for having sushi or wasabi or whatever that you want. You never run out of food. But if you have 1,000 different people with 1,000 different cultures and 1,000 different foods that they like to eat, then how do you get the food? Now, before Ernie says, grow your own food, you dumbasses. That's what I'm doing. I'm having my own farm. Okay, fine. So everyone has their own farm. But if you don't have a farm, because maybe in order to have an industrialized society,
you're probably incentivized to have your own farm.
You happen to have a city, because not everyone can be a farmer.
Probably incentivized
Otherwise,
to live in the city.
Otherwise, no point of farmers, because if everybody, if nobody was in a city and everyone had their own farm, then I guess you're growing your own thing. But then again, it comes back to how do you have a society that has enough of an economy to fight against people who don't all live off of the land?
Oh my God!
Who have cities.
You are so full of straw
I
men.
am not. I don't understand.
Yes, you are.
You're just not pragmatic.
You cannot.
You're not pragmatic.
So man, you are freaking killing me.
My question is, how do you have people that are all living? If you have 1,000 people all living, doing their own thing, Ernie style, with their own freedom, then I guess, and I'm truly not trying to be facetious. You might see that as absolute freedom. That you have your own plot of land, you got your own square acre, and you do whatever you want on that square acre. You can pound sand, you can send off fireworks. You can do whatever. So you're free there, but the local food store doesn't have enough food for maybe what you want unless you grow your own, because they have to have Indian food and they have this vegan food and they have to have Muslim food and they have to have Russian food and they have all these different foods. And look, and I'm nothing against cultural foods. I'm just saying, if everyone's doing their own thing all the time, their own schools with their own religions, their own cultures, their own everything, then you have to do everything on your own. And you know what? Ernie's view is, thank you, Phranq. I want to do it on my own. I want to do everything on my own on my plot of land with my bulldozer. And by the way, no slight to Ernie. Ernie's doing awesome with what he's doing. I'm just saying it. Just God bless him. But I just mean, if everyone does their own thing completely from scratch, maybe that is the ultimate. It is the ultimate sign of freedom, and a culture that allows that level of freedom. And I will never take that away from you. But I'm just saying, how many people look at that themselves who are not that libertarian bumper sticker as freedom versus others that look at the
what? Oh my God, Frank's cutting out so I get to talk. All right, this is about when it hangs up and then he calls back in. The jackalope thing is a good thing, as a great example, and a decade-long experiment that went like another 3 or 4 years. It's still going on, but this is what happened. Could you have a freedom gathering that no one was in charge, so everybody was, that could go and just camp out with, you know, a few of their besties, and you get hundreds of people and families there to do whatever? Can you do that? Sure. We did it. For 10 years, 10, a decade, I'm going, nope, you don't say where people got to camp, families over here, this over here, stage here, that. Nope, there's no organization other than spontaneous order, and that people do what they want to do when they want to do it. Like a good neighbor, don't be rule 1, don't be a dick. There was only 2 rules. 1, don't be a dick. 2, you can't drive your vehicles on the marsh. They had it cordoned off with railroad ties and, you know, telephone pole, whatever, because it got wet out there. People sank, messed it up, got to go save them. Got, you know, march out there, play, kid, whatever. Don't take your vehicles on the marsh, you moron. Because people would do it and kind of, you violated rule 2. Oh, yeah, what was rule 1? Rule 1, don't be a dick. And one of those things was, don't drive in the marsh. Other than that, you do what you want. 10 years. Went up and down, a little loud here, a little this, have a little meeting, everybody talk about, yeah, it's all good. But then it started to be successful, so it started to be kind of more organized. Oh, we could charge a little bit, get better bands. Yeah, we could have a list. We could get a community. We'd have a culture of somebody's in charge of a committee of the yada yada. Go, man, I'm out. I already had my experiment. It works as long as you don't have anything that'll kind of, you know, have too much coffee one year, not enough the next year. But I get to go camping with, you know, hundreds of my new best friends, and if I want it, I bring it. Okay, you don't want it there, you know, fine. Move down the road, dude. Whatever. It was an experiment. Well, what happened? No one owned the property, so because it was Forest Service, so anyone could come. Nobody could kick them out. Nobody had the force of arms. Nobody was the sergeant at arms. If you're not allowed, you've been excommunicated from, because it wasn't organized. Then we go to Rogers Campground, where Pork Fest is in northern New Hampshire. They're probably not going to have the traditional Pork Fest this year. Why? Because it got to where people tried to control it too much. Crosby, the owner, he was like, peace out. You guys do what you want. You know, pay the thing. You know, don't, you know, harm anybody, and, you know, I don't care. Okay? Peace out. I'll protect you from the tax man. Do you have a food license to do that? What do you say? You know, where's your sales kind of our cut of the cut? Nope. You're not allowed to go into the campground. Keep your shiny badge out here. You know, you're not. They do whatever and peace out, which is what happened. And the value that Crosby gave that event was to insulate them from government action. They were for what was internal and were allowed by a private property owner to keep the government out, but they were the ones that managed and rented and ran the event, so they could excommunicate and kick out whoever they wanted. And as a property owner, if they needed him to exercise property rights, they'd kick him out. Well, then that becomes contention and who you kicked out, and, you know, you did it wrong, and ouch, quit it, you know, crap happens. And after a decade or two, you know, you just run into whatever. And a lot of times, it's infiltrated. You have what's called coolers. They need to cool this freedom thing down. They come in and they start a whisper campaign. They troll different things. They got bots that have. I've seen it all because I've been around a long time and I paid attention. Then I got my own property. I go, you know what? I got 18 acres. I could have, hundreds of people come out here and set it up and RV and kind of in the nice weather, it's usually April, March, April. It's about, right now, it's about the nicest weather. The winds aren't really high right now. It hasn't got, oh my God, hot. At night, it's cool enough to have a fire. It's got, maybe a month ago, February might be good. Certainly October, first, half of November, whatever. I could do that. But then I'd have people on my land, and I'd have to excommunicate some. I go, I don't want you. You can't change your transmission on your freaking RV here. You can't. This is the rule. So then came Midfest out of Oklahoma, Spavinaw, Oklahoma. But he knew that it had to be on private property. It is a campground that was trying to family friendly up. They've been working on it, fixing a lot of stuff. Tornado hits here to get to redo that and so on. Had a bunch of Harley Davidson, big, marijuana festivals and stuff there to kind of, want to tone it down a little bit more. We got all these anarchists. They're way more family friendly, way more self-responsible, way more not in charge, way more just pay them your rental fee and rule one, don't be a dick. And Mike, what's his last name? Swatek. Mike, his first jackalope, he was so inspired that he goes, there needs to be one in the middle of the country. So he goes in Oklahoma, he finds this place, and they have rules. Rule one, don't be a dick. Rule two, do that, do that, do that. So, music, dogs, kids, how to be a good neighbor. Ultimately, it'll come down to the property owner. Will kick your ass out with us golf clapping on the sidelines, be gone. So, who are the people that come in? Well, I want to walk around naked all the time in the whatever and go to the pool and the shuffleboard and cat. Nope, not allowed. You won't respect our preferences there. You can't come anymore. Well, I want to have naked zombie dancing, pleasure dome of the whatever bondage display. We'd rather not, or can or required to, whatever. You set up your own rules. But what does it come down to? From personal experience of having been all around the country, looking at different living conditions, you have intentional communities, unintentional communities, municipal communities, out in the county communities. I'm far enough out there, ain't no communities. What is the best? In my opinion, the best is you get to do whatever the hell you want, except on my property. And if you do not respect that this is my property and that I get to have the peaceful, continuous use of my property, which that has come up in law, which includes what? Shiny lights, laser beams going in your backyard? Or big rave kind of, that's not the peaceful use of my property. But it's off my property. So this is where you have, what jurisdiction do you have? Where do you have this judge? How do you get along with each other? What kind of neighbors do you have? Which is why, brings up Donna and I, there's properties around us in like 10-acre allotments. We're waiting for the big giant crash. They go down. We may be buying all the property around our property. Why? For the peaceful use of our property and the insulation of our property. We have that freedom. Hopefully we have that financial option. And when things go to shit, we just might. So that was the lesson that was learned. What about them? I don't care. We want to
Can I ask you one about?
We want to live in liberty. We are free You can in a moment. We are free to make use of our hands, our life, our labor to create and attain our justly acquired property. We are free. But are you at liberty? Are you at liberty to do that? What jurisdiction, what claim on my life and my freedom does something or somebody else have to tell me I don't control my property, my family, my children, my food, my air? See, I get it's so fundamental and basic. And everybody brings up straw men. What about? And I'm going, what about my freedom to choose? My freedom to set my own standards on my property. What about that? Nope. Can't talk about that. We got to talk about somebody else somewhere is either doing it better or doing it wrong or doing it so I got to worry about something else or who's going to rule me or who's going to be my president or who's going to pass some law or who's going to, that mental effort is not in my psyche. I don't fucking care, and it doesn't matter. You're trying to make it matter. You're trying to give me a circumstance that it should matter when it really doesn't. And in that environment, in the early 90s, when you have homeschool, what's that? I yanked my kids out of school. Not a hesitation. Now, I always learn the risk. What am I risking? What is it that I got to contend with? How hard is this to do? What am I going to... So I go through that and evaluate the risk. And I keep thinking more and more of me going down the Social Security Administration for me to be, able to get my Medicaid, Medicare, whatever, or, get my Social Security money back if I got what. And I'm just like, I guarantee they're going to want me to sign I totally agree bubble of whatever. I think I'll go down to see the first moment in the parking lot where they do that. They do that. I don't need your benefit. And that's Jay, Noon, and Derek, and all these guys. They're like, man, you don't ask for benefits from the government. But then just recently, a good friend that's just totally out, I don't want to mess with it, gets a visit from the IRS. Wants to explain it to you. So tell me, what is it you do here? You got a bank account. We're seeing that you're transacting and doing, there's some money in there. But you say you're not susceptible to the tax man? Well, we're here to argue with you. Then you got to make a decision. Do you pay the extortion fee? Donna and I do. All right, here's all the money you see goes to Rebecca. Here's all the money. Here, and this much. All right, this is my. Do I get my roads fixed? No.
Can I ask you a question?
Anything? No.
Can I ask you a question? So, how do you...
I don't know. Is it a 10-minute question?
It's a 20-second question. How do you, Ernest Hancock, define or interpret the two terms, freedom versus the word culture? How do those interact? Are they, comparison, contrast? How do you see them, those two words?
How do you compare a dinner fork with a car tire?
I'm asking you, and just so you know, I'm setting you up.
That's how I compare them.
Because I'm your friend.
Culture and freedom don't have anything to do with it.
Hey, because I'm your friend, I'm setting you up. I'm just letting you know because I love you. But
no,
how
do
they
you can have a culture of freedom, but can you have a, freedom culture? Yeah, I guess so. But I don't even understand the context. It's comparing dinner forks with tires. How are they related? What are you saying? I could have a culture, and I can have freedom. I can have a freedom culture or a culture of freedom, but the words by themselves are freestanding. What do you mean?
Okay. Are you done? Is that your answer?
I'm asking the question. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
They are isolated individual words. You could have a freedom culture or culture of freedom, but freedom and culture are not necessarily linked.
Whenever I say the word culture, your blood pressure goes through the goddamn roof. When I mention freedom, I'm like, freedom, whatever I want to do freedom, and Phranq doesn't understand it isn't getting so thick-headed. So how do you define freedom versus culture? I'm just curious. And by the way, because I love you, I'm just saying I'm setting you up for
Well, do the setup because I don't understand what your question is.
I'm just asking. Do you see freedom and culture the same,
Can you
different, or
have
what?
a culture without freedom? Yes. Can you have freedom without a culture? Individually, probably. Family, yes. You know, I see they're isolated. They're not. You can't. It's not like you can't have one, you know, without the other. Or the other has to require the other one. I don't understand your point.
No, I'm not trying to be a complete jerk about it. I'm just asking because, you know, if you always talk about, you know, whenever I bring up culture, you always get triggered, and it's always about freedom, and you think that, and you know, trying to be sincere. You know, you feel that I don't see what you're seeing. Yeah. To you, it's like, I don't care what culture it is. I don't care what color you like. I don't care what holiday you celebrate. I don't care what food you like. It comes down to freedom. Do I have the right to celebrate whatever color or culture or food or religion or holiday or clothes or whatever?
Who's in charge of me?
I'm sorry?
Who's in charge of me? Am I or somebody else? Is it a culture of you're at liberty to use your freedom? That's the culture?
Wait,
you're at liberty to drink whatever beer you want?
You're just complicating the goddamn issue. When I...
Wow.
You are. You just want to complicate it. So
I'm trying to simplify.
If my daughter wants to celebrate Christmas and wait for Santa to come, I mean, is that because she's being controlled, or is that culture?
A lot of times they overlap.
Touche. Oh, you're getting close to my world. Don't do that, Ernie. You're going to get yourself in trouble. All right. So let me get to question. All right. We all ready? Are you ready?
And this is the last one. We got to go.
I know we have
to
stuff to go to. Wait.
Same damn culture argument.
Killing me. No, this is important. I know whenever Ernie gets caught in a corner.
It's important for Phranq to try and get me to say something.
Just so you know, whenever Ernie gets caught in a corner, he always says, time for the news. Time for the news.
No, I'm thinking of the audience.
That's when you know Ernie's losing because he always goes, it's time for the news.
No, that's when I know the audience is gone.
No, that's when you're doing it. No, I already know. All right, here we go. So, who is the most libertarian person you know? What would you say? Besides Ron Paul. Thomas Jefferson, maybe? Sam?
You know, you got to define libertarian.
All right.
How many libertarians can dance on the head of a pin?
I'm leading the witness here. Thomas Jefferson. Hopefully Ernie knows who Thomas Jefferson is. And I don't think Thomas Jefferson was a woke, blue-haired liberal. So let's just go with that.
The purpose of, he writes, he wrote it down, declaration. The purpose of government, defense of individual rights. When they don't do that, it's time to alter, abolish. It's your right, your duty. Boom. Thomas Jefferson.
Well, Thomas Jefferson, and I put in Thomas Jefferson and slavery, or slaves. You can put different versions in there. So I'm just going to give just a quick paragraph. I hate to read on a radio. Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration, owned over. How many slaves did Thomas Jefferson have? Do you know, Ernie?
I don't know, like 100 or something. 60, whatever. It wasn't a gazillion, but it wasn't a couple.
Well, Ernie,
and he inherited them from his, wife's family or something. And he was more about, hell, he was making love to him and had a bunch of children from him. So it wasn't like he didn't like black people. It was he was protecting them from slavery more than anything else. If he put them out and sold them, he kept the families together. I mean, there's a whole other background of why he had slaves.
Right. Wait.
Beat them.
Hey, look, so there's, I already see, guys, Ernie's getting triggered here. So Ernie's already wrong because he doesn't know the number. Thomas Jefferson, the writer of the Declaration. And by the way, I don't make sense to the goddamn beginning here. I love Thomas Jefferson. I am not a blue hair. I'm not sitting there saying that Christopher Columbus was an a-hole, not discovering America. Let me just get all this for the leftists and CIA people listening, okay? Just, I'm on your side, audience, okay? But I do have Ernie Hancock, who was kind of a, let's just say it's a piece of work and it's challenging. But I love Ernie. But anyway, he said about 100 slaves, right?
No,
He's
I have
wrong.
no idea.
No, I know you don't know. It's okay. Not that I'm an expert. Thomas Jefferson owned over 600 slaves during his lifetime, with around 130 that were still alive at his Monticello plantation at any given time. While expressing, I'm just reading this from, Chatbot, so, give or take, whether Chatbot's lying to me, I'm just being upfront. While expressing that slavery was, quote, deplorable entanglement, unquote, end quote, he remained a slaveholder until his death, freeing only 10 slaves. He also enslaved Sally Hemings, with whom he had several children.
Yeah,
Now,
called marriage.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to Donna. I'm just kidding. But no, in all seriousness, I'm not saying this for the audience, and Ernie knows me enough personally. I'm not trying to bash Thomas Jefferson. I'm not trying to take away the credibility and the profundity of what our founding fathers were. I mean, none of that BS that they want to spin. I want to be very effing clear, and Ernie knows this, but I just want to know any of you leftists or anyone who listening in trying to spin crap. That is not what I'm saying. I love Thomas Jefferson. He's a hero.
Well,
He is the
we're waiting
reason.
for you to say it.
All right, blah, blah, blah. All right. I mean, I get it. But I just want to give Ernie a hard time here because, that's what I'm paid to do, is I want Ernest, and I can't believe I'm turning it over to him because I have some more stuff to say. Before we get to the news, don't be grabbing the mic back. I got a few things about Joe Kent still. But I'm being nice. I'm a nice.
We got to wrap it up, man.
I know we do. I'll be able to do it fairly quick.
You did this culture thing.
No, because this is an issue. But I want to throw it to you, and I'm not trying to stick it to you. I'm really not. But I'm trying.
Stick it, man.
You get triggered every time, and the fact that Ernest gets triggered, audience, should say something to you. I won't say what that means, but I'm just saying it should say something to you. But I am just pointing out with Thomas Jefferson, because Ernie, whenever I talk about culture, Ernie says culture and freedom are like completely opposite or like independent terms. So without using the word culture, because Ernie's blood pressure goes up, and when Ernie's blood pressure goes up, then me being a doctor, I'm on the loop. And, I'm responsible for Ernie, so I don't want my, liability insurance to go up. So without getting Ernie upset, using the word, culture, how does Ernie describe Thomas Jefferson, who was probably the penultimate libertarian, and about liberty and freedom and do whatever the hell you want? Because if Ernie can find some libertarian that trumps, I'm being a little facetious here, then Thomas Jefferson, I'd like to hear it from Ernest. But if we assume that Thomas Jefferson is the pinnacle of liberty, and he's got 600 slaves, all right, I'd like to hear from Ernie without using the word culture, because Ernie's not allowed to use the word culture. Otherwise, I'll bust the ass of him and flip out, and my blood pressure goes up, and then his doctor dies in front of him. But I'm curious, how do you explain or describe the ultimate example of libertarianism, Thomas Jefferson, 600 slaves, without using the word culture? Go.
Why?
Because I'd like to hear an explanation. Because you keep thinking they're disparate issues.
You put a bunch of
Go ahead.
A bunch of things in there that are very challengeable. One,
Go
ultimate libertarian, Thomas Jefferson. I never said that. The only respect I have for Thomas Jefferson was his advocacy for the rights of the individual. You had like John Adams going on about America. We can even have our own king. Let's call, George Washington. He can be king. We have a government. We just got to have a king. We got to compete on the international level or whatever. Then Hamilton's the one that did the Constitution. Jefferson was in France. He had nothing to do with the Constitution. He was representing us there. So it's, making babies with Sally What's-Her-Face. So I just like, this is, the comparison, using Jefferson as a slave owner. I go, well, what are you, a progressive? I mean, so I don't see.
Stop the ad hominem attacks. Just go with the issue. How do you define the ultimate libertarian? No, you're not. You're doing ad hominem attacks on me.
No,
and
you're looking at.
No, go ahead and answer the question.
I can't, because you asked me as a great quintessential libertarian Thomas Jefferson. I would never do that. He's way more libertarian than a lot of other guys. But, what's my top libertarian? I don't know. Probably Rothbard, L. Neil Smith.
Ron Paul?
Ron Paul is a really good example. But, it's hard to have someone that, is a congressman. When I say Massey's a libertarian, yeah, probably Ron Paul. Maybe not, ran so much. That's why it stuck with me so much. Yes, I'm that libertarian, because it came from a speech that was one of gentlemen run for president in a presidential debate one year back in, whenever, it doesn't matter. And it was, yes, I'm that libertarian, the one that libertarian that does this, and I go, that's it. We did bumper stickers. Yes, I'm that libertarian, which I used to have on my laptop in our old studio. And I'm going, yeah, what is that libertarian? Well, who is that libertarian? Well, I'll freaking raise my hand. I'm that libertarian, Well, when you say, how can I defend somebody that had slaves being a libertarian? What makes you think I could or would want to? I do go back and I have checked that out and did the history on it, and how many did he actually buy? How many did he inherit? What would have happened to him if he, freed him and let him go? Some that, probably wanted to be freed and had somewhere to go, he freed. There was, a dozen or more, some that he freed. Then you get, all right, well, who wants to be freed? Man, I got pretty good over here. I'm eating and got a night, and they're giving me some kind of freedom, and they're, don't hate me or think lowly of me, and I'm protected from the other slave owners. Right? We can do a whole movie on it. Matter of fact, I'm sure there have been. So the thing is that when you say, what was he a victim of? The circumstances. You can say culture. You can say whatever the hell you want.
You're not allowed to say culture.
Well, don't. It was a product of his circumstances. When he wrote the Declaration
You're not allowed to say that.
The Declaration of Independence. When he wrote the Declaration of Independence, and he put in life, liberty, and what was very popular because of John Locke, they were influenced by a few decades before, life, liberty, and property. Well, he didn't want the property to include human beings, so they put in pursuit of happiness as opposed to property for that reason, because they didn't want to perpetuate the slave trade. Well, and then the abolitionist thing was going on there and in England and yada, 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 yada. So they were products of their circumstances.
Culture. Just say it, Ernie. I know it pains you, but that's the point. The word culture is what you keep dancing around. Do you understand? That's the point.
I don't mind using the word culture, but it doesn't really apply because there were so many. In fact, an entire North that went to war, and hundreds of thousands of Americans killed by other Americans died to not have slavery.
Agreed.
So it wasn't really ingrained in our culture as much as you try and make out.
It was, though. How could
hundreds of thousands of people died for them to try to eradicate that from the circumstances, and you won't acknowledge that.
Oh my God! How do you defend? And look, I'm from Philadelphia. I was born in Philly. So I got some Philly cred, not to mention I know the right type of cheese.
So there wasn't a Civil War.
And besides, I know the right cheese to put on a soft pretzel. Ernest doesn't.
There wasn't a Civil War. That didn't happen?
No. All I know is if you know about soft pretzels in Philly, you're a real Philadelphian and you know about history. But with that said, I'm just saying, how do you in any way, Ernest, and I'm not trying to be an ass, but maybe I am, how do you defend the ultimate libertarian who wrote the Declaration of Independence? You always keep trying to shove up my ass about the Bill of Rights, and I don't say that in a bad way because Ernest is right. At the end of the day, the Bill of Rights trumps Ernest Hancock's favorite word. It trumps the Constitution, and he's correct, and he should be. But how do you turn around and say, and by the way, the Bill of Rights was not just Thomas Jefferson. It was other people, just to be clear. But Thomas was definitely part of it. But how do you defend someone with the ultimate Bill of Rights that Ernie says, I don't give a crap what Phranq says. If it's not the Bill of Rights, it doesn't matter. Constitution doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Bill of Rights. So Ernest has gone on the record, and God knows I know, and he's taken the sword for the Bill of Rights, which is Thomas Jefferson, who has 600 slaves. Right? Now, I'm not trying to sound like a goddamn leftist. I'm really not. Trust me, I'm not. I'm not. Because the reason I don't is because I understand, and this is a hard thing, culture. I understand the times that people live in. And it's so challenging for people in different times to look back in history and using their own frame of reference to understand other people. I mean, this has been, and I don't want to get into this is a whole loaded topic, but the whole thing of feminism. I mean, it's really tough. And God bless Donna and Savarda and women who, and I mean this sincerely, like I think these are very special women who are in a very unique time in history, who on one hand come from thousands of years earlier where women were in a different position compared to men, which I think in many ways was protectionist from evolution and from history. But then we have this new world of everything being equal and men and women or you can do whatever. And I'm not against that either. I don't want women to be paid less than men. And I'm not trying to get into that issue either. But you've got people in this strange, like split between them. And it's like it's an issue about culture and about timeliness. It's not etched in stone, and people have to see the events they have around them from the context of the world that they live in, from the history and Ernie's favorite word of the day, culture that they're in. And the thing is, when people in the past have lived thousands of years or hundreds of years in the same culture. When I say culture, that's it's like an overall for language, religion, food, the weather, even the weather, believe it or not. All of this is all around the same people. Remember, most look, I'm going to say this, Ernie, and I think you know this, but just for the audience's sake, this is one of the most profound things anyone listening to me right now is going to hear for the next year, according to me. Yeah, according to me, because I don't know what I'm talking about. This is one of the most profound statements I had time to really settle on, and that is that throughout time, throughout all of human history, up until in the last 50 years, 70 years, I don't know, whatever, is that almost every human being ever born, has been born, lived, and died within 7 to 8 miles of where they were born. Period. End of effing story. Just imagine that you were born, lived, and died within 7 miles of where you're at. And that includes the people you meet,
and then you got to vote
men.
for a president.
I mean, if you're a woman that you meet,
miles away.
the foods that were grown in the plants the indigenous plants in your area. And remember,
And the point.
for millions of years, you didn't have Whole Foods having like shrimp being imported from Mexico. You didn't have dragon fruit sent from like Brazil. You didn't have like whatever sent from whatever. You had like here in Arizona, you had chaparral. You had bristlebush. You had, all you had were the same.
And the point.
And the point is that is what culture's often about. It's like, and these people didn't think that they were like lost their freedoms. That's who they were at the time. And it's.
Are they allowed?
What's that?
Are they allowed?
Well, of course they're allowed.
Okay.
I mean, as long as they're
Next.
allowed, it's a conceptual issue of what freedom is. And your view is, look, your view of freedom, Ernie, is and I say this as a compliment, it's a much more intellectual 10,000 view approach. And
it goes down to the freaking ground.
No, I mean, it's not that. Even Ernie likes to think that I don't get it. I really do. Ernie doesn't want to admit it. But it's like, no, I get it. It's just
I'm trying to freaking
it's just
give you
the
every
concept
opportunity to get it.
Is can absolute overt freedom, I want to take cats and shove them into cactuses. Can that work? And I can play, rap music until 4 o'clock in the morning at like 1 billion decibels because I'm Ernest Hancock. It's all for freedom. That's Ernest's version of freedom? Just so you know, just for the audience, Ernest wants to do whatever he wants at any time and anything. And look, that's Ernest's version of freedom. And
as long as I don't violate the pursuit of happiness of another human being.
I'm not going to be the person to take that away. And by the way, and I'm going to be very serious about this. I am not in any way saying anything negative against my friend Ernest. I mean this sincerely. But true freedom would be, if Ernest wants to...
Here comes Phranq's true freedom. True freedom. Everybody pay attention. Here it comes.
Here we go. Well, I mean, what about, God forbid, something that's now considered abhorrent? What if Ernest decides he wants to spank his kids, spank his grandkids? Wants to tell his wife, and Donna would beat the shit out of Ernie. But, it's like, if Ernie's like the old-fashioned men, it'd be like, hey, my wife has to obey me.
To the moon, Alice!
I'm just, I would love to see that. I'm just saying, though, it's like, that's freedom, right? Ernie can live the life that he thinks is free to him. And I'm not going to be the guy with the shiny badge, as much as Ernie keeps thinking that that's what I'm in favor of. I'm not. That's fine. But if every man lives his life very similar, then and women and everyone feels it's copacetic and it makes sense, it's homogenous for that culture. I'm not saying that's a good culture. It could be a horrendous culture. It could be a culture that stifles, ingenuity and being into the world stage.
Okay, we
got
to wrap this up.
All of that. But at the end of you see, Ernie, every time this comes up, Ernie realizes he's getting boxed in, so he always wants to jump out of it, and he thinks I'm wasting everyone's time.
Do you really think I feel boxed in? Do you really, Phranq? Do I feel boxed in? Do you really think that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because you can't handle those kind of conversations.
No, I can't.
Once you get it, you think I'm wasting time.
With new.
I'm not wasting time. I'm just bringing up a point, and I'm not trying to get you into a box because I'm really not. It's just an issue of how we think America is or what your culture is. I'm saying, look, I have no problem. You can do whatever you want, but just recognize that you have a culture, and what you think is free is not what other people think is free or not. So all I'm saying is let's just get back to the point of 4 hours ago, let's not be dropping bombs on countries, and not that Ernie has said this, by the way, but let's not be dropping bombs on countries because they have Sharia law and they're not doing it the right way, that we're free and they're not. Because if anyone says they're not free and we are, I will throw that up your ass. And for anybody. Because what someone thinks is free is not free to somebody else. And I personally have lived through this. I personally thought I knew what freedom was, and everybody else was full of shit because I got the American flag, and I got the Constitution, and I have Thomas Jefferson, and I wanted freedom, and everyone else is full of shit, and you all been brainwashed, and you're all propaganda. And after living too long, God, I mean, I've been living too long, I guess, is I have learned the hard way in many ways from my wife living in India, me being in Japan and Mongolia and China and the Philippines, and I can keep going and going and going. And just many of you listening know what I'm talking about is that this mindset of good versus evil and freedom versus non-freedom and all of this gets much more murky. And so the issue is, and this is where Ernie and I probably agree, is that the issue is just don't get involved. Don't be bombing other countries with this mindset that we know better. I mean, and of course, we've gotten completely off topic of what we should have been talking about for the whole day, which is Joe Kent and about how the system is manipulating us. But at the end of the day, though, it comes down to culture and what people think, because this is a culture also. And I'll throw it to you, Ernie, and I thank you. And I seriously thank you. Hey, I'm thanking you. Come on, be nice. I'm thanking you for the patience. But this gets into culture that also culture involves religion. And I have been hearing
the word give you some kind of
from a lot of people about the
dopamine hit or something by saying it.
Well, but the Schofield Bible of Christians and the Third Temple and all of this, and that gets into culture. Now, you might say it's religion, but it's religious culture, and this is where
in the programming.
And look, if 90% of Americans were Christian, and if 90 or roughly 80 to 90% of Christians were Schofield Bible people who all believed that the Third Temple had to be blown up or rebuilt or whatever, I'm not personally, I'm not in favor of that. I know Ernie's not, but I would at least understand why this country decides with 90% that it's got to rebuild the temple because Jesus is third coming or whatever.
2 minutes.
That's fine. I get that. Like, at least I understand. But where it's coming from, just like the Muslims have their view, the Shinto have their review, because it's cultural. But when you have, and Ernie is running into this problem now, where when everybody has their own view of religion and culture and language and food, and Ernie thinks when I say food, he thinks I'm wasting his time on that. No, food is very part of this. But when everyone has their own interpretations of everything, and then you wind up with 10% or 20%, according to our friend Andrew, without using his last name, that 20% of Christians who are also the 50% of this country, but only
Andrew
20%.
may join us next week to have this discussion.
Thank you. I'm glad you are. But if only 50% of the country is Christian and 20% of the Christians are Schofield Bible people who think that if I don't kiss the ass of Israel, then I'm going to hell. And those are the people running our government, which is what Andrew, thank God, all of you should be listening to that show when it comes up. That is a cultural issue. This is not, 95% of Americans believing X. This is our country with Muslims and Buddhists and Sikhs, and even Ernie knows a certain Sikh in my family. And we've got so many different disparity religious freedoms that Ernie goes, yeah, freedom. We love freedom.
Oh, my God.
But you know what?
Point.
But do you know what you get from freedom with different religions and canned cultures and everything? Everyone's doing their own goddamn thing. And so it's like herding cats. And Ernie thinks somehow that's easy and that's good for freedom. I think herding cats ultimately negates your freedom because what we're going to see from this whole war in Iran, whether you like it or not like it, is, and I think, Ernie, I'll throw it to you, but the one thing Ernie and I will agree on, and I know Ernie will agree with me, and if Ernie doesn't agree with me, I will pay him $100, and that is, right, you ready, Ernie? You ready? You want to make $100? You ready? All right, $100. Ernie's going to agree with me. I know this is like shocking. Is that given what's happening right now with the war, the so-called unofficial war with Iran, blah, 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 we will lose our rights. So do you think we're going to lose our rights more or gain rights given this? You will agree we're going to lose rights, correct?
Anyway. You might lose yours. I ain't losing mine.
Anyway, the point is that all this is going to do, we're going to lose rights. I'm sure Ernie doesn't think we're going to gain rights given all this is it's idiocracy. Anyway, go ahead, Ernie. Go ahead. You take it. Tell me if I'm wrong or right. That's fine. I don't care. Go.
All right. We're going to end the show because we're not getting to what we should be discussing, but we'll wrap it up here. Next week, we're going to have Andrew, a good young friend of ours that has been doing a lot of this. And I want to have this discussion because I just got, and I gave it to Donna to read, The Late Great Planet Earth. Now, there's a lot of controversy in that to where he goes, yeah, the rebuilding of the Third Temple, the Battle of Armageddon, eyes will be consumed from their sockets, flesh from the bones, Christ coming, the New Jerusalem, the red heifer to consecrate the site. So I read, this is like in the 70s, and I read it late 70s, early 80s. It had a big impact on me. It was a lot of, just, all right, what's this all about? Kind of, there was, the silent majority, the Nixon talking about, and the Christians of, and you were bad if you voted. I mean, you got into politics and everything. There's a kingdom, that over this one, and why are you worried about, and doesn't matter and don't care. And then it was like, oh no, we got to get, are you born again Christian? Reagan, are you born again? Oh, Christian. Yeah, are you born again? Did you do it right? And Pastor Chuck Baldwin was part of that moral majority morning Christian breakfast with the president kind of crap through the 80s. And as time went on, he started to see how politicized religion got to be, might as well be the mullahs. So he's just like, nope, I'm out of this. I'm not making the church susceptible to their whims and their faith-based initiatives, and we get access to your church database, and you get a little bit of government money, and kind of, all of a sudden it became, church of the state, and which ones are and which ones aren't, and do you file with it, blah, 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 blah. So Pastor Chuck Baldwin, so we're scheduling to have him on. It's probably not going to be until April, to where our schedules line up. So we'll have him on. He writes for Freedom's Phoenix quite a bit, and we'll have him on talk about this. He's done full series on Revelation. Well, then there was the Scofield Bible. We had Christian Zionism was a movie that we helped get made and produced, and you can find it on Rumble now still, but it was very damning. It was, Israel had infiltrated the seminaries where they trained pastors to go into Christian churches, but it had footnotes that was like longer than the damn Bible. And it was all about how you twist sermons and this passage and this into Christians aren't good Christians unless they perpetuate the idea that we must support the state of Israel. With money, blood, treasure, whatever, you're not going to heaven unless you're supportive of Israel. That was a campaign to insert themselves into the general public opinion, of which Phranq calls culture, okay? So I'm going, all right. Now, just to, get some facts straight here, the Bill of Rights was primarily written by Madison. So James Madison was the primary author, and the amendments in 1789. So this is like, 13 years after the Declaration, during the first Congress. Now Jefferson played a role. He was a key influencer. He urged, he was reluctant that Madison just not add rights that were to the Constitution that would protect against government. It was a 10 thou shalt nots of government. That was kind of the point. So when I talk about these guys, Thomas Paine does Common Sense. The cause. What's the cause? Well, he wrote this pamphlet. George Washington gave it out to all the Continental Army. This is for the cause, whatever the cause was. Well, that was a man. I think he was only in the U.S., less than a year or two, before he wrote that. He came here to get away from all this crap, and then he's like, what the hell? What's this about? Well, what do you say you do here? Why did I come here? So, common sense. Then you have some of the founders, they give credit, they just wanted to have a government to be able to fund some wars. That's Hamilton. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, I think they They were born on the same day. They died on the same day. They, there's a lot of commonality between them. Quincy Adams, John Adams' son, finally Jefferson congratulated him. They started up a correspondence that went on, and these letters have been done back and forth. That a lot of the quotes from Jefferson's from that correspondence. Of course, he was primary writer of the Declaration. And am I defending the men? No. The concepts, the ideas, the rhetoric that was going back and forth between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, arguing over the adoption of the Constitution, whether it even should be. It was under false pretenses. They were there to do a weights and measure thing, for the dollar and, decimal system or whatever the hell. And all of a sudden they get this whole new document because they didn't like the Articles of Confederation because it didn't collectivize it enough. And Hamilton wanted to be able, his father-in-law linked to Bank of England to fund we get to buy up the old Continentals, get full dollar for dollar, kind of like they're bankers. And it's all banking bullshit. So they wanted to have a national bank. They do it. We're like on our third one. So, this is, and they're going to get rid of that. And they're going to go to stable coins or something. I mean, it's just the same shit over and over. Do I give a crap about the individuals? No. It's the ideas. It's the debate. It's the concepts. It's the argument over what was the proper role of government, the defense of individual rights. Who wrote it? Does it matter? Do I care? So when it comes down to things like, can you have, and this is what Phranq is, I think, not putting words in his mouth, can you have freedom in a country that doesn't have a single culture? Do you have a unifying culture? Like Japan that he's so, fond of. Can you have a single happiness culture like the Amish that have their own, or they feel free, or they happy? Can you have a single free country without a single culture? I will agree with Phranq, probably not. So what would that single culture be? The freedom and the recognized liberty for you to have your own fucking culture. How about that culture? How about I got a plan for you to have your own plan? How about that? No, that is not acceptable to Phranq. That is why I don't like having this conversation, because we always come down to that single thing. You think I don't know, you think I don't understand. I understand perfectly. Phranq thinks there should be a single culture of, I have no idea what that culture would be. Phranq is going to go, yep, you got to have a culture of something, whatever it is.
No, I've never said that.
Let me finish.
I've never said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, you can correct me after I make this statement. So what I keep saying in response to that, what do I care what holidays, beer, food, attire, whatever that happens around this country, as long as it doesn't affect the culture of your freedom to do it? Well, the Somali go into Minnesota and they're going to have Sharia law. Is it going to be Sharia law on me? No? Okay, well, I don't give a shit. They can do whatever the hell they want.
I want to ask you a question. Remember, I forget his name actually, from the movie The Matrix. And, The Matrix and libertarianism go so hand in hand. But do you remember the name of the guy? What was the name of the guy who was part of the of Morpheus's team? And he was talking about the red pill and blue pill, and he was the one that decided to be blue pilled. Remember the guy? I forget his name, but he was the Italian guy, and he was told by Agent Smith that if you sell out Neo and Morpheus,
what I've learned is that ignorance is bliss.
Right, exactly. So he's the guy that's like, you know what? I know what reality is, but I'd rather go back into whatever I want. And I'm just, and I know from our point of view, and even from the movie's point of view, is that guy was the a-hole and he was the sellout and he was the turncoat, and we could go all kinds of names. But from a certain point of view, you could argue, I mean, does he really want to live in a world where everything's miserable and you're fighting robots? Whereas he could be living in a world where, it's like, all right, you can go to the movies and you watch the Oscars and you can get girlfriends off of Tinder. Like, I don't know, like what's freedom? I mean, our point of view is freedom is reality, but is that really what it is? So let me ask you, the guy that sold out and wanted to be blue-pilled again, do you think he was giving up his freedom, or do you think he was in many ways, in his own way, getting his own freedom back? How would you define that?
I think that was a really good example. His name was Cypher. His idea of freedom, he goes, yeah, I'm doing what Morpheus says all the time. I'm living in, the dank ship of I gotta, wake up, do what he says, go to sleep and wake up again, do what he says, do it. No, I don't like it. I want to be, make me an actor. I want to be rich.
Right.
I want to, and you know what I've discovered? I know this steak isn't real. I know it's not, and it's going to taste juicy and savory in my mouth. But you know what I've discovered? Ignorance is bliss. There are people like that. Should you have, in your culture, allow them to live in their matrix world? Hell, a lot of them do. They're online doing whatever, virtual reality. This is coming. So they're going to Neuralink in and do it. Nope, you're not allowed. You're allowed? Peace. Go not be all brain dead you want. Oh, you want me to pay for feeding you? You want me to put a food tube in your stomach? You want an IV of me putting? No, just take care of yourself. That culture. I keep saying this over and over. But what it comes down to, and the reason that Phranq keeps trying to defend this, is because he wants to have the art from his experience of traveling around the world, of seeing grinning Japanese or whatever, the China, whatever the hell his experience has been,
right.
Is that, they are happy by his perception. They are unified by his perception because they have a single harmonious culture, of which I respond every freaking time. Fine. I want a culture. I was promised a culture. There are documents of a culture that you get to have your own personal pursuit of happiness, that you can live in and in America, that's pretty much what we live in. Around the world, do you have as many different cultures inside a country? Well, if you do, a lot of times the government's trying to beat it out of you, which is what they're trying to do here. Why? Because they want a single culture of I pledge allegiance to the flag America in elementary school. I have a single culture of we all accept the trans, and you got to have a black, lesbian, transvestite, whatever, a CEO and so many percentage of ESG, DEI corporations of whatever the hell. That's the culture that they want. What they don't want is a culture that allows you to do whatever the hell you want, as long as you're not making me fund it, making me participate in it, making me support it, saying I have to do it in my business, I have to do it with my family, where's the freedom part of that? It's out. And sacrificed for a harmonious, homogenized, single culture dictated to us by they, them, those. And the fact that Phranq insists that their only way to have freedom is to have a single unifying culture of
never said that.
Never
said that. Never said that.
Audience, Is that what you got from him or not?
No, yeah, audience, I want to hear, please. I want to hear from you, the audience. So,
both people that are there still.
I know. I know. I feel bad.
It is amazing to me how many people come to. They listen to the whole freaking thing. I mean, I guarantee they're a small.
God help them.
I'm like, really? And I do ask this question: who talks more, me or Phranq? Me. But they just remember my stuff more. They just remember me talking.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
So correct that point that you believe that without a harmonious, single, unifying culture, you can't have freedom. And my point is that culture is not about anything other than your freedom to pursue your own happiness in any way you want, with anyone you want, as long as it doesn't violate my pursuit. I don't care, and it doesn't matter. And you're going, yes, it does. We all have to be, eating hot dogs or something. I have
I've
no
never
idea.
said that. You keep going back to that. That Phranq Tambori has the shiny
so that's
badge.
not your point. That's not your position.
This is what you keep saying, and that's what you're wrong.
Is that what you're saying? That's not your position.
It's not what I'm saying. You can't wrap your head around that.
What are you saying?
No, you keep thinking that when I talk about this culture issue, you can't help yourself but think that what I'm dog whistling. You see,
say it. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't. The Lord doesn't want you to be able to say what you want to say. So go ahead and say. I can't. You're not coming in, and I really wanted to hear this. All right, we're going to end the show, but go ahead, hang up and come back in. There, it happened anyway. But because I really want to do, because this is what I think the audience can understand why I feel this, because I do think he says it, is that we have to have a single harmonious culture in order to have freedom. Now, he says that's not his position, so now unmute yourself. What is your advocacy, Phranq? You're on mute. You're muted. All right, now he's coming back in again. All right, here we go. Okay, now I got you on another thing.
By the way, I have to say, Ernie, I think looks like he's 89 years old. You know why I'm saying that? Because he's been touched by God. Like he said, it's like God doesn't want me for him to hear me. So I think Ernie's like Moses here. I'm
trying hard, man.
Every time I talk, I get cut off. So I think Ernie's bequeathed by God. So I'll give it to you. Anyway, I'm afraid
we can't have freedom without a single unifying country culture. That has been what I hear from you constantly. And I'm going, I don't care. We can have the culture of freedom for you to have your own culture. Boom, we're done. And you're like, no, we have a culture that needs to be not something or has to be something or something. And I'm like, I don't care. I just want to have the freedom to have my own. Yeah, so your position is what?
Okay, so very quickly, I brought up the Amish. If you talk to an Amish person and you ask them, are they free? They think they're free. They think they're freer than Ernie Hancock is. And I would ask the audience.
And?
Wait. No, I would say, who's freer? And forget some pedantic technicals about things. An Amish person who's raised Amish, and is around his family and lives in the same world and eats the same foods and sings the same songs, goes to the same churches, and like everything is completely normal in their world. It's copacetic. Do they think they're oppressed? Now, you might sit back. Wait,
at liberty to pursue their own happiness. Either they are or they aren't.
Ernie might sit back and say, "Are they really free? They're in America, and they had to sell out, and maybe they're not."
Are they at liberty to pursue their own happiness?
In their world, they're happy and they're free. And then you look at Ernest Hancock, who spent and this is not meant to be a cheap shot. It's actually a compliment to Ernie. But you got Ernie, who let's just say spends more time than anyone listening right now to this show. God help you if you are. I don't think there's any of you who spends more time trying to fight for their version of freedom than my friend, and he does drive my blood pressure up, Ernest Hancock. Ernie is the quintessential Hancock. I mean, it's liberty in his bones, in his DNA, and I love him for that. But I'm just saying,
Earth, go.
Even though Ernie drives me crazy. But Ernie, every day, I mean, all it is like, how many shows does he do? How many hours is he fighting? And he's sitting there and he's doing this and he's doing that and he's getting his own bulldozer and he's telling the man to screw off. And not to mention, and I mean this very sincerely, because he and I both had issues with the man. And Ernie, to his credit, went all the way to D.C. and took him on, and he almost lost his liberties over everything. And I don't even have the words to stress how much respect I have for Ernie for that. And I'm just saying, this is what Ernest and Donna has done, and his kids, which I won't mention their names, have all done for the sense of liberty. So I in no way, in any effing way, undermine the fight for liberty, the ongoing, the fact that, the Ron Paul and the whole liberty movement started.
Okay.
No, you're the only asshole that when I'm sitting there to kiss butt to you, and you still complain. It's unbelievable. But anyway, I'm just saying that.
No, it's going to be followed up with what's coming, so just bring it.
I'm just saying that, Ernie has done, and I'm not trying to kiss his butt because I won't do that, but I'm being fair. I mean, he's an example of someone who's fought every which way. And we all have libertarian people that we know, including many of you listening, who have fought in your own way. Peter Schiff with his own father, and we go all day. Different examples of how we've all fought for freedom in our own way. And we're sitting there trying to fight for our version of liberty, what we think is freedom. And we still never feel like it's enough. I mean, let's just be honest. What we think liberty and freedom is keeps going away year by year by year. I mean, if any of you think
we have a free society without a single culture?
If any of you listening think we have more freedom in 2026 than 2025, give me a call. And if any of you think we have more freedom in 2026 than 2015, give me a call. Or 2010. No, I'm just saying, just give me a call. All I know is I believe that our freedoms keep losing year after year after year, and we keep fighting from the perspective of the Ernie Hancock version of liberty and freedom, and I'm not trying to make light of that. But if you happen to be an Amish person, all of this is just noise. All of this is like you're somewhere else. If you're Japanese or you're North Korean, this is noise.
It doesn't matter and they don't care.
As far as they're concerned, they have their religion, they have their language, they have their friends, they have their copacetic. And being copacetic and lack of chaos, lack of diversity that creates chaos, and creates a sense of tranquility and peacefulness. And many people interpret that as their version of freedom. Now, I understand from Ernie, he goes like, so we should have free. I'm just saying, I guess, is freedom and tranquility, they are different words, clearly. And this is where Ernie would probably say, I don't care about tranquility. I'd rather have fights and murders and destruction as long as I have my freedom. And I am in no way undermining that.
Freedom to stop such things.
Freedom, but the thing is, many times one man, what they think is freedom or what they think is as oppression is another man's tranquility and freedom.
Can we have a free society without a single culture of whatever the hell it is that you want a single culture about?
I'm not saying I want a single culture. I'm just pointing out that freedom and tranquility and culture, these are separate things, but they're also intertwined. And that's all I'm trying to point out is that you have one person. You
pointed it out a gazillion times over hours, and my statement.
Well, why is it so complicated? Why are we still fighting?
You cannot even comment on my comment that freedom, being at liberty to correct your circumstance, your happenstance, the pursuit of your happiness is what the promise was of this country. That is the culture. What you do with your freedom,
200 years ago.
Could not possibly give a shit about. No matter how many lines of Clorox you want to snort, peace out.
200 years ago. That's 200 years ago. Don't you think that
people... What, not now?
No, let me, before I piss you off, because I know I will, let me just say that my view of freedom is, let's just say for argument's sake, it's the same as yours. But what I'm saying is culturally, can you at least agree that a culture's view of what you think freedom 200 years ago should change of what they think freedom is later?
No.
Oh, really? No, I agree with you personally, but culturally I disagree. And I know that concept throws you
what
off.
Was the argument?
Explain
what was
it.
the argument 1,000 years ago? What was the argument for the Christians? What was the argument for the Vikings? What was the argument for the Magna Carta? What was the argument for the creation of America? What is the argument? Do you own yourself? Are you property of a king? Are you property? Are you mandated and prevented from doing whatever the hell it is by some government or the sheriff of Nottingham or whatever the hell? That's what the argument has been since for fucking ever. John Locke, that was the whole point. That influenced the founders. They're going, look, we don't give a shit what you do as long as you're not violating someone else's right to do what they want to do. And that you are responsible for you and your property and your family. That is it. And now whatever people do, fine. I'm going to the festival of the whatever, flying dragon lighted candle lift up, Chinatown, whatever the hell, or, St. Patrick's Day parade or doing, I don't give a shit. That is not what's part of my culture. Is, St. Patrick's Day part of my culture? When I feel like it and wear green. Hell, Don and I go, whoop, St. Patrick's Day, should we put on some green? I mean, it's just, is that part of our culture? The freedom to celebrate it, the freedom to acknowledge it, the freedom to allow it, the freedom to put up my Christmas tree the day before Thanksgiving, the freedom to whatever. That is the culture, and you can't acknowledge that.
Well, I definitely acknowledge it. I would just say, I think we're going to go round and round, but when my daughter turns 15, 16, I already found this school over in Beijing. She's going to an international language school like I did in Japan, and we're going to be spending time in Japan and China. And I want you and Donna to be our guests and join us. Are you going to join us?
In China?
Yeah, I want you guys to come with. Seriously, my daughter's going to be the boss, though. She's going to be talking Chinese and get us around. But what do you think? She'll keep us out of trouble. What do you think?
Where? When? When's this?
When she turns like 15, 16. It's about like 8 years away. But, just throwing it out there. Are you up for it?
We're not in, World War IV by then.
Absolutely.
Because nobody will let me pursue my happiness. Because Phranq's got a culture for me that I got to goose step to.
Yeah, I'm going to get the culture police on Ernie, of course. But, assuming you can handle the culture police, I think I would love, and I mean it sincerely, I think we should all go, and it would be great. And, my daughter will keep us out of jail, hopefully. She'll be able to give them the wink and knows the secret handshake in Mandarin.
But no, seriously.
Yeah, pretty little white girls aren't allowed to speak Mandarin. You're going to jail.
Exactly. That's the whole reason I want her to know Mandarin, to keep me out of prison. When
I want to make sure
overlord-
I go to China so I get facial recognition in their system. That'd be a good idea. Of course, it'll be here in America. You know, this is. You know, I'm from now on. Every time you come up with a culture thing, it's going to be zeroed in on this concept.
What?
That
What
I
concept?
believe that all arguments that you have for this is that you come down to, without a unified culture recognized, I have no idea, in law, you know, in the court precedent of, according to Phranq, laid whatever the hell it is, you know, for America, that we're not going to be able to be free, that we're not going to have a harmonious, tranquil existence because we don't have a common something. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Hey, you know,
but the culture is freedom. Not that freedom is a side effect of a unified, harmonious culture. I don't believe that at all.
So I want to ask you, because I know no one who's half smart is still listening to our show right now. God bless you guys. Seriously. But I mean, I want to ask you a question. What you know, you and I are we're good friends. I love you, and we get along and we agree on most everything, right? I mean, from the Ron Paul revolution, you know, Charles Goy. I mean, we can go all day. It doesn't matter.
Just socially, we get along fine.
Right. We get along
until he brings up culture.
No, that's my point. We get along almost everything, except that Ernie still watches new Star Trek, and I think he's full of crap. I don't know what's happened to his brain, but anyway.
Yeah,
aside
Starfleet
from that
Academy
one,
sucks, man.
Yeah,
tried
you
Discovery
it out,
and Starfleet Academy. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Picard was the last
now
one they
you
did.
figured it out.
Good.
So Ernie's late to the party on that one. But aside from that, Ernie and I agree. We've come to the same conclusions from different perspectives, and I think that's important to point out. You know, you can have different journeys and come to the same place. So we agree on almost
We're not in the same place.
We agree on, for the most part, 99% of almost everything, and I don't know what hardly anything Ernie and I disagree on, to be honest. But with that said. Well, except that Trump is awesome. Trump's going to save the world, but we won't go there right now.
Do you still believe that?
Of course not. Oh, God. Ernie was losing his blood pressure before the show on that one. But anyway, we agree on almost everything most of the way. But every time the C word comes up, it turns into this. And I don't know, you know, if any of you are stupid enough to keep listening to the show. I think a lot of you do, and I mean this respectfully. I think you get it. If nothing else, whether you're Team Ernie or Team Phranq, I think you're realizing that there's something there. And I'm just wondering, how is it that you, and not to be a trick question, but how do you, in your own way, process that you and I agree on almost everything? And you know I'm not stupid. I know you're not stupid. We both get it in many ways. But how is it we get to this line in the sand, and then we are with this whole breakdown every time about culture, and you flip out? And one last point. I'm going to ask you.
Because you insist on
wait. I'm going to ask you your question about what it is that you think I'm missing. But before you do. And this is not, and I swear to you, my friend, I'm not trying to make a cheap shot, but isn't it intriguing that the one area that you and I agree on everything, but we disagree on this, the one thing that makes us different is that I have spent many years overseas and you haven't. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying, doesn't that say something to you about this debate that we keep having? And it's not that I want a shiny badge and I'm in charge of freedom and I'm telling you blah, blah, blah. You keep throwing that at me like, and it's not true. But do you, like, what is it, if it's not about me living overseas, if it has nothing to do with it, what is it you somehow think I'm missing? Go ahead.
For some reason, because you have experience around the world. I mean, I've been out of the country. I mean, I'm not haven't been to Europe or Africa or Asia, but I mean, you know, it's not like I don't know people that are Russian. I don't know people that are Iranian. I know a lot of people. I'm 65 in the freedom movement. It's not like I haven't met and interviewed freaking people all over, so I'm not totally oblivious to what's going on. And I study history, and I read books, and whatever. So I'm not totally isolated and a moron.
Agreed.
You know, and just taking a trip to Mexico and Panama, the first thing you learn is that it's only the Americans that are fat. I mean, you know, I just FYI. And so this is what I feel that our disconnect is that I always am looking for a base, fundamental, what do humans and humanity have in common? Because it's way more than they have differences. And that's why this Philosophy of Liberty project that we're doing, as I think, is so important, because my experience has been, is that when you start putting out the concept and the idea that people own themselves, that they are not subject to their rulers, their leaders, their sovereigns, their kings, their queens, their presidents, their prime ministers, that like Donald Trump is doing, if you're not run with him, you're not MAGA anymore. You're a traitor, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You're a subversive dissident of whatever, Tucker Carlson. You need to be shot and killed or whatever the hell going on, Charlie Kirk. If you're not in with whatever it is that Israel and America and they, them, those, and the bankers or whatever want, then you're not part of polite society and should be therefore shunned with tax money and surveillance. And I'm going, whoa, this has been obvious and demonstrated. So I'm going, what is a unifying, cultural, American thing that we can all grasp around and embrace? The Philosophy of Liberty, that video, that thing that Ken Schoolin did, the Adventures of Jonathan Gull, but it was a touchstone for all libertarian activists since the early 90s. When the internet first started getting going, that was passed around everywhere. It was suppressed so much that we got DDoSed for promoting it in Arab Spring. We get DDoSed and beat up by Janet Napolitano here and the governor of Sonora and everything. We did it in Spanish, and they fired, the guy that promoted the guy, whatever. I see why they go after it so much, because that is the culture that I was promised by the documents, the founders, the argument, the rhetoric, and the discussion and debate that went around the creation of this freaking country. And it was enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. But the Constitution allowed for its demise. If you could get in charge of the three branches of government, you'll find yourself constitutionally in a free speech zone. So I'm going, okay, what is the culture? Phranq gets my ire up because he argues what everybody else, all of these countries, I don't give a crap, I don't gotta visit them. They're all arguing for our unifying culture for this Afghanistan under the Taliban is. By the clerics and the mullahs of is. By the king and queen, prime minister of United Kingdom is. Justin Trudeau is. By ESG, DEI, global warming, United Nations of freaking Davos, World Economic Forum, whatever. They all got a unifying, worldwide, single currency, whatever the hell it is, culture. They will not and do not recognize that there can be, should be, was, and eventually, inevitably, because humanity keeps marching on after the fourth turning, ashes from Lady Liberty's torch, rebirth of freedom's phoenix, whatever I keep arguing, there will always be the aspiration by people that give a shit, that understand, for a culture of you get to have your own pursuit of happiness, and I don't give a shit. It doesn't need to be the same thing other than your allowance to have whatever you want to raise your family and your children under, as long as it comports to the idea that you get to do it without bothering somebody else. But governments require the idea that we're on red, blue team, whatever team, against anyone that disagrees with it, or a dissident, or doesn't follow the program or whatever, that they must be beaten into submission, so that it takes a village to make you raise your children the way they want. I see that over and over and over, and that is the argument. What I feel Phranq represents, and the reason I even wanted to do the Trump report, was to emphasize that point, that the culture, that the goal of politics, of dissidence, of agreement, disagreement, the discussion is about, are you at liberty from a central plan, a government, the jurisdiction of, we got a court and guns and three branches of the whatever, are you at liberty to be free? Freedom, I'm not in shackles. Nobody's holding me down. I don't got a boot on my neck. I get up when I want. I fashion what I want. I go up my tractor, do what I want. I'm free to do what I want. But am I at liberty to? Do I have a clipboard waiting on me, backed up by a gun, for me to do what I want, as long as one on my property, and I'm not bothering anybody else, I'm not putting a laser beam in their window, I'm not surveilling them, I'm not playing loud music, I'm not violating their pursuit of their own individual happiness.
All right. Let me ask you this, and I appreciate the time, Ernie. I really mean that. I know this seems like a waste to you because you get frustrated, but I think the audience finds some value in this. I hope. If not, we'll end it. But I'm just curious. Like, I didn't tell you this. I was going to send you a text or a picture of this, and I didn't. So I've been hiking. I live by a mountain. Ernie knows this. I live right on a mountain top, and I've been, the weather has been great in Arizona. By the way, if you have a motorcycle in Arizona, this is the time. Oh, I know. This is the time. This is amazing motorcycle weather.
Electric bicycle out in the desert.
No, exactly. Anyway, I went hiking, and I do a long hike. I go to it was like different peaks, like South Mountain kind of area. Or technically it's North Mountain. But anyway, so I'm hiking, and normally in the mountain range I'm at, there's not many hikers. It's very, very low impact, which I like. When I hike, I might run into one person, if that. So it's very few people ever there. Also, when I hike, and this might be moot to my story, I actually hike right by Shadow Mountain Church. For those of you who don't know, Shadow Mountain Church is a huge mega church right nestled inside this like little valley of the mountain. And that is the church that Donald Trump comes to every time. Whenever Trump comes to Arizona.
Because the Republicans have a deal with that place. It's a big parking lot. It's a beautiful, scenery. And they do all their like state conventions or county conventions. It's a Republican freaking might as well be headquarters.
No, exactly. And it's, whatever the deal is, I'm curious whatever it is. But, without getting into the politics of it, which is true, here, Arizona is one of the only states, though, where it's so hot that you just can't have, 65-year-old women or 70-year-olds hanging out, for hours waiting to get through, Secret Service. They're just going to pass out and die, like literally. I mean, that's how hot it is in Arizona. So anyway, whatever it is, they have this church here, and it happens to be literally my backyard. Like whenever I go hiking, I'm seeing the place that Donald Trump comes to every day.
So, anyways, I was hiking around, and I did my hike just the other day. The first time in, well, I mean, I've been doing it since spring. You know, it's coming around. It's all good. So I get to the top of the mountain, and normally there's never anybody there. And I get to the top, and there's this guy kneeling down, and he kind of freaked me out because he was kneeling. And he saw me get to the top, which normally there's never anybody there. And he pops up all flustered and he looks at me. And, it's okay. He realized I wasn't trying to hit him or hurt him and, whatever. The point is, he was on the mountaintop, literally right over the church that Donald Trump comes to, the Christian church, the mega church, where they have all the mega stuff. And this man, right, exactly. And the man at the top of the mountain, and I was there at sunset, was a Muslim. And, am I against Muslims? No. So I'm going to just be clear. I'm not trying to, get into that crap. But I had never seen this before. And he was at the top of the mountain facing sunset. Now, I found out later when I started looking into this, because I'm a dumbass. Guess what this past week was? It was Ramadan.
Ramadan.
Exactly. We had Ramadan. So plus Ramadan while we have a religious war with Pete Hegseth and all the crap that we started the show with. But all I know is I'm hiking, just trying to stay away from politics. Ernie won't believe that one. I was listening to a Star Wars book, actually. Don't tell anybody. And I'm here at the top, and all of a sudden I see this guy bowing down, and he had the Quran open. The book, I saw it. It said the Quran, in so many words. And so we have a Muslim bowing down, to the sun with the Quran open on the mountain that I go to every day or, every few days.
Probably a good place to do that.
No, absolutely. No. From a Muslim's point of view, God bless them, And he's doing this literally with the church that Donald Trump goes to, of all the Christians, literally like right in the same. You can't even escape the frame of reference there.
Is he at liberty to do so?
Absolutely, Ernest. What are you expecting me to say? No, he didn't have the shiny badge. He's not allowed. No, I'm just pointing out that that's the first time I've seen that. And, it turns into a question, I mean, not to you, so I'm not going to ask you this because Ernie's just going to yell at me. He's going to say, you don't get it, Phranq. You know what the word freedom means. And yes, I do understand what freedom means. But on the other hand, you can start to ask. I mean, I've never seen this before, ever. I mean, I'm start thinking of my grandparents, my grandpa, Johnny. Just, diehard Roman Catholic, whatever. Now, I'm not trying to say that the whole country has to be Roman Catholic, but, the country came from that background, Christianity. I mean, in Catholicism, JFK considered a great president. You have, in God we trust. I mean, we can go all day. And remember, I'm coming from an atheist Buddhist background. For many of you newbies who don't listen to the show a lot, I am not trying to propagate Christianity. I respect Christianity because it created and formed our culture and our country, which Ernie gets all upset about when I mention that. Even I'm the Buddhist. That's the funny thing. But I'm looking at this as, I go hiking, and for the first time, I'm seeing a Muslim on the top. I didn't see Christians with him. He was all by himself. And look, all power to him, if anything, anyone that really is that dedicated to God and their religion, I have respect for. I just mean that. But when we have Christians that are avoiding the church, and then we have unfettered immigration, which Ernie and his diehard libertarian friends go, Phranq, you're a fascist. Anyone can come whenever they want. Okay, so now we have a whole bunch of Muslims coming in. Are they peaceful, Phranq? Are they blowing people up? Are you buying the Kool-Aid, Phranq? That's what I'm going to hear. So, I'll just go with the crap that I hear from Ernie. So, no, I'm not saying these people are doing any of this, but you have a culture change. Culture, Phranq! I don't want to hear the word culture in our show. Ah! So this is where all the roadblocks come up.
But suddenly, all of a sudden, I have a Muslim bowing down to Allah, on my mountain, right over the goddamn church that Donald Trump comes to bow down to, for the same Christians that are telling him he needs to bomb Iran because otherwise we don't have the third temple. You see what I'm getting to? I mean, this is all effed up. So, like, I'm not for any of this stuff. I just want common sense. I'm not rooting for any religion. I'm going to be clear. But I'm talking about this word culture that Ernie gets all bent out of shape about. And so let's say more, because Ernie wants open borders, so we have more Muslims coming here. And now next year I come on my own mountain, and I got 10 people bowing down to Allah at sunset at Ramadan. And Ernie's going to go, "What's your problem, Phranq? Are you trying to say you're going to have the shiny badge? Are you in charge?" And I'm going to hear all that crap. And I'm going to say, no, I'm not. But guess what? The culture changes. The next thing you know, the year after that, you got 50 people bowing down to Ramadan on, the temple. And all of a sudden, I'm like kicked off the, well, I'm sure they won't kick me off the mountain, but let's just say you start to feel a bit uncomfortable, as I was, to be completely honest. It threw me off. And I went down, this is on me, but I wound up going down a different path because I didn't want to intersect with this guy. And I went down a different path, and I got lost, and I had to find a different way off the mountain and off a different path. And that was me, I will be honest, but it did throw me off. So now, after how many years does this occur until suddenly, enough people are here, and they vote for someone who is all in favor of Ramadan and who's Muslim, and then they say, like the guy from New York, and they want Sharia law here. And they say that my daughter and Ernie's granddaughters, have to wear a headscarf. I mean, Ernie's going to go, "Oh, I don't like that." Well, I can sit back and say, and I told you so from day one, and Ernie's going to flip out and give me 10,000 reasons why I just don't get it and I didn't hear it and all this. And I'm not trying to, do when I told you so, because I'm not like that. But, it's like this is the ultimate quandary. How do you balance ultimate freedom with cultural freedom and of who you are?
What do you think I'm going to say?
Ernie can sit back and say it's all about freedom.
What do you think I'm going to say?
Well, I'm really looking forward to it, because all I know is I'm already seeing the change right now. I've lived here. How many years? I've lived here 5-6 years. I moved here right before COVID. I've been in this area even longer than that. I've been here for 9-10 years. I have never, ever, and I've hiked this mountain for 9 years, and I hiked this mountain a lot. Tarzan Keith has been with me many times on this mountain. I have never, ever, 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 ever seen anyone bowing down to Muslim Ramadan until just the other day, at the same time that we're going to war and all this other crap. So given Ernie's, version of the world, that he doesn't care, doesn't matter, is that if we continue in this vein, it would not surprise me that in 5-8 years that my daughter will have to wear a headscarf. And if that happens, I'm curious what Ernie's view is. His view is, well, you know what? It's all for freedom, and whoever came here, and I don't care about culture, nothing matters, and I'm out in the middle of the desert, and it doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. Or are you going to sit back and maybe say, culture maybe actually matters ultimately at how this plays out? Because, the people for Sharia law, they feel just as strongly, as I was saying before, about whether you save your kids or your parents from a burning building. And both sides have a point. And you can't argue that your version of reality is better than someone else's because it's cultural. Something that I know you have a hard time with, and I don't mean that to be an asshole. I'm just saying it's just...
I don't have a hard time at all.
So I'm asking... No, it's all about freedom. Freedom! It's all right. So I'm done making my case. I'm very interested. How is your interpretation of this? Go.
What do you think it is?
You're just going to, your version of, I don't care, doesn't matter. You're going to have to throw that out just to say.
No, you brought up a good circumstance.
No, it is.
All of a sudden,
course it's a good
next
case.
year you go up
so I don't know.
Ramadan,
what's your case?
You go, damn, do I want to hike on Ramadan? I got, 37
I'm not going to do
mountains
Ramadan.
up there
I'm do my own
worshiping.
thing. So, yeah, you do your own thing. But the point is, until how many people, because you don't vote, you got out of your way not to vote.
It's 100,000 up on the mountain.
You're not
what
going to
do
vote.
you think my comment is?
You're not going to vote. So when the Muslims come and they vote, and then they say that your grandkids have to wear a headscarf, then what are you going to say? Then what are you going to say? You're going to say, well, you know what? I didn't vote, so I don't care, and I don't care, and I don't care, and doesn't matter. But all of a sudden, your granddaughters are wearing headscarves. Then what's your answer to that? Go.
It's amazing that you don't know my answer. How do you not know what my answer is?
Without saying that, go ahead and give me a real answer. Go.
A real answer. Huh. What if, just what if, the culture was that they are perfectly encouraged, allowed to go up on the mountain, bow to the east, west, whatever, and celebrate and honor their religion, their God during Ramadan or any other time. It's public property. I mean, that's a whole nother thing too with libertarians. But you have tragedy of the commons. We want to use it. We're doing it. We're going up, what do they call it? Piesta was Peak now. It used to be Squaw Peak, whatever it's called, Squaw Peak. So you go, what if they just do that? What if they, take over and they have call to prayer, in Minnesota or where the hell it is? What if they're doing, what if? Okay, well, what if the culture was, one, don't be a dick, and two, that you're free to do whatever the hell you want as long as you're not violating my pursuit of happiness and the peaceful enjoyment of my property. What if that were the culture? It wouldn't matter. You seem to forget that here in Arizona, we are heavily influenced with architecture, Catholic influence, Mormon influence,
Israeli influence.
Right. Hispanic, the downtown, there's a diaspora of Jews, big time. It's on Saturday, they're walking the synagogue all the time or whatever, and they're, black hats and long sideburns kind of stuff. So that we have an enormous influence. You ever been to Phoenix on Cinco de Mayo? The 5th of May? Oh my God. This is, to think that this doesn't already happen. It used to be a hell of a lot more when I was a kid, especially since I was redhead and Kilpatrick, my, grandmother, St. Patrick's Day. I mean, hell, I can't even keep track of how many times I went to some bar on St. Patrick's Day to drink green beer. I mean, so this has already happened. It's happening. So the threat is these people are going to change they already have. There's always been an acceptance of whatever the hell. Now I got, big love and...
Ernie, who do you mean by these people? Who do you mean by that?
Anybody. I got, freaking polygamy on Netflix. I mean, it's like, whatever, not that there's anything wrong with that. But, I'm just like, this is already happened. What has been stripped of that blending, that melting pot, that culture is the one aspect that binds everyone. The culture of leave me aloneism. The culture of you're free to pursue your own individual family, yourself, you're not owned by anyone, culture to express it and whatever, worshiping the spaghetti monster, to worshiping the Church of AI, to do it. Don't give a shit. As long as you are not subsidizing it with my money, putting it in the law or regulation to give some advantage to one over another, making sure. This is why I'm sensitive to the argument of municipalities putting up, Christmas crucifixes, whatever, throwing their weight behind some culture tax money you're paying for the city of Phoenix, nativity scene, manger kind of man. I'm kind of hip to that. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of going overboard. You want to put up lights? You want to celebrate the freaking, solstice of the whatever the hell, or or just put them up because they're pretty, winter of whatever. I don't give a shit, But and in fact, that was part of the First Amendment. It was what they argue for. You can't have a state-sponsored worship, but so that argument gets in. And they use it for their convenience to exclude others. Damn Jews, or damn Muslims, or damn Buddhists, or damn Hindu, damn something, No, we vote this way. And I'm going, whoa, 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 whoa. What if the culture of freedom, which is you're at liberty to express yourself any old way you want, but you're not going to use my money to do it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If and this is a great thought experiment. If a Muslim killed Christopher Columbus on his way over, and a Muslim so-called discovered America first, and the American colonies were all Muslim, do you think we would have the Constitution? And notice I said Constitution over the Bill of Rights because we wouldn't even get to the Bill of Rights yet. But would we have a Bill of Rights and Constitution if the Muslims discovered, quote unquote, America first? Yes or no?
One, I don't know. Two, I'm kind of in the I don't care and it doesn't matter.
Oh, God.
Because,
come on, Ernie.
Because.
The cop out. Let's go intellectually honest.
Because.
Don't do a Tulsi Gabbard.
Because I believe that humanity will always ratchet and trend towards freedom. It's the most productive. It's the most all-encompassing. It's the most wealth-generating. It's the most pliable to humanity to recognize self-ownership and that you are in charge as a matriarchy, patriarchy, whatever, of your children and your family. There was a book I read one time. It was called Then Beggars Could Ride. And it was just, if wishes were horses, then beggars could ride, whatever. But it was called Then Beggars Could Ride. It was in the future that you chose to live in whatever mimicry of a culture that you wanted. People goes, we were so rich and so AI'd and so roboted that people go, you know what? I want to live in ancient Rome. I want to be the Caesar. Nap. I want to be the bearer of the sovereign. I want to be the slave that carries the thing. I want to be, in the Roaring '20s. I want to be the gangster. I want to be whatever. And then whatever happens to you, happens to you. And it goes, now why would somebody want to be the bearer of the Pharaoh? You look at the Pharaoh, he's all fat, or the Caesar or whatever. He's unhealthy. He's not, and the slaves be bopping around. Now, of course, they, get time off. They only do it for 4 hours a day or whatever the hell. They have high-tech carbon fiber sailing ships, but they want to be pirates. They want to be, John Hancock delivering whatever the hell. They want. In there was this guy was just abandoning this. It's like Harrison Bergeron kind of thing. And what happened was he eventually becomes one of the techs behind the scene because he just can't live a lie. Well, one of the points in there was matriarchy societies. The Navajo or Hopi or some other culture, Amazon, women, whatever. That it doesn't have to be a patriarchy. Generally, usually it is, just because of, men are men and women are more the nurturer or carer or mother bond through breastfeeding the child, all kinds of reasons. But the point is that will there be this kind of choice that people make to have whatever the hell it is, how they want to live? Fine. But sooner or later, humanity will structure itself, try to attain to want to be left alone, for them to have their family, to have their tribe, to have their clique, to have their culture, to have their country, to have their valley, go to Afghanistan, there's not a national soccer team. There's not a national, I'm sure they try to, whatever. But Afghanistan is just a bunch of tribes in whatever mountain valley of, you're not allowed to rule us.
Right, so
We don't give a shit who you are.
Ernie, do you think this freedom that ultimately, like you said, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're saying, at the end of the day, just let everything go. Freedom will figure itself out. And, there's
it's called commerce.
You could argue
called
that.
The Silk Road.
I mean, look, you can make that argument. I know who else has made that argument. Some dude that you and I know, I think. I forget his name. Oh, it's Bob Anderson. That's right. And he talks about, that we'll have freedom again, but we're talking, how many years? 1,000 years of darkness? Or how many years has he said?
1,000 years of darkness if we let this not be a culture of freedom.
There we go. So, you got someone like him who I don't think Bob is completely obtuse to this conversation or this audience. He's looking at 1,000 years. Now, Ernie might say, good. 1,000 years, that's fine. It takes time to incubate real freedom. And if you assholes have not figured it out yet, 1,000 years, hopefully you'll figure it out. Then 1,000 years later, my great grandkids will then finally get freedom. And from Ernie's point of view, I guess that makes sense. That's his theory and how it works.
As opposed to what?
No, I'm okay
Trump
with that.
coming to Iran and saying, you got my kind of freedom?
That's Ernie's passive version of freedom. And look, I'm okay with it. I mean, from that perspective, liberty, wins and freedom always wins. It just gets messy first. And I'm not trying to be, kind of throwing shade at it. I mean, he's right. I think ultimately history shows we go through this oscillation of freedom and fascism. I mean, heck, the old famous movie about it.
No matter how oppressive or dictatorial or authoritarian any regime is, they promise a chicken in every pot, a car in the driveway, your freedom, you're going to be worth more, make more money, more opportunities for your kids.
Right, but you know what?
Why do they promise that? Because that is what people want. They want to be left alone. They want to be, they don't want to be herded. They don't want to serve the emperor. They don't want, no matter how much they try and do that. What do the sovereigns always do? They get some religious leader, some pope, some pastor, some, faith-based initiative, something to lay hands on, go into hurricane victims in Katrina in New Orleans and say, yeah, give up your guns to the man. Because,
right. But you know what, Ernie? Look, the thing is, I'm not doubting the Bob Anderson or Ernie Hancock version of liberty, that you just let everything go, don't care, doesn't matter, who cares, not interested. We've all heard this on the show. And if it takes 1,000 years, eventually our far predecessors, who won't even look human, they'll look like goddamn gray aliens with
as
cyber
opposed
chips
to what?
From Elon Musk cyber chips in our brain. They at least will be free, supposedly. But that's one way of going about it, the Ernie Hancock way of doing it. On the other hand, you got another group of people, they're like, hey, and this is how a lot of the world
plan
sees
for freedom.
it. They're seeing it like, okay, the guy who's like praying for Ramadan on the mountain, the guy's a good guy. I'm sure he's a nice guy. And I'm not putting anything down on him personally. I'm really not. If anything, I have a lot of respect for the guy because I know how tough it is living in another country with another culture and a different religion. Because I lived that. He was like 35. And
why was he scared?
Was he scared? I didn't say he was scared. He was flustered because he thought he was all alone on this mountain. And when I showed up, he did look scared, but more just flustered. He just like, whoa, because, when you're praying and you think you're completely alone and then someone's walking behind you, they get flustered. Not to mention, I'm sure he knew that he was a Muslim bowing down in a so-called Christian nation.
Maybe he didn't feel that we were in a culture of freedom.
Oh, there you go. And I'm the Buddhist. Like I'd have an issue with it from a religious point of view, but from a culture point of view, it did throw me off. Not to mention, he's doing it literally in the silhouette literally behind. I was just taking a picture. He had the damn Donald Trump church literally behind him. I mean, it was right there. I mean, it was like, I wish I took a picture of it. It was so like unreal. Just the I don't know the what am I saying? The can't even talk here, but just the contradiction of the two. It was fascinating to see, and I just kept going. And another guy eventually showed up. By the way, a tall, thin, English guy, and he showed up, and he was kind of taken back, and he went a different way. And we're all trying to be respectful of the gentleman. It wasn't like we're trying to give him a hard time. So, and again, I mean this. I'm respectful.
Well, did you acknowledge him? Did you smile at him? Did you throw a rock at him?
No, I just walked past him. I didn't even want to get into his way. I just kept passing by, and I just decided to find another way. Honestly, it did throw me off. I've been up that mountain 100 times at least, 1,000 times. I've never seen that. And this is going on at the same time of the wars going in the Middle East. And, it could just be a complete coincidence. But it was at sunset, and he had this book out. It was the book of Ramadan. It was the whatever it was. It was during Ramadan, but it was the what do you call it? It was the Muslim book. The Quran. It was the Quran. I read it. I saw it open. It was all in Muslim language or whatever that might be, Farsi or whatever it is. I'm sorry for my ignorance, but it was definitely not the guy there with the Bible, all right? And so it said a lot to me. And God knows the first person I thought of was Ernest Hancock going, Phranq, you just don't understand. You're just so in the club and you don't get it and you want your shiny badge. And, I already was laughing at it. When I saw that, I was like, here we go. This is what happens. And it's like, it reminds me of when I was in the African-American, the Black Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Many of you know the story. I was the only white member of a black fraternity. And the old lady, Martha, who used to run the thing, and she was like the grandma, and she was awesome. She loved me. She taught me all about soul food. God knows, she's from Philly. But she used to tell me, she said her famous line, and Ernie's heard this, is it's great to have an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out of it. And that is what I find liberals do, definitely, and sometimes my conservative and libertarian friends do. They up in their principle, which I'm not saying not because the minute you say it's about your principle, then they go, so are you telling me, Phranq, not to follow my principle? You're saying not to follow. So what are you trying to say, Phranq? And then they go down this whole rabbit hole and they try to box
because we talk about culture.
They try to box you in like you're selling out principles, because at the end of the day, following your principles is typically paramount, and I agree with that. But this is where the quandary occurs. This is what happens.
There's no quandary.
This is when culture and freedom and this whole argument,
there is no quandary.
Why Ernie and I go round and around for a decade, keeps going around and around, because it's an easy cop-out to say if you're about principles that it's like, I'm holding the line for principles. And I'm not going to tell you not to hold your principles, but at the same time, when if you keep allowing illegals to come here, or even legals, and you allow anyone to come, and it doesn't matter about culture, it doesn't matter about religion or education background, if none of this matters, then I don't want to be accused of being a fascist because I'm all for freedom. You allow anyone to come, and then you got people from other countries, other cultures, and different histories, and different perspectives of the world to come here. Eventually, you will be outvoted, and you will have whatever it is. I'm just using an example of where Farsi becomes the official language, and about Sharia law becomes the official rule of the land. And Ernie would say, well, that's not going to happen. That won't happen because I'm for freedom. Yeah, but when you just open your brain and your brain falls out and you allow all these other people come in who don't see freedom the way that Ernie sees freedom, then eventually you get outvoted. Ernie can sit there all day and go, yeah, but, this is my version. Well, you know what? Thank you. Have a nice day. You're outvoted, because the new version of freedom is a different culture. And when they turn around and now you got 50 people praying at Ramadan on the mountain that I literally just saw, Ernie, okay, eventually your daughters are told to wear a headscarf, and you can sit back and say, well, I'm not going to do it. Fine, don't do it. But now you've got a whole nother level of lack of freedom, just like our friend who had this economic discussion group who spent his life trying to fight for freedom. And did the freedom increase or decrease in their lifetime? So I'm just saying, what is the direction that this is going? And as I said, like Einstein said, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting the same difference is a definition of insanity. And I'm not saying that I have the answer to everything, and I'm certainly not trying to tell Ernie to do it my way and do a shiny badge, because that's Ernie's scapegoat. That's what Ernie does. Ernie, every time he tries, he knows he's in a corner and he doesn't want to admit defeat. So what Ernie does is he tries to spin it around.
Do you think I feel cornered?
No, you are cornered. And then you try to spin it around and trying to say that I just don't get it, and you try to throw it on me. But it's not about me. This is a deeper issue that you can't explain the Ramadan on my mountain, and it's going to keep continuing if we keep allowing anyone to come here with any culture, any viewpoint, and it's all about freedom of choice. But when that freedom gets overwhelmed by a culture,
overwhelming freedom,
when that culture codifies their version in the code book of law, that becomes their version of freedom, and it doesn't matter what your version of freedom means at that point. That's my point. Go ahead. Tell me how wrong I am. Go ahead.
This is a perfect example, I believe, of Phranq having been influenced, indoctrinated, mass formation, psychosis, inundated from all vectors of whatever, to share this opinion that is so prevalent in the country, which is why I wanted to do this show from the beginning. It is from a basis that they eventually will make the argument that is totally hit on us, that if you do this, you're a better person. If you do this, this bad thing will happen. If you don't do this, all these variables that are put out without the foundation of freedom. I am not free if they put a gun to my head and say I have to hire this person. If I can't hire this person, I can't sponsor this foreign person or whatever, that I have a standard set onto me by this person. Now, when you say open borders, Ernie's just an open border, let everybody and everybody in, that's not necessarily my position. I think anyone that wants to move anywhere, certainly to America, should be allowed to do so as long as they recognize, can articulate, pass the test, agree, I totally agree, sign on the dotted line, that they recognize the culture need benefits of freedom. That they, as an individual, understand that the best hope for freedom for humanity is that you do whatever you want, but you're not allowed to infringe on another person's pursuit of their freedom. You make that the criteria, bring it. I'm good. Now, the thing is that they can't do that with our school children coming out of junior high. They can't advocate that here in America, much less for anybody else. They just want somebody to vote Democrat. It used to be, in my lifetime, you got a gun rack in your pickup with a rifle in your high school parking lot. In my lifetime, that you have the DCM, I think they called it, you have firearm training classes that at the end of it, you got an M1 Garand 30-06 World War II surplus rifle given to you by the government to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. These are programs, I think some of those are still available. That culture of freedom is something I wholeheartedly, through the promise that was made us and the promotion of that freedom culture, should be done with our people here in America, and to have at least an understanding, agreement, advocacy would be nice, of anybody that wants to live here and claim American citizenship. This is why I always ask, make America great again. What the shit do you mean? What is America? Is it a corporation? Is it a philosophy? Is it a geography? Is it a culture? Is it a people? What does it mean? If you are advocating for what I believe makes America exceptional, this exceptional, what exceptionalism? Bill of Rights? Declaration? A functioning democracy without computers? What is it? Nobody ever asks why anymore. So when Phranq says, well, what are you going to do when you got 20 million Muslims living here? I don't know. Are they American Muslims for American values? The American promise? The American Bill of Rights? Bring it! What do you do when you got all these American loving, we want to not take over, not being funded, not getting welfare, not frauding the taxpayers, not doing Somali people coming? Fine. But that's not what Phranq's saying. He's saying when you got these millions upon millions of Biden invasion of whatever just to be voters that get, I've seen it happen. You have here in Arizona, you'd have people in support of these different food programs. They called them WIC and now there's a bunch of different programs. You had social services would go to all these people, and oh, by the way, vote Democrat. And here's all this food. Here's all these different programs for education. Here you get to have your child care paid for. Here you get subsidies for getting a job. Here's your phone. Here's your. I don't get that. So these people, under what condition are these people coming? Who's doing it? Who's saying this? Who's being part of that? Who are the ones that are advocating for this onslaught of immigrants that are coming? Are they in agreement of what the promise was for America? The cause, common sense.
The answer is no, Ernie. They're not. Most of them are not, in my opinion. Recently.
Right. I agree.
Good.
Who's to blame for that? What culture is being promoted? Who's in charge of that? Well, we were supposed to be. Our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, our Declaration, our court system, our what? It's gone. That is my very point. And it doesn't matter if they're Muslim or from another country or Chinese or, Somalian or whatever. We have an internal rot of America that it doesn't matter if it was from them, if they came here or not. They are infecting and taking away the meaning of freedom in America for Americans, and it's been going on for generations. And the abandonment of that concept, that advocacy, that culture of what America was about is the problem. And to blame it on some other foreign country, other language speaking of different beer or food is to miss the real point. We have lost the heritage, the function, the reason for the light on the hill here in America. We have been taken over. There's been a coup. It started from the signing of the Constitution, and we used to have a T-shirt that said, "Government doesn't work. I want my money back." and it had a graph, and there was a revolution gap. This concept was from long story. The revolution gap, when you finally have a revolution, a civil war, an abandonment of the regime here, is when the promise from government and the reality start to separate to the point it gets overwhelming and the people rebel. When they started the country, then they do the Whiskey Rebellion. It starts to separate a little bit. Then they do the first national bank. Separates a little bit. You know, they get to the Civil War. Separates quite a bit. Then they get to the Federal Reserve. Ooh, an income tax. World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, Watergate, on and on and on and on and on. And it gets to the point to where the government promise that Trump's up there promising, and the reality, which is going to get a lot more economic problem, that revolution gap between the promise of government and what is in reality is when the regime is challenged. And what do? You're not allowed to dissent. You're not allowed to advocate for this freedom Ernie was talking about. We need to have a monolithic, cultural, enforced by. You're not allowed to bitch regime.
It doesn't have to be enforced. You keep thinking you can't get your head around that. To you, everything is enforced. I just saw, I wasn't going to bring this up. I don't bring this up. I just saw a patient on Tuesday. So I'm in my internet. For those of you who don't know, I pretend to be a doctor, during the week. I do prostate cancer. It's my focus. Anyway, my international office, I see patients on Tuesday. And I had a gentleman who was a war veteran, and he was in the Middle East for 15 years. A long-term guy. I didn't realize that at first. He came to see me, and I'm dealing with this prostate stuff. I won't go into it right now. But, he was talking about the Middle East because I always ask their background, just to get a sense of what kind of jobs they have, because it could affect the prostate and their PSA. And anyway, I'm very detailed. So it turns out, we start chatting. He's in the Middle East for 15 years. I'm like, whoa. So, we're shooting the you-know-what. And anyway, he's telling me the job and how much he loved the Middle East. And he was in a few different Middle East countries, Qatar, and he was in Saudi Arabia quite a bit. And he was in Iraq for a little bit. He was there for a long time since the early wars. Anyway, you get it. But the thing is he was telling me that when he was talking to the locals, the number one thing he heard from many of the locals, and I know when I was in Japan, there were certain things that everyone kind of brought up. I won't go into that one. But he said,
please don't.
Someday you'll be outside of the American borders, Ernie, and you'll start to appreciate these conversations. But anyway, this gentleman, he said, most of the people talking to him, when they felt at ease, they knew they wasn't reporting them, they weren't being listened to, the phones are off, blah, blah, blah. They would say, why do you keep allowing fellow Arabs, our people, into your country? They kept saying, what is it with your nation? Why are you allowing people from and this is his words, other cultures, our culture, into your nation? Like, these are people from Arabian nations who love their own culture, who understood that oil and vinegar don't mix. And they're like, we would never allow your people, your culture, into ours because it would F everything up. And yet they were asking him all the time, like, why are you guys wasting all of your bombs and resources and blood and everything to do all of this? And then you're taking all of our people and bringing them to Europe. Not to mention, a lot of them are criminals anyway, not to get into that whole conversation. I'm not saying everybody that comes here. I'm not saying everyone who comes here is a criminal or a terrorist. Let me just be clear for any of you lefties or three-letter agency people listening. I'm not saying that. But this is his words. He was just saying this is what he got all the time.
Yeah, look at Europe.
Why are you there? Just like when I was in Japan, I was always asked, how many guns do I own? Because when I was there in the 90s, they assumed every American had 10,000 guns because of that young man, Shuji, who got shot at a Halloween party in America. And I've talked about that in the past. But more in the last 15, 20 years, that's how the Arabs were looking at this from Middle Eastern countries. They're like, what is wrong with you Americans? I mean, I'm not saying you guys are bad people, but do you understand just how different we are? And you're allowing all these people, like they couldn't wrap their own head around this.
What
and it's
am
their
I going
people.
to say?
It's their people. So
what
I'm just
am I going
out.
to say?
Go ahead. Tell me what is I'm missing again. I mean, again, this is
what I just said.
Well, go ahead.
I
Tell me
don't
again, because I still don't understand the logic.
Give us your tired, your hungry, huddled masses yearning to what? To be free.
What? To be free.
Bring it.
Yeah,
Those to be
free. But the point you and I keep going around is the word free is relative, Ernie. You think the word free is absolute. You see it as diehard. I'm not libertarian.
Goddamn right I do.
But the word for free
You're damn right I do.
Of
You're
course
exactly
you do. That
correct.
is your folly.
I see it
that's
as a
your
very
problem.
simple, well-defined.
That's your
this
opinion.
Is what it is. No,
that's your
interpretation. That's your interpretation.
No, it's your opinion.
That's your interpretation. No. My interpretation. Let me be very clear. My interpretation is very simple. You are allowed to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't impede someone else. Anyone wants to come here and advocate for that, I don't give a shit where you're from or who you are. Peace out. Bring it. That is why when we have people from all over the world, refugee status today, but then what happens? Cuba empties out there during Scarface years back in the day. What do? You want the Cubans? Fine. You can have all our drug-dealing, criminal, scumbag, crazy people. Same thing comes from Venezuela. Same thing comes from all our Central America, and we get invaded by what? The best people? The people that are not in prison? The people that want to be free? The people that demonstrated, they got an education, they can read, they're willing to, or whatever. No! We just bring them all in for what reason? Because it serves some Republican, some Democrat, some whatever, they, them, those. It did not serve us. That was not the point. And then they get the social welfare programs or whatever. So then you go to a libertarian and you say, well, you're for open borders. I can't believe you want open borders. Yeah. Eliminate all the entitlement. Eliminate all the welfare. Well, we can't let people in until we do that. All right, fine, then do that. Or they don't get it. No. They all get it. No, my turn. They don't get all of these benefits. Then they come in and go, nope. Then they're going to be on top of the mountain doing Ramadan. So freaking what? You keep conflating all these points. And I do.
That's my problem.
Make one single point. The whole purpose of this country and this government and the promise that they made was that any and everybody can come here, be free, be productive, as long as they understand the culture that we created from the beginning with a promise with our documents. And to the degree that we are in debt, that we are an empire, that we've gone all over the world doing all kinds of stupid shit, and we have debt that will never be paid off, that's going to be passed on to great to hell for in perpetuity until the collapse, is because of how far we have deviated and left that promise, that enforcement, that use of the three branches of government to defend individual rights. And it started from the beginning of they, them, those that are willing to do any and everything to benefit them at the expense of people, of the Americans, of our culture. And that culture, every time you say the word culture, I will always defend the idea that America's culture was based on freedom, that you are able to expect the government to protect your individual life, to protect your property, and to protect your individual pursuit of happiness. And if it doesn't do that, why the fuck is it there? That's it.
Okay.
End of story.
No, I get it. So Ernie's view of freedom is Ernie's version of freedom. And, and again, it's unconditional, and it's his interpretation.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Because if it's not
absolutely,
that,
I get it.
then what is it? What do you say you do here? Why are you there? Why are you taking my money? Why are you drafting my kids? Why are you fighting these wars and killing people in my name? Why?
So the thing is, you can't rationalize that freedom is. See, this is where it all comes down to, and this is the hard part because you keep thinking I'm arguing with you. Remember, personally,
you are.
Well, I am just for ratings, but I mean, personally, no one's listening. Personally, I agree with you. Personally, but don't tell anybody because it'll be bad for our show. But I'm just saying that objectively, and what I'm trying to get the larger point that you keep arguing with me about is that you think the word freedom is not relative. You think it's absolute, and you are effing wrong. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. But according to Ernie, we go to Ernie's view of freedom. Of course. All right, Ernie's right, I'm wrong. So what it means to Ernie, because Ernie's absolute freedom. So I want Ernie to say it. You effing say it right now. Because according to Ernie, as far as absolute freedom, so some guy that puts lipstick on his lip and says he identifies as a female pig, but since it happens to be female rather than the male pig, he gets to go to a female bathroom with my 8-year-old daughter trying to go in there by herself. So at the end of the day, so some guy who maybe has a mental issue and identifies as a woman, he has the freedom, therefore, to go into a male. A male can go into a female bathroom. That's his version of freedom. It's absolute freedom. So I want you to say it and say that a mentally disturbed person, male with lipstick, can go in a female bathroom because that's absolute freedom. Say it, Ernie, right now on the show. Go, say it. Say it.
He has the freedom to do that.
All right.
But I have the freedom to, defend my daughter.
Well, that's the point. This is where you start having the conflict, isn't it? So all of a sudden you start having this breakdown about what a man is, what a female is, all of this stuff. And this is the problem. So already Ernie has to put a disclaimer in there.
Nobody takes responsibility.
Ernie has a
Everybody
disclaimer.
wants somebody to pass a law. Everybody wants somebody else to do it. Everybody wants to delegate this authority for someone else that will violate
the laws. Ernie, the reason for the laws, and I'm not for
laziness,
laws, but don't you understand that the laws are a ramification they're a sum of how much conflict a society has. The more conflict people have, the more...
Wow, we got so many laws, we don't have any conflict now?
No, I mean, I know you don't see that. This is why when you go to Japan, you have hardly any laws.
No, I don't.
Laws, because
I don't see laws reducing conflict.
Talk to James. Seriously, have you ever had I would love to have this conversation with James. Do you guys ever talk about the cultural issue in Japan, or do you just talk about other concepts? I'm just curious. I would love to talk to James about this.
I would love for you to talk to James about this.
No, I know. That'd be great. We should have a special show.
I will bring it up our next conversation because it goes with our launch of Libertas.Earth. See, I don't get into all of this nuanced stuff because I don't need to.
God forbid.
It's only with you because you're freaking pissing me off. So because when we do the philosophy of liberty, what's the only concept that we're worried about? That you own yourself. That anybody that says they have some say over your life are not your betters. They're not your friends. They're not advocating for freedom. That you have a right to your life and keep breathing in and out. That you have the freedom of your hands, your liberty to, fashion, freaking raw material into your property. I mean, life, liberty, property, it's just past, present, future. It's just three ways of saying the same thing. That's the point. And that you own yourself. Once you get that basic fundamental concept, then all of this social engineering, all the coercion and force, all of the taxation, all of this, we speak for you and go and wage war in your name, and oh, by the way, where's your sons and daughters, go do it, all that goes away. So if you understand that you own yourself, that is the splinter in the mind of the planet that I wish to inject. That is what we're doing. Well, all of this other shit derived from that realization. Once people get that, then they're a lot easier for understanding and advocating for Ernie's version of freedom.
Exactly.
That's why I'm doing it.
Ernie's version of freedom. First off, Splinter in the Mind.
The version that Ernie is advocating.
Yeah, no, I get that one. By the way, Splinter in the Mind is a great analogy and a great reference. It was a famous Star Wars book, by the way, so that was a great reference. But yeah,
it was Matrix.
Really? I didn't realize that. Yeah, it was from an early Star Wars book too. But anyway, we can finish up. I mean, there's other things I wanted to mention. Just you and I both news, but you're right. We went long on this. Look, without getting frustrated about it. To our credit, we've not debated culture in about 2 months. So because you and I have done pretty good, I think. But it just came up with the thing with Iran, and
we're not allowed for a long time now either.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's worth bringing up because they literally call it the culture war. I mean, it's not. I think it's good. I mean, I don't want both of us getting too frustrated about it, but the fact that we're so similar and yet it comes up and yet it's in our culture, as no pun intended, and our audience, and I know our audience is going through this as well. It's not, it's not just you and I. I mean, I know we're all trying to wrestle with this in different ways. And some of us think we have the absolute, like Ernie does. This is real simple. There's nothing to talk about. Well, there's nothing to talk about it. Why the hell do we have the culture war? How come we're having the issues that we're having? So clearly, even if Ernie thinks there's nothing to talk about, and I say this respectfully, there's others who think this is worth talking about, including me. And it's not just me. If it was just me, Ernie wouldn't have me on the show. I'd be a nothing burger in ratings and no one would care. I'd just be this strange opinion. But it's not just me. It's just like the whole Israel thing. There's how many
which is why I suffer through these shows.
Suffer.
This is everybody's got a solution, but they're not fixing the core problem. The core problem is they're not doing what they promised, what the agreement was. Well, if you don't like it, leave. And I'm going, like what? You've taken over the entire concept of what America was promised. You've taken over everything.
Who do you mean by
You've taken over education. You've taken over utilities. You've taken over banking and commerce and, the right to buy and sell. And you get surveillance. They, them, those. Whoever won't leave me alone. They've taken over this country's whole entire mission.
Agreed.
And still try and say that we're free and we're Americans, and then they say, make America great again. What the fuck are you talking about? And they won't define it, and they won't fix it.
Which is the whole point in a long, very 4-hour out-of-the-way way of explaining it, of what has happened to MAGA that we never even got to today, which is fine. But everyone has been watching.
What happened.
Wait. Everyone's watching the news and they see it. MAGA, and Ernie was correct. Define MAGA. What does that mean? There is MAGA, which Trump has defined as whatever I say, and then there's really the other MAGA, which is America First, which is what they interpreted. America First. And you're seeing completely the split over that, and it's massive.
And Trump kicked, Tucker and, whoever else,
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Megyn Kelly, and we go
MAGA. You're kicked out of MAGA. And I'm going, well, if that's the definition, and you're fucking, I'm leaving MAGA,
right.
Kiss my ass. So this is just, he's so stupid on this.
Yep.
And I'm like, one thing I did not think Trump was stupid. I thought he was he's doing whatever. He's got his, 5D chip, something, but no, this is stupid. This is he shown his ego, his id, his small penis is something. I don't know what the hell is going on. We got, Mike Levin is just hammering the crap out of Megyn Kelly, and she just keeps calling him small penis man. Well, small penis says
micro penis. Micro penis.
Micro penis, whatever. So I'm just going, is this where the discourse has come down to? Is this it? Are we there yet?
Pretty much.
So and nobody wants to fix the real problem. So America First was a great slogan. Okay, do it. Nah, I'm going to be prudent at this juncture. I've been through this so many times that I am, and even more so now than ever before, you're still voting? So to have, what else is going to come up? J.D. Vance and Tulsi? You're still voting? I mean, they can't come up with any, it's going to have to be a slate wipe. It's going to have to be, a secession movement. It's going to have to be a Western Libertarian Alliance with Alberta, the Eastern Rocky States, and Sonora or something, which is what Elliot Smith was going on about. The reason was because that's where all the resources were, save oil, in Texas or whatever. But you have Alberta, got a bunch of oil. You got minerals throughout the eastern part of the Rockies. You got, gun ownership, community, freedom-oriented, want North Mexico kind of, yeah, screw everybody. We'll just do our own thing. Well, do I need a vote? In Alberta, yeah, we're going to vote on it. We're outside. We're not Canadians anymore. Okay. Well, probably not going to allow that to happen. And if they do, so what? It's still another freaking government. It's going to be 51st state. Who the hell wants to join America now? So I'm just like, this is the promise of what America was. The promise. The promise. The promise. And the only reason that it lasted as long as it did was because people believed in the promise, while at the same time they were indebting us, eating out our substance, and taking over through the banks, through the secret handshake club of fill in the blank, through the Zionist movement, the banking thing, the Bilderberg, WEF, whatever. It doesn't matter who it was. It's going to be another one behind them waiting to do it. Why? Because the middle class in America, that's where all the money was. The wealth of Americans. And if they can get you sick, and if they get you on your deathbed, well, they own all the hospitals and big pharma, and we're going to take all your money there, and you won't have any at the end. And if you got any left, well, then there's a death tax. There's a you move tax. There's a deliberately ducked tax. This is what we're dealing with now. And nobody recognizes it. They keep blaming somebody else. It's those damn Muslims. It's the Somalis coming here and ripping us off. What do you mean, Somalis ripping us off? You're the ones that created the program. You're the ones that have a bunch. What, all of a sudden you just find out in California they're ripping you off too? BLM ripped you off. Everybody's ripping you off. And you're still creating it. You think they don't know? You think Congress doesn't know? You think the Democratic Party doesn't know? You think all these people don't know? Of course they know. They're the ones that created it. So we keep blaming everybody else while we keep delegating authority to someone else to create another program. And then when we get attacked 9/11, what do? Well, we need another department of the DNI to fix all our departments. Yeah, that's a ticket. It's going to implode. It is the economy, stupid. It is going to happen, and I can't get far enough away. You need mesh networks. You need communication. You need satellite base. You need a crypto that can bypass the entire system and be private. You need private stable coins, stable to silver, hopefully. You need to have the ability to grow and source your own water and food. You need to raise your own children. You need to. OccupyTheLand.org. That is why I did that. That's why we're doing Libertas.Earth, so you understand the basic fundamental, you own yourself, or you're going to be out on the land, some clipboard's going to say, oh, I'm sorry, you don't own yourself. Didn't you get the memo? This is all of what I've done my almost entire adult life. And it has been because the title of my presentation in Anarchapulco just a couple weeks ago was, What If You Knew? What if you knew this was going to happen? What if you knew we were on this trend? So when you ask, what's the direction you think this is going, Ernie? I already know where it's going.
Well, I already know
it's going to hell in a handbasket.
I already know. I mean, this is so funny. It's like
there's no tweaking it. There's no fixing it. You can't fix it. It's already fixed. It's surviving it. It's what's next. And what is next? The principle, the promise, the freedom. If you don't have that, we're doomed. 1,000-year darkness. But where does it go? It's what it always does. The Pilgrims, the Mayflower, the whatever, going to, the ocean, the sea, the space, to Mars, to whatever. Humanity marches on. But I prefer Earth, because I don't think there's anywhere else to go that we're going to be able to thrive. The resources are here, the electromagnetic protection, the magnetic field for our health, the whatever. I don't think, you want to go to Mars, peace out. But, I think we're evolved on Earth, and this is where we're going to be. So why am I excited about Firefly? Firefly was an awesome, they kind of referenced the Alliance. The bad guys, we had to leave Earth because of all this. Well, who was the Alliance? Who was, the government that came after that? It was an alliance between the West and East. That's why everybody cussed in Chinese, and they're almost kind of American. It's the Alliance. The Alliance of what? Of government, of central plan. They went out, they had all the independent planets wanted to not be controlled by the central, and then, the Civil War happened, Firefly. That's what that was all about. And the great lines that came out of the captains, like, it's government, they're just there to meddle in a man's business. There's a whole bunch of one-liners in there. And then they wonder why it was so popular. We did a show back in 2004 where we had this has been a long time in the making. It was so popular with the fans, but Fox had to kill it. Why? Because Libertas.Earth. It was the whole concept that government was the problem. That was what the theme was with Joss Whedon and this whole thing. Therefore, it must fucking die. That's why. And the people brought it back. So, when they do the animation, when they do the new storylines, what's going to happen? I guarantee it's going to have a whole bunch of this kind of rhetoric again. It will come under attack. Then the people are going to want to do it. When we did a big show on this, we put it out in all the forums. It just blew up the servers at the radio station. Me and two other guys, Pal Gamble and I can't remember his name, a guy that was University of Arizona astrophysics. He was a big Firefly fan and libertarian. He comes on, and the point that we were making is that this is such a popular series because it espouses libertarian philosophy, and the people that are big fans don't know it. They don't understand it. What they are in support of is the idea that is in Philosophy of Liberty, Libertas.Earth, that I got a bunch of guys that think there is a definition of freedom, like Ernie, that's doing this. So that's what we're doing. Why? Because it's not represented anywhere else. Sure as shit not by the United States freaking governments. Any of them. Local, state, federal, we have totally been taken over with our money, and they indebt us, and it's not going to get better. And we're not going to be able to blame the Somalis, the Arabs, the Muslims, the Mexicans, the Venezuelans. We are to blame. We allowed it. Why? Because we were psyoped. We were just inundated with all of these vectors of information to allow for it. It's normal to let it happen. And I don't see some 32-year-old couple from Bangladesh as an enemy when they want to come to America to be free to pursue their happiness. I can't see a single Iranian or Pakistani or whatever that is not busting their ass opening a store. Next to our pizza restaurant were 3 Afghanistan brothers, and I think they had a fourth too. They came here and they ran like a little dollar store kind of thing. But I tell you, Some black guys came in, wanted to shoplift some sneakers from and everything. They barred the door. A gunfight came out. And I'm like, holy shit, man, don't be trying to rob the Afghanis, man. So they worked hard. They did. So do I Afghanistani people I'm not with? No. I got a whole bunch of slew of people that want to be American. They want to work hard. They want to support the promise. They want to benefit from it.
No,
but
they
what
don't.
Do?
That's not their version of freedom, Ernie. That's not what most people think when they think of freedom. Come to America. That's your version. You keep thinking that's what people.
What do you mean?
You have this ideological
I was
view of
5
it.
years their next door neighbor.
Oh my God!
You met one guy for a few hours doing whatever, and you're going his view of what happens in Iraq, a military guy, and I spend 5 years with them and my family buying stuff, talking with them, doing the why from me, and I don't know them better?
Ernie, how do you know it? When the majority of people who are sneaking into this country come, they don't speak English. If you don't speak English, how many of them do you think are reading the Constitution in Spanish? How many of these people do you think are
scholars? All right, we're done.
That are the scholars in the Constitution and reading this in Spanish? I mean, this audience knows. They've done polls they've interviewed people. They come here, they want to PlayStation. They want to get they want to get kickbacks. They want to get money. They want to have their kids and have the kids here. I mean, it's not about, they're sitting there going about Thomas Paine.
Well, I don't want them.
They're not reading common sense.
I don't want them.
Before they come here.
I don't want them.
Like you have this ideological.
I don't want them. Now what? I don't want them.
No, I'm just serious. Like you have.
I don't want them.
You have this stereotypical.
I don't want them. I want the ones that agree that they come here to do it. So I'm not. They're not allowed because of these others.
Ernie, I'm just telling you what.
They're not allowed.
You
Is that what you're saying?
Ideological view of who's coming here, and that's what's happening. Look, I want to give you I let you talk. We have to finish up because both of us have to go.
We're
I won't make this long. But when I
finish and we're done. Go.
Thank you. When I lived in Japan, it was like, it was granted, it was like 25 years ago. But there was I used to get a newspaper when they had newspapers. It was the only English newspaper, and it was sanctioned. It was basically an English version of the Japanese newspaper. It was called the Japan Times. And I got it every day. My homestay, to their credit, because they knew I was a news junkie, they said I was the only student who study abroad who cared about international news. And they were thankful, actually. They were appreciative. And they paid for it, and they were a poor family. I just want to give them credit because they paid for it. They didn't have to, and I got it. So I read it every day. So anyway, but some of the main news stories of the day. Let me tell you what the news stories of the day were. Okay, they had a tax problem. This is when the Japanese economy was falling apart, is whether they should have the tax rate go 5% or 6%. That was a huge news story. Let me tell you another one. There was a huge issue culturally about the Chinese and Japanese sex workers. Because during World War II, a lot of the Japanese women were used as sex slaves to the Chinese during World War II. This was a massive scandal in Japan versus China. And they had all kinds of negotiations over it and saving face and what happens to the 80-year-old women who were sex slaves in World War II. And the whole time I was there, it was all about, how much to have China pay for that or, what saving face, all of that. I'll tell you another this is a huge scandal. One of the biggest issue in Japan when I was there. Hope you're sitting down for this, Ernie. Sumo wrestling. Now, sumo wrestling is their version of football.
And this relates why?
Because I'm trying to explain to you the context, the contrast of what America is dealing with, what our version of problems are, when you don't have an homogenized society. And I know you're like, where are you going, Phranq? So I'm making a point. I was there for a year, and this is one of the major stories. Aside from, I can tell you some others, and Ernie's going to go, well, this is pablum. I don't understand where Phranq's going. This is ridiculous. I don't get it. That's the point, Ernie. So the huge issue, one of the biggest issues, was sumo wrestling. Now, I love sumo. It's like their version of American football, and they had this huge scandal. I hope you're sitting down, Ernie. And this was that sumo wrestlers, which is again, like the Super Bowl, you got to be American to play American football, You remember the scandal we had recently where we had what is his name, Bad Bunny or something, that wound up doing the Super Bowl party, and the halftime people flipped out over that? Well, imagine this 30 years ago when, for the first time, Hawaiians, because there's a lot of Japanese who live in Hawaii, so there's a lot of Hawaiians that are half Japanese and half American or half Hawaiian. And many sumo people come from Hawaii. And they tend to be a little bit bigger than Japanese because they have some Hawaiian blood in them. And so there's a huge debate. Can a Hawaiian Japanese be allowed to be in the Japanese sumo championships? Because there's nothing more Japanese than sumo. And the minute you have a Hawaiian or someone who's not 100% Japanese blood, well, that kind of discredits or contaminates the whole sumo wrestling, lineage. I mean, this goes back like 2,000 years, which Ernie's like 2,000. I don't give a crap, whatever. America's 200 years. So we're talking 2,000 years for Japan. And so this was like the biggest story of all time about whether a non-Japanese can be in sumo. I mean, this was like what I lived through. And it was like, oh my God, I mean, of course, I wound up hearing about David Koresh getting burned down in the Branch Davidians. That happened when I was in Japan, and the Japanese didn't, they couldn't even conceive of that one. But anyway, I'm just trying to give you a sense of how a homogenized society sees their problems. That's their problem. Now let's look at modern America. We're sitting here about men being in female bathrooms, about men being in female swim teams. We're dealing with, the Jewish Americans who want us to bomb this other country because they're Jewish and they feel that there's a religious war going on. Then you have another group of Christians who are different than other Christians who think that the third temple needs to be rebuilt and we have to all bow down to Jews because I guess they're more important or something. I mean, that's the Schofield Bible people, at least from what I'm hearing. And then you've got Buddhists that live here and Sikhs that have their own agenda. God knows I know because my wife is a Sikh and I hear it from her family. And I can go on and on about how many problems
you do
about this and that and that and that about this problem about race issues and
the
gender,
point is you're
about
what?
Wait. Then you've got a communist in New York. We got communism and socialism versus that. I mean, these are massive, fundamental, existential issues that our country is dealing with. When I was in Japan, it was whether a 5 or 6% tax rate and whether, who can be a sumo wrestler. Now, I know you don't quite grasp what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm just saying you're probably still confused. What am I getting to? I'm trying to give you an example of an homogenized society versus one that's not. Now, you might say, I don't care about homogenization. I don't want that. I want freedom to do whatever I want. And yes, I'm not, again, I know you have a hard time trying to understand my perspective on this. I honestly think I confuse you, to be honest. But it's like this is how I see it from someone who's both an American who understands and loves Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson and gets the concept of what Ernie and our audience comes from. But when you unfortunately, and I say this almost tongue-in-cheek, I've been contaminated. I've been truly poisoned by the concept of living overseas. Because once you do, you start to see just just other ways of the world, and you come back and you start to see sometimes our own issues, either that they seem less than they really are, or sometimes you see how much worse that they really are by comparison, and we see how other people live. And then not to mention the propaganda saying that people who don't live the way we do are not living in freedom, like we're the ones who are free. As I don't feel very, very free anymore compared to other countries, and I can keep going. And that's what Tucker Carlson is often bringing up as well. So this whole concept of like an existential freedom that Ernie brings up, like I don't know what there's to talk about. There's freedom. Well, freedom is, I have to say, God, no, he's going to kill me on it. We got to get going. But I think it's more relative than you think. I used to think freedom was not relative. It was absolute. Either it is or it isn't. But
it is or it isn't.
I know that's how
you
see it. And
it's called something else.
I used to say that as well, and I'm sure
I say it all the time.
I won't change your mind. I'm just saying, all I can tell the audience, though, is someone who felt exactly like you will never change my mind on it. As I began to travel and see things different ways, I began to see what I thought was freedom is relative. I mean, I don't want to be told what to do, let alone from the goddamn government. That to me, I guess at the end of the day, you'd call that freedom. But I started to see how freedom is not only relative, but it's proportional to how much quote unquote diversity, and ironically, how much brain falling out of your head freedom that you have. That when you have too much quote unquote freedom, it circles back and kicks you in the ass in a way that you don't realize.
You know, I've been hearing this lately, but all you have to do is add one word to it, and you're just saying the same thing that I've been listening to for the past weeks.
Go ahead.
Free speech.
Ooh.
It's relative. You know, it's a little bit different. It's not what you think it is. You know, I've been to different countries. Free speech is a different kind of. I've been hearing this same thing for the past few weeks. All you had to do is add speech to it.
No, well, I would never say that. To me, you know, speech, you can say whatever the hell you want to say. I hear your point. No, you're right. I will never go that direction. But it is. But you're right. It's a slippery slope, isn't it? It's a slippery slope. And when all I know is when 1,000 people are praying for Ramadan on my mountain, pretty soon, at some point, we then may be the outnumbered, and you might think it doesn't matter, but to them, it might. And they have a different viewpoint of culture that you don't see yet until it kicks you in the butt. And when it does, it'll be too late, Ernie.
Care.
I know you don't care until you do.
You know, it's very simple.
Until you do.
You are free to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't violate the individual rights of another person or their pursuit of happiness. How hard is that? That's my definition. That's it. You know, no, it's relative. Well, it might be relative to you, but it's not to me. We got to go because I got to get to the store to pick up some stuff.
Well, when 51% of Arizonans all say that you're not allowed to be a libertarian or you have to wear a headscarf, then we'll hear what Ernie's version of freedom is. But, you know, because they'll vote their version of freedom, and it's a little different than Ernie's freedom. All right, guys, I will talk to you later. It was a great. I really enjoyed the show. I really did, and I know it's been a while since we had our debate about culture. Next time, I'm sure we'll get more into.
If there's even ever a next time. Because, you know, it's going to be, you know, freedom of speech is relative is all I'm going to keep bringing up. So I'm just like, you know, and the idea that there's, you know, we got to have a homogenized, like, Japan culture thing, fine. I don't have a problem with that as long as it's in support of freedom and I get to do what I want and you get to do what you want and we don't bother each other. Boom, I'm all about that culture.
I felt the most free. All I can say is I felt the most.
Damn Muslims out there praying.
All I can say is I felt the most relaxed and free in Japan, and I wasn't even Japanese. Just saying. It was a good time. All right, man. I'll catch you. Say hi to Donna for me. Okay.
All
Talk to you later.
Peace, guys.
All right. Bye-bye.